computer playing No Man's Sky, looking for mechanical pets. That could be fun. All right, so we're gonna go and load our thing. So ignore the end of everything. So we are not the autosave, less than ethical times. So don't worry about it. We're certainly on the up and up. I haven't started stiffing pay or anything like that. I also won't promise that won't happen, but it's okay because all of our staff are people from the community. So speaking of which, I don't know when we're going to get our next employee. It'll probably be a little while, but we will get this put up here. So if you want to be an employee at the company, then all you gotta do is !join, and when we get people, we'll randomly draw names. We did just start a brand new week. What were we working on? So that's all old news, and then we got that. So we need politics, defeat, and alarming, and you want me to print gruesome and tragic news. So we have crime, entertainment, crime, society, politics, sports. It's literally all categories. Literally every single category. Okay, that's fine. That just means there's no point in prioritizing. Alright, and paper-wise, I don't remember how much paper we need. Let's get a stack of paper. Alright, so we got crime. So this one will give us a silver tag. So we're going to have Mr. Steven jump on this. So Nevada gaming bill passed. Gambling legalized to gain control over back alleys. Alright, so we can go over here and get that for 2 bronze and a silver tag. If we push this one, we face a police fine. But it would give us 3 bronze and 2 silver. I am going to wait a minute on that one, because I don't want to pull Anandar off of their thing. Okay. So if we grab you and you. So Burden Sun and RJ are going to take on this one. Gruesome factory slaying. Blood on the floor, says worker. And that'll give us a gold tag and the tragic and the gruesome and the alarming we need. So literally we'll just need politics and defeat. That'll give me the 3 other tags. And that'll give us the defeat. So we'll just need politics. And then this gets us politics. So literally with our 3 opening articles, we can cover all of our requirements for the entire time. Because these objectives, basically, with this one, I'm just going to get influence, which is just a currency, that's helpful. And in this one, I take over a district. And when you take over a district, you get access to additional things and all that. It ends up being helpful. Alright, and then the big thing everyone's been waiting for. Boom. Building get bigger. Alright. So, what we can do here is I want to move probably the reporters up here, opening up space down there. This will also let me put the supply shelves in here. I'm going to have to add a couple things like lighting and whatnot, but we'll get there. So let's start. So you have entertainment, society, and crime. I believe you have entertainment, society, and crime. Let's put you 2 together, because you need the same buffs. What's the queue for? As we add staff, you will, you can get your name into the, you can get staff named after you. Look at all that situated. So there's the punching gloves for this. The baseball bat for that. The crime chart for you. The entertainment poster. You're the only one who does politics. Alright, in this case, let's move your poster up here. Scooch you over here. Put you there. Scooch you over one. I see, that'll cause a problem, won't it? Scooch you over one. Scooch you over one. Just trying to rearrange this so we don't actually need this second poster. We don't need that poster. We don't need that. We don't need this. So we can go ahead and sell these things. Which looks like we actually might get most if... No, it looks like we get half the money back. That's fine. So we opened up that space. I still got $700. Right now, we could chuck you over here to have the storage cabinet that we already previously purchased. That's just been sitting there. I need to add a light up here. Otherwise, they'll get mad. And we'll add a light here as well. Check to make sure there's no comfort penalties. Everything's good in this space. We can go ahead real fast. What do you got here? Oh, the crime booklet thing. And put a crime booklet on you. And you, to give us a better ranking for dealing with crime. Oh, right. We had the sports poster that I didn't have space for. Wait, was that close enough that it counts for both of them? It does. Cool. Alright, so we got all you squared away. The world map we got down there. And what we're trying to do is get all these things that give us bonuses. We're trying our best to get that to our staff. Because we get all those bonuses in place and go a long ways. I don't believe we have a transporter's desk. For right now, I am going to place one just so I don't forget. We could shove it in that closet up there. I'm not going to bother staffing it right now. But it is available for later. Should we... Actually, do we have someone who's extra cheap to carry stuff? I mean, you have the move fast and you're only 63 bucks a month? I might genuinely go for that. Alright, so get those names in there because we got our new hauling person. So that way we can actually have that. Because the added bonus with that is they made it better when it comes to like where you get reports on these things, that they will grab the reports and move them from desk to desk. So they don't just carry food and stuff around. They will take it a step farther and move things like between the different areas when they're not busy with other tasks. Before I forget, let's put a clock up here because that just adds a bonus. That's the reason I left a gap in between. So it improves the mood a little bit. And if we put the Apple thing there, it would boost everything, but I don't think we can. Oh, we could squeeze it in there. Alright. This area is all crowded. Okay, and let's stop there so I have a little bit of money in case I run out of paper or food. Alright. So I'll get that name drawn here in a minute. And thank you, Shaw, for the 225 stream streak. I do appreciate it. So that's our new hire? No, that's our mechanic. Alright, what do we got going on here? Okay, so we want this bottom path, because that silver tag is worth about 3 bronze tags and how much we're going to make from it. So getting an extra bronze tag plus a silver tag is better than getting a bronze tag. Now, if we were running into a month where it says, like, print no crime or whatever, then that's why I would go the other way. But we're not under any of those restrictions this particular week. So for this one, let Bird and Sun jump on that one. Alright, Nevada Gaming bill passed. Old West returns to Nevada gaming places. Alright. We got these two done. And then RJ can jump on this one, because Burning Sun's already out. And then with that, that'll finish up this whole report. Factory owner, tragedy beyond comprehension. You can get in here and take on that one. So you're going to boost its quality because you're really good at sports. So that's what Mr. Stevens is going to be doing for probably the rest of the week. Rose Bowl, Alabama wins 24-0. Crimson Tide stands undefeated. We will face a police fine with this one. I think the double silver is worth a police fine. We're going to be basically costing ourselves an immediate expense. But on the other side of it, we'll potentially facing ourselves a cost of immediate expense, but on the other side, we should get good stuff out of there. So this is a priority story. And then the other ones are just on the list. That's the big story probably for our week. A gold and 4 bronze tag is a very strong story. Alright, as soon as Mr. Steven gets back, we jump on this one. We're definitely getting to the point where we're going to need to get more upgrades for our person doing our key setting, or type setting, sorry, not key setting, type setting, and our assembly. Alright, Washington State shut down in front of 60,000 people. Alright, meanwhile, where is our person who's hauling boxes? Did you stand at that bench? There you are. Okay. We got a society one. Alright, so if we do this one, we face protest, but it is worth 3 bronze and a silver. So let's make sure I didn't miss out on stuff here. So you're all locked in. You're all locked in. So Burning Sun, if you go ahead and get us protested here real fast, and by that I mean don't actually get us protested. Minor protest. Alright, 5 protesters. CBS radio, sermon blocked, ban causes public outrage. That's fine by me. So we got protesters are going to show up and try and prevent people from getting into the building. Until they get tired and go away on their own. So these are a priority story as well. Alright, this is also a priority story. Yeah, this one's going to get figured. So the problem is I've got a lot of these stories that are all priority. Yeah, so we need the defeat and all that. Okay. So we're going to grab our people and just bypass them past the protest. I think that is intentional that works that way. Alright, so we got our brand new person who's going to haul stuff around, and that is going to be Sniper Spice. So congratulations, you lift boxes for what's probably being underpaid. I'm going to move this box up to this shelf for you, because you're just going to get blocked by the protesters if you go out there. Alright, so Mr. Stevens. Alright, come on. Come on. Come on. No. That was the worst possible outcome. I might have run into a pitch. Alright, well I still think the 2 silver's worth it, especially since Burning Sun is going to make this a quality 3 story with 2 silver tags. Second quarter blitz touchdowns by quarterback Monk Campbell. So that's probably still worth it, but it does hurt a lot. And RJ will finish this one. Studio needs to back down, says Father Colgan. Father Colin, whatever. Breaking news. Gray Carpenter kidnapped and robbed. Kaplan's ex-wife and famed boxer was snatched outside Manhattan Theater and robbed in the night. Police are already chasing leads uptown. Get reporters on it fast. So Burning Sun's about to be back. It's unlikely we get this done in time. We're gonna try. Drop it. Stop waving. Drop it. No, 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 not that one. Bird and Sun, get out there. So you can drop the 15. So you can drop this one to 13 hours. Your only hope of getting this done is that one. Gray Carpenter kidnapped a rock boxer stripped of valuables. Meanwhile, No one is available to do that story. Or that story. Yeah, so it looks like right around here is the sweet spot to drop them right on the bench. Because if I manage to get that breaking news done first, it gives me a bonus to all news of that category, which in this case would be crime. It's definitely one you want to go out of your way for. I don't think it's big enough that we immediately drop what we're doing and hire another news reporter. Unless there's a really, really good one. So let's check that. We don't hire another news reporter. But if we can make it happen with our existing staff, we do it. Yeah, so we should be okay, because you're about to be done there. I imagine RJ's got to be almost done. You have 12 hours left? What is... Ah. Well... I can make this happen. I can literally hire someone to help cover this news, if necessary. I don't want to, but it might be worth it. Does it have to be crime or entertainment? We could get Eddie here. No, we'll let it slide. Yeah, so you got 4 hours left, and just unfortunately, you're tied up for 7, so we already can't make this happen, which means it goes from being a breaking huge news story to a dud. So just unfortunately, I'm better off just putting Burning Sun on something else. That's a shame. It is what it is. It's one of those things where you can benefit from having extra staff just on hand, so you could do that, but with a hard mode, I can't really afford to do that. Meanwhile, let's, I don't want to do this, but we're currently on a negative balance because of that police fine. So we gotta take a little bit of a loan to at least have money. Because I don't know what the consequences of finishing a week with negative dollars is. Okay, so you can't do anything there. You're already locked in. You're already locked in. Okay, so RJ will be back. But thank you, N7 Kira, for the 5 stream streak. I do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. We're getting a lot of silver tags here, which is really good. We're also starting to get to the point where some of our people are getting high enough level to just automatically get ourselves extra. So Burning Sun's gotta take a break. Harmful books. Schools ban explicit literature. Cool. We're gonna get 2 stories for Burning Sun once they've had a chance to take care of their needs. Yeah, so as you can see, our person who works the counters immediately grabbed the report from up here and ran it downstairs, as opposed to making everyone else do the work. Yeah, so you need a snack. Got politics. Mr. Steven can jump on that. General Smeldy Butler accuses Mussolini. U.S. issues apology for hit-and-run remarks. You good now? Finish your water. Gotta get you back to work. Okay. Good enough. Alright. We can have you jump on... This... You're still not good. What is your problem? You have to wait till you get back to your desk? Or are you gonna go to the toilet? What's... Come on, Burnin. Because if you have them work on a story while they're tired, they'll potentially get the sloppy reporting penalty, and you won't get any bonuses they get from being higher skilled. Okay, so you can jump on this one. What's your deal? Why are you... Nothing's negative. Okay, you're good now. Hollywood needs virtue. We need to guide the film studio, says Joseph Breen. Alright, so end of day, we gotta roll what we got. We got at least one crime, one finance story. We don't know, there could be more. Explicitly literature in schools, half the crap in your high school 5 level held in that category. The entire Game of Thrones series in your high school library has been there for a decade ago. I mean, I'm honestly someone who doesn't really think something like Game of Thrones is inappropriate for high schoolers. It's like, yes, it's got explicit stuff in it, but I'm pretty indifferent to a lot of that. People see a lot worse on TV and games and all that kind of stuff. So, that's whatever. I know people feel otherwise, and that's fine. Alright, so I need someone to get back here. One thing we need to do is probably move this down. Actually, I think the real answer is I need food on each of the floors. Because they don't have really a significant cost to have them. Okay, so Burning Sun's about to be back. To then take on that crime story. And hopefully the last stories will have like a finance or a politics angle or something like that so the others can work on. The Astounding Wolfman in your middle school has shown folks getting ripped in half. I mean, I don't know that book. But again, I'm not someone who has a strong opinion on that. The Oakland Bay Bridge greenlight? Congress finally agreed with plans for the new bridge connecting San Francisco to Oakland. I'm definitely more of the mindset of if it's a book that you don't want to read, don't read it. Cemetery looted at night. Mausoleum pried open. Graphic novel? Right. I mean, don't get me wrong. That's like where you go into like, okay, what's appropriate, T for teen, that kind of thing. Alright, so that's probably our leading story. The gruesome slaying of factory workers. And we're trying to satisfy all these. So that already satisfies this. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, obviously, like, straight-up pornography or whatever shouldn't be permitted and isn't permitted. So, that's not a thing. But it's definitely one of those things that quite often, when it comes to those types of deals, what is considered inappropriate starts to get looser and looser until you're just getting rid of stuff that you happen to not agree with, kind of things. That's kind of the slippery slope of it. And a lot of times, a lot of those book bans are used deliberately for purposes of suppression of things. Okay, so we want to be at least kind of in the moderate to slight thing. Let's see, better than the original time. Mausoleum, loot at night, cracking into a cold one. Alright. So the catch here is if we go this way, I go sensational, which it's not a problem with being sensational. It's the issue here is if I do one more month in the middle category, then I unlock the bonus there that I could potentially use. I don't think it's worth going out of my way to avoid that, but we can see if I can't get some pairings, because you only have one overlapping story. Yeah, so you only overlap on crime. So see what stories we're going to end up putting on this back page to fill in the last of this, and we can adjust. I'm glad there's limitations. You should not be able to make your own headlines in this game. Alright. So, what we can potentially do is we don't have many other good stories for this. So you put this one here. That'll give us an additional overlap. We can go back here and put you there. That puts me solidly in moderate. Which means we'll unlock this. We're at 3,800. So the question is, if I put you on, I get the negative tag, but I get some bonuses. So that's 4,100. Otherwise, the alternative is this one, which is like $200 less. So we're gonna go put up the baseball results right next to where we have another sports article about statistics going on. So it seems like it's a really good paper. That's gonna use a ridiculous amount of paper, but we're making 4,100 bucks and we're achieving all of our goals. So that is probably about as good as we're going to get, and we're going to unlock this, and we're going to get whatever the mystery item we get for hitting in this range here is. So I think that is a very solid week on the press. And thank you, Lardine, for the 20 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Alright, 138,000 sold, setting a new record for our paper. Alright. We got Lyndhurst, is now a district that we have subscribers from. Well, perhaps there's still a curtain call left in you. You managed to make the facts scream louder than fiction. Bravo. Alright. So we're getting a wanted poster. That'll boost our crime reporting. New readers' interest category balance. For every set of 6 base categories, you will earn an extra 30,000 sales. So when we are in like this middle area, in the moderate, if I do all 6 categories, 30,000 boosted sales is a very strong bonus. So the next week, all we want to do is avoid being on the edge of moderate sensational or on the edge of moderate informational. We either need to go all sensational, all informational, or solidly moderate. No riding the fence. Because otherwise we'll be competing with others for that stuff. Alright, so Votto has gotten better at typesetting. Mr. Steven has gotten better at politics and sports news, and RJ Late has gotten better at entertainment news. Okay, I think we were working... Yeah, so we're working on getting our stuff for better crime reporting. So save our points and keep going down that route. There's nothing for the mob today, so let's see what they want. Darling, over here. No, don't dawdle. I'm only between trains and revelations. Have you seen the newsstand lately, shouting of match pamphlets and tabloid tantrums? Apparently, spectacle now passes as substance. You're not the only one chasing sales anymore, and some of those upstart rags will print anything to beat you to it. Let's not allow the noise to drown out nuance. Maybe start leaning a bit in the informational side and let Jersey Beacon go sensational for sensational pieces. Alright, so you want me to print a informational newspaper, don't print any dirt this week, and don't print any gossip this week. Alright, but there's no real consequence for failure, so I'll take it anyways, because that's my only option. More news, it never stops. Never. Alright. So that'd be an easy district to take. That'd get us access to the courthouse, which could get us a lawyer to help fight lawsuits. That gets us access to the military. We can't quite do that. Probably work on this one. That should be an easy district to take. I just need some tragedy stories. And we might as well get that locked in, because there's a lot of good stuff past that. Such as the ability to expand our number of pages, get ourselves more people doing the telegraphs and all that. Alright. So the first thing I want to do is pay back that loan we took because of the police fine last week. From one of our stories. We want to bring in 300 pages. And this sucks, but I'm going to go ahead and bring in another 300 pages. You got plenty of food in there. Alright. So we got wanted posters. I'm gonna scooch you over. All right. Let's get you out of the way. These direct bonuses are way more important. So we have the wanted poster. We put you down here. Put another one down there. We got the entertainment posters. So that boosts all that. That doesn't leave us much room for this. Yeah, I won't be able to squeeze that in there. Right now I'm just going to plunk it there since they already own it. Alright. So meanwhile, we got potential new hires. None of these are screaming talents to me. So we're going to leave those alone. Let's actually check the different positions. Because like I said, we probably want to keep an eye out for anyone who's got like a particularly amazing setup. Because if we can get a really good person to work like typesetting and all, we could start working on training them up to then swap in someone else. We are getting a lot of these stories backlogged, and it seems like typesetting is where we're getting the slowdown, which is a whole thing. So meanwhile, let's scooch you over here to make room on this end. Do I want a second typesetter? Because those are held up on reporting, you're on typesetting. So I've got 3 things held up on typesetting, 2 things on assembly, and 3 things on reporting. So I actually don't think the typesetter's that important for us right now. I do have $800 more though. Where does that money, like where should that money be applied to give us the most stuff? The regular just bonus stuff is probably not important, that's not important. I can't add more pages till we unlock them. We've already got this stuff set up. We've got all that stuff already in place, so that's not going to help us. We've already got this. So one thing we can do to help, where's employees' needs? Put a water cooler down there, and a water cooler up here for now. It'll keep the other, like, $600 or so. Make sure all these have people queued up on them. They do. Okay, so we're looking for crime and society. For the source of our tragedy articles. You see the reporter loft is underway? Oh, you don't have a light up there. Hang on, I can correct that. Alright. So we'll potentially face protest, but it gives us a gold tag, so we're definitely going to do it. Alright, Prohibition Sweep. Club rated. Large quantities of liquor found in elite members' lockers. Are you telling me law enforcement was not... Well, I guess that was a law enforcement action, so never mind. I was gonna say law enforcement was not equally applied. It's like, oh wait, the complaint is like the more bougie places actually did have enforcement done against them. Okay, you're done. You're about to be done. And then we're just waiting for Burning Sun to get back to their desk. And then they can jump on this story. Boosting it up a quality mark. Very quickly, Burning Sun is becoming our best reporter. 1 point in entertainment, and then Burning Sun will be able to up the quality on everything by at least 1 mark. Alright, it is a crime kind of week. Okay. We'd want to go down this way. So I'll probably do this story. Oh, I could do all 3. Alright. Okay. So this is a bit of a risky one to do. And the reason it's risky is that is a mob result. Which means we would be attacked. I was hoping you'd give me the boost so we can get there. The Oracle of Manhattan, 5-cent paper, claims it can tell the future. I guess everyone sits around while we have all the crime stuff. Let's remove the priority on here because we're running into problems where all the articles are only going to 2 people. So we're potentially going to face protest here, but it's for a gold tag, so it's absolutely worth it. Hey, DG, how's it going? Alright, Burning Sun. You're on this one. Do we get a protest? Of course we do. Alright, Prohibition Sweep. Club rated ongoing urban resistance draws laws. You'll have RJ jump on this. Actually. Okay. I do think we gamble on this one. There's the protesters, that's fine. Lucky you. Lucky you. Lucky you. Yeah. Unmasked supposed predictions traced to city officials. Food riots. A big riot broke out in Minneapolis. Hundreds of men and women smashed windows at the grocery market. And they make off with fruits, vegetables, canned goods, bacon, and ham. The store's owner helpless. We need more police. Retail shop owners around the nation are very worried. A cry for help goes out to President Hoover and Washington. Okay. So you can jump on that immediately. And it'll be literally up to you to see if you can handle the whole thing by yourself. Before we go too far, were there any good reporters? There wasn't, right? Yeah, the only reporter we had was a discount reporter who wouldn't fit our immediate needs, so it's all on you, buddy. Solo operation. I'm just going to go ahead and move all of these up here manually so our workers can do their job. Alright. So we're basically waiting for people to get back. We're not going to be able to do anything else until that happens. There's Burning Sun. So you're going to park right there to drop off your paper. Then before you can get any type of rest or relaxation, we want you to nail this side of the story and up its quality. Well, that's a 2 gold and a silver tag story. So that's going to probably be our big story for the week. Let's go over here. These stories are the priority. Scooching it over so it doesn't complain about being too dark. And drop you past here. And just sneak in to do the food riot story. Food riots. If we don't stop this now, other parts of the U.S. will be hit. The government needs to act now, says grocery owner. So this is going to be a week where political stories are going to have a bonus. Unfortunately, I only have one politics reporter at all. But considering there's 6 stories run, it's going to be one of each category. And we need to watch. We're supposed to make an informational newspaper this week. Could you not stand in the doorway and get everyone upset by letting all that through? Okay, so as soon as you're done with that story, we'll have you on this one. The protesters have gotten tired and left. Yep, so you're about to get that one sorted. This story is way less impressive, but RJ does need a break before they go out in their next story. Because they really need to eat and toilet. Alright, this week's hot topic is politics. That'll give me a bonus on any political story we do. Okay, and Mr. Steven will be back here in a moment to do this story. Come on. Get on it. San Francisco-Oakland Bridge authorized. Congress approves construction of the state-built toll bridge. Cool. And then you're recovered, so jump on that. Tragic hit and run. Driver claims life of innocent pedestrian. We have another political story, which surprises me, but that's okay. Because the second part of this is a finance story, so someone else could take it. Oh, it's warning me the food is low in that one. That's fine. And you got plenty of paper in there. Burning Sun will jump on this one, and this one we potentially want to make a priority as well, which is going to be tricky because we're getting really close to the end of the week. Heartbreaking incident leaves community mourning. There's no way I have only one financial reporter as well, right? Okay, let's look at our priorities. So we got that story done. Then we have this one. We need the tragedy story. Are you my only tragedy story? So we need the tragedy story. Because that's required for this. That's going to be hard to pull off. That's a lot of stories that need pushed all at the same time. Okay. So this one's in our silver tag. Jump on that. Push for infrastructure during the Depression. Okay, you're already working on it. And, yeah, so Mr. Steven seems to be my only politics and finance reporter. So we're going to keep our eye out for a decent politics and finance reporter to fill in that gap, so I have more than one person doing that work. Because that's no good to have it just down to one person being stretched thin, because I'll miss stories because they'll just be already booked. Okay, so you're going to finish that story. At least this one being missed is just one politics bronze badge, so it's not a very high value story. Alright, got a crime story. Burning Sun's got 6 on here, so let's go ahead and that's informational. Rooster outs thief. Frunk starts crowing. There's an entertainment and a society story and a sports story left for the week. None of those will get done this week. That'll be reporting for next week. Okay, so the big one here is going to get done. You're next. You'll get done in time. And then just most of the rest of this is all politics, which is the hot topic. So I'm not going to play a priority. They'll either get it done or they won't. What's your backlog look like? Okay, you're only behind by 2. Which is honestly makes sense because the stories do tend to land, like, in clumps. Look at Mr. Stevens on this one. New clubhouse for Republican women. More than 300 women. 300 women had a good day. Apparently not women, woman. 300 women had a good day. So I'm assuming it's a measure of weight. Another success for Charlie Chaplin with City Lights. The romantic comedy features Charlie Chaplin himself opposite Virginia Cheryl. Cheryl's not a name. We got our sports story. That could be Anadar. AL President Bernard dies. League Chief dead at 57. And then we got one society story left as soon as one of these wraps. Yeah, okay. Then how are we doing on our tragedy story? It should be done in time. Oh, you... It's fine. Work on that story. Get it done. You're not gonna get done in time. It's whatever. So you don't actually need the food riots story itself. All the politics stories, I believe, get a bonus. Regardless if it's the one you get done or not. Okay. So we gotta do our rolling the presses. Obviously, the gold story here, the double gold, is gonna be what we lead in on. Because, oh boy, that story's money. We're going to follow that up with that's got double overlap here, which leans us informational. Oh man, we got to go hard informational to not compete. Can I even pull that off? I don't think I can. Because if I get that one and that one, that still puts me right in the competition range. I can't do this one. So we're forgetting hers. I can't do her thing. We're just going to go as much money as we can and try our best to not screw ourselves here. Alright. So put this one in the tragic hit and run because I need to do that. That'll counter us and put us back into moderate. So we got a lot of crime reporting on the front page. We do have what we need for this. So what is my next biggest article? It's a shame we have a negative thing. We got multiple people at sloppy reporting this time. How dare. So if we put the sports statistics on there, what does that better? You or you? So that's 400, it's 4170. Way worse. Not even close. The sloppy reporting is a very massive penalty from the looks of it. Okay, so we got 4170. And right now we've got sports, society, crime. We're missing politics and entertainment and such. Because that can potentially boost our sales. So these ones all didn't get done. So I can grab the politics. Does that get me the... Am I missing a category? Am I missing society? No, we have society. Yeah, we have society. I've got crime. I've got entertainment. I've got politics. I've got sports. What am I missing? Finance. And if it would have gotten this done in time, it's finance and politics. And while sloppy reporting, if I could squeeze this in, it would work. But the issue there is I can't make that happen. So we're not going to go and try and capture the 4. Yeah, because you're not done at all. Because you can break up an article. So are you better with the sloppy reporting? You are. So unfortunately, I really don't get to take advantage much of a lot of the things. That does put us in the middle, so we are going to fail the faction thing. But like I said, because of where this person landed, I can't get past them from the informational. And if I land on them, it'll cut my sales by 20% because I'll be directly competing. And so as such, while 4 influence is really nice, I can't really afford to give up 20% of my sales. So we're going to go with this, which is $4,500. We're going to disappoint them, but we are going to get the district. That said, we're using a lot of paper for this. Alright. Alright. Record sales. Love to see it. And this money is all ours. We don't have a loan of any kind out right now. So we got $4,800 in the bank. We took the district. You think the city's gonna wait for you to catch up? I do hope that this is just a missed train and not the end of the line. That's fine. Don't care. Alright. So, this coming week, if we land in the middle, we can get a legal advisor, negates lawsuit risk on news items. I guess that's, yeah, it's on a reporter, so it's a person I can send at things that would get me sued and just cancel that. We can get a sensationalist reporter, always skews a story file perception to sensational, but takes 50% longer if it isn't already sensational. And then we have informationalist, always skews a story perception informational, but takes 50% longer. Genuinely, I'd probably take the legal advisor, because these ones are a mixed bag in that if you're trying to swing your paper one way or the other, they can be good, but that extended time can screw you hard. Alright. And our costs went down slightly because we didn't have the loan interest to pay. Pretty soon we're going to be getting to senior staff, so Burning Sun just hit level 3 on crime. And for the record, they can only level up to 5, and then you have to get the other 5 through like the decorations around their desks giving them buffs. RJ got a bonus on crime reporting, and Mohan Rai got slightly better at being telegrapher. Okay. So we can go this way. I do want to go that way because this gives me the typesetter and these bonuses as well as the printing modules. So this is a very important building for us. The union office is good later. It doesn't matter for us right now. The church does give us more stuff to do. Thank you, Alex. I'm glad you enjoy it. Okay, so you want me to print a scoop. Print at least one educational article, and we get more influence for every educational article. This is amazing. I had so much fun with it. Really happy they're improving and upgrading more. Well, that's, if you've looked at the roadmap, they're going to be adding, like, news from Canada and Mexico, so when you get the International Tower, you'll have more than just what's going on in the European theater. Because, and I'm mentioning theater because World War II is going on pretty soon. But yeah, so you've got it from, like, different regions and all that. Alright, so this one should be a relatively easy one. We just need education, versus the other one I have to compete. I really want the Industrial City Harbor. A lot of important stuff is locked behind it, so we're going to choose that for our district. I do have 7 influence. Unfortunately, the thing I want here, which is the listening device, which is just a thing that gives me a buff for crime reporting. It's just a decoration. But that'll be a big one. And then we can get the court report desk, which then gives it where I can generate crime news from the court report. So we want this for our influence, and right now we want that to unlock more stuff. Okay, so the first things we need to do is I'm going to need to order one batch of paperwork, because I got that. That's 150. And we're adding another 300, which should give me enough paper for the week. And then some. We've got all our news reporters back in. What do we got this week for our people? News reporters, we don't have a lot going for us. I'm waiting for a better candidate to start training up really solid late game people. The other ones here, not really that important. And utility-wise, we don't have any major skills either. So the staff offerings this week are not particularly impressive. We're just going to kind of keep it at what it's at. Alright, so we got our first crime story for the week. It's got a gold tag on it, so we're going to Burning Sun jump on... Yeah, if you jump on this side, it won't matter. Either way, I'll have to wait. Scottsboro boy arrested. 9 black teens arrested after freight train altercation. Right, what am I looking for? So education is under economy and society. And then we already have all those. Honestly, it's not a huge number of stories this week. It's 8. So we can probably just plow through with whatever's there. And here we go. That's priority. That's already got my education tag. It's not old news, and it's actually a good story. So we can just print that story, and that'll lock that one in. And then these ones, we do have the stories there. Some of them are stale. I'd rather have fresh stuff for more value, but we can take what we can get. So we can put you there. I was hoping to get the instant unlocked. Electric dry shaver. Electric razor debuts. Shaving. Dry. Sign me up. Okay. So we can either get 2 bronze or 3 bronze. So we're going to go ahead and go with the 3 bronze, because that's worth more. Tax turmoil. Struggling middle class. Burden increases. Backlash grows under citizens. There's our 3 stories going on at the same time for the week. Another thing we could probably use is putting a restroom up here. Yeah, I know we were doing that earlier. Luckily, a lot of our utility staff, which are the ones who would float between jobs, are the cheaper jobs. So that works out to our benefit. Alright, so Burning Sun gets back. We'll get this one. Because we could try and get this one to be a quality 3 story. By having Burning Sun do all 3 sections. We are going to potentially face risks with protest. It is what it is. Alright. That makes it a quality 2 story. And quality just ups the number of subscriptions it generates. Alright, so Stevens can do either. This one's the higher priority. Those education tags are worth extra for me this week. We get extra influence and all that kind of stuff. So that'll be a big thing in Alta. Almost made you cry in a good way? Well, that's good. Getting the strong good fields can be good. Consumer technology milestone despite depression. Yeah, and so you'll just have to wait till that one's done. And you'll just have to wait till this one's done. So we're not going to have RJ do this. This story is already going to be a 2 quality. Let's go for the 3. Let's kind of max this story out. It's got a gold tag. So we can get good money and a bunch of subs out of it. And all we have to do is wait an extra 10 seconds or so for Burning Sun to get to their desk. Alright, do we get protesters? No. No protesters. Thank you. It's the first protester role we've not failed. Okay, you're working on that. And then we'll get this one over here. Because, yeah, once we get to the area on the far left, the big things that gets me is it gets me decorations I can put around here to make them work faster. They are the typesetter and all that become one of your big bottlenecks as things go on. And you can get multiple of them. It's really kind of a toss-up on how much of that you need. I have found end game when you set up right, you can get away with just having 2 of each, and that's usually more than enough to handle whatever workload you can build up for them. If you've got people with good skills and have all the buffs around them. For our operation, we should only need the 2 down there. If we buff them up, they'll be able to handle that for a pretty long time. It's usually not until you start getting pretty big that it starts to hit a limit. Hey, Pagey Cakes, how's it going? But yeah, so we're on the lookout for a good reporter to add to our staff. Calls for repeal Raisin City Hall. And then we got a sports story. So Anandar is busy doing the weekly sport thing, which gives me a silver tag versus 2 bronze. We're just gonna kind of sit Once this story's done, we can have Mr. Steven hop on that sports story. Because we're only in Wednesday, and we're already chewing through the stories pretty quick. We'll want to take this story and make that one a priority. And that one a priority. This is a high-value one, and this will give me extra influence, so that's worth it, and the other ones can just sit being unprioritized. Alright, we got a crime story. It's rubbish, we're chucking it. I'm not using a one-tag crime story. Yeah, so you're still out. Like, with this much of a backlog, we can do better than a one bronze tag story. Okay. Focus on getting you on this one. Heartbreak at the horse race. The tragic accident cast shadow over the prestigious race, prompting safety concerns. We've got an entertainment story. Normally I'd be like, this is a junk story, because it is. Swallows and Amazons, a celebration of friendship, imagination, fair play, and exploration. These are kind of crap stories, but we're only on Thursday, and we're already chewing through them. I'd rather they get a little bit of XP at this point, because there's only 2 stories left for the week, and 3 days left for the week. And if we get an amazing story, it just becomes next week's story. Yeah, no, this game is really, really good. Alright, so Mr. Steven's going to take on this. Well, actually, we'll wait to see what stories they pull up. Because we've got one political story. Actually, Mr. Steven's most likely going to be put on a different story. You're a 1 and done, so that's freed up. Yeah, so I have all 3 stories here. Looking like it's a slow news week in that regard. So you're a 1 bronze tag. You're also 1 bronze tag. And the last one's going to be a sports story. Which means it's all going to be Mr. Steven. Is it like any other game-ish? Not really. So it's a 2 tag story. So you jump on that one. It looks like Anandar is now free. So you... Oh, well, that was dumb of me. I forgot I only have 1 political reporter, and I do have 2 sports reporter, but 1 sports reporter mostly sits at the desk and comes up with the statistics for the week. It's fine, I got 2 days left of the week, and 2 stories left. 1 person can just work through that. Hey, Jess, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. What? Oh, you're playing Satisfactory. That's right. I was like, what were you hanging out? Yeah, you're doing the new randomization and all that stuff. For those who don't know, whoa, Jess, absolutely fantastic content creator. Highly, highly recommend. Been doing some Satisfactory recently. They got the new update that randomizes like what auras where and all that kind of stuff. To, you know, mix up the gameplay there. But definitely good times over there, and I highly recommend checking them out. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team and all that good stuff. But plays a lot of similar games to what we play on the channel. Definitely a absolutely excellent content creator. But thank you again so much for that raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. For us, we are doing some heckin' News Tower with the new hard mode and try and just keep payroll going. Let's see, the Star-Spangled Banner voted national anthem by Congress. President Herbert Hoover signed the congressional resolution. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Product Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. That said, I am a variety content creator. I have created a whole variety of games. Not created. Played. I have not created any games. You know, and we played a whole variety of games on the channel and good stuff. But today we're playing some News Tower, which is a game that you play a 1930s news agency and all kind of good stuff. This game is continuing to get updates. It's been cool seeing the roadmap. Like, they're going to add news from Canada and Mexico once you get the international news unlocked in the game. In one of their future updates, as well as a bunch of other stuff. It is a tycoon game, but it's one of those tycoon games that on the surface doesn't look like there's that much going on. And then you see this, and how every one of these unlocks new mechanics and, you know, new buildings and new structures and all sorts of stuff, and You've got multiple factions that are competing against each other that unlock their own different things and whatnot. And you suddenly come to the realization going, oh, this game has a lot going in it. Like, there's a lot here. And it's not one of those games that, like, you have to know how to engage with each and every mechanic. You can genuinely be like, you know what? I don't want to do illustrations. And just not do it. And that's fine. Fleet lacks ambition. Senator Walsh, we captain floating wrecks. It's also interesting because a lot of the news articles you do in this are real articles. So they'll be like, you know, Taft passes whatever law, or, you know, this event happens, like all that. Like, you'll go through and you'll actually have real events that that happen that you'll be reporting on. Summer feels bad, like, especially when you get the international news and you're getting international news from Europe in the 1930s, which is a very feels bad man kind of time. And then, you know, in the US, it's the Great Depression / Prohibition kind of stuff is going on in this time frame. So, yeah. Is the game expensive? I don't believe so. If you do ! Steam, it'll give you the current price. I got the game when it first released 1.0, is when I believe I got my hands on it. So, I couldn't really tell you right now what it is, comparatively speaking. Yeah, it'll just take a minute because it does pull from the Steam API. Yeah, so like 18 bucks. Looking at that price, that's probably a sale price. You had this on your wish list for a while. Glad to see you playing it. Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely excellent. Okay, so for this week, we have the choice of, if we go full informational, I can skew any story to be informational, but if it's not already informational, it takes me 1.5 times as long to write up the story. We can do the same thing, but sensational. Or if I land in the middle, I can make it so a reporter can negate a lawsuit. Because some stories, when I go to do it, they'll trigger that the mob will show up because we pissed them off, or we'll get fined by the police, or we'll get facing with a lawsuit. And there's ways to either, when those things happen, to mitigate the damage or to prevent them entirely. So I'm going to go with a legal advisor. I don't know if we'll actually use that, but we want to land in moderate. The place we don't want to be the most is just barely on the sensational or informational side of moderate, because then I'm going to be competing with the other two newspapers, which means we will split our sales, which will hurt me a lot, because we are playing hard mode, so it's pretty hard to make money for me. Now, things I do have is I'm currently trying to take over Flatbush District, so they want sports, crime, and alarming news. And then we have, for the upper crusters in town, the bougie people, they want me to print stories about education. Because in the game there are 4 factions, and you can side with 2 of them at a time. You have the city is one faction, like City Hall, that kind of thing, and then you have the Mafia, which is the other faction. And you can choose one or the other, because they are antagonistic towards each other. You also have the military, or I'm calling them upper cruster. I can't remember what their actual in-game name is, but, like, you know, the high money people are like, we should do what's good for people, but, you know, whatever. Like, they're genuinely trying to be like, oh, we should better educate people, that kind of thing. Socialites, that's the word, the socialites. And so it's the military and the socialites are antagonistic towards each other. So, like, by finishing this, the socialites will like us a little. Okay, they call it high society. So high society will like us a little bit more if we do this, but the military will like us less if we go and print a bunch of education stuff. And they mostly dislike it because we're doing stuff for the socialites. So with this, probably our most valuable story for the week is going to be this story about the, you know, Scottsboro boys arrested because that gold tag is worth a lot of money. And we had Burning Sun get that to a quality 3, which is top quality. So that's a very valuable story to us. We do want to have as many. Basically, the way it works is 3 bronze tag is worth about the same as a silver tag. 3 silver tags is worth about the same as a gold tag. So that's worth a fortune. And then these silver tags are relatively good. And then the quality gives you 1,000 extra subscribers for doing it. And there's all sorts of combos and stuff you can do. So that's going to be our crime stuff. If we look at our education, we hit politics, and we hit society, and we hit finance. So I think what we do is we go to our secondary page, because if I put all of these on there, we run the risk of our paper going full informational, which isn't bad per se, but getting the moderate in this particular week would probably be better for us. So let's put you here and put you there. That's going to boost our sales. It'll satisfy this, and we need a sports story to satisfy that. And we need some stuff to bump us a little bit more sensational. So looking at what we've got here, do we have anything we can match? We do have a political story here that's sensational. No overlap with what we've got, unfortunately. But that puts us back into moderate. And if you're playing on the easier difficulty, you don't need to necessarily care about all this stuff. These are just more mechanics you can kind of exploit to deal with that. So sadly, with this story, if I go with that one, it'll lean our paper more informational, which puts us right in the danger zone. Because I do want the thing to potentially prevent lawsuits, because then I can have a person to jump in with the lawsuit side of it. The other option is to go full-on informational and take that skill. We'll see what happens. Because each character you can start with a trait, and then you can train them an additional trait. Hey, Alana, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Alana Rama as well? Do we have sports over here already? We don't have any overlap on there. So we can drop... Let's see. I'm trying to decide how I want to arrange the paper is all. So we can actually do, because you don't have overlap here, let's put the sports statistics here. And then we can put the sports defeat here. You can pop over there. Oh, right, I needed that story there. So if I put you here, I make 2,800. Okay. So that gives me 3,480. That's not a great paying week, but that's partly because we're getting all of this. So we're going to get 4 influence, which is a currency you can use for other stuff. So overall, this week isn't an amazing newspaper week. We've definitely made more money, but considering all of these are bronze, and a bunch of them with negative tags on them, we just don't have a bunch of great news there. But yeah, so check it out, Anorama, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. I'll get you a shout out here real fast. Fellow member of the House Yet Frequency stream team, also plays a lot of similar games there. Playing RV there yet recently. I hope you had fun with that chaos. But all that good stuff. But yeah, so I do appreciate what happening over here and all that good stuff. Okay, so we got a bunch of tag combos. Yeah, so ultimately we're not getting as much raw cash out of this week, but we are taking a district and we're going to get 4 influence from the high society. We're going to go ahead and run that and get our cash. There's just a bunch of low value articles that week, unfortunately. Alright. So with that, we got $3,480 from there. We got an extra influence for taking the district and more subscribers from taking the district. The high society likes us a little bit more. Oh, that was delightful. Wit and sparkle. Just the right amount of educational seasoning. Cool. Alright. So we got legal advisor that we could train one of our staff to have. The only thing we care this coming week is that we don't hit any of those. Every combo gives you an extra 2,500 sales. Oh, we did moderate enough times to unlock the next special thing. Because the game does have, if your paper consistently leans like informational or moderate or sensational, you will unlock things that give you more abilities in the future. Why did you pulse? Okay. So, we got the industrial city unlocked. That gives us stuff like the daily planner, the calendar, and all these things that make it so we can do stories faster. I'm really torn if we keep working on this stuff here, or go over there. I think we finished... Actually... Oh, right. The security booth. Okay. I'm gonna grab the listening device for crime reporting, because that gets us a little bit better there. And I'm gonna grab the security booth with the remaining points, which lets us finally hire a security guard, which is how you deal with protesters and how you deal with the mob showing up. Alright, so we got the mob. You want me to print at least one scoop. That's the same thing you've been asking. Oh, how good of you to make it, darling. I was at the gallery opening, and by golly, look at this work. The abstraction, the sublime touches. I had to introduce you to the artist. Very pleased to meet you. Lady Wellsworth told me to try to do good for society. Oh yes, the winds of change are coming to our society. We should all be the heralds of those changes. Change unsettles, inspiration uplifts. The trick knowing is which to lead with. Yes, we have to foster the adventurous spirit within the reader. Spread the seeds of change. Okay, so you want me to write stories about adventure and stories about inspiration, and you are willing to give me a tiny bit of inspiration for it. Unfortunately, with the mob right now, I'm not really looking to compete. You're willing to give me stuff, but we can compete with other papers. The problem is a lot of those are going to require me to have papers with more pages to realistically do it. So with that, I need to double check. Does this tell me where... It doesn't tell me where I find adventure and all that. Alright. So the adventure tag is under crime and society, and the inspiration tag is under entertainment and society. So in this particular case, I'm probably just going to grab this one. That'll unlock the radio tower, which lets me get more telegraphing areas, which lets me have more ongoing stories and working at the same time. So that should be a good synergy between our two things we're working on. Alright, so before we get that started, you don't have enough paper, so we're going to order our paper for the week. How goes the food? You got 50, you got 60. So food's fine. So now we get our first thing where we can train someone. Now, this is always a tricky thing. Each person can be trained. They start with potentially one skill up here, and then they can be trained to have a second skill. You can replace the trained skill if I recall correctly, but they can only have one. Now the challenge here is, where do we want to put that? Where are we most likely to face lawsuits? Because every category can have them, but some have a tendency to have more of them. The other thing we want to check is, those are all terrible. Alright, we'll just... Oh, actually, no, you know what? I take that back. Wendy Ball here is cheap. It's not good, but cheap is its own value to a certain degree. So let's pop in here. So we've got our listening machine for the crime stuff. We'll want to get that set up. But also we have the security booth. So let's put the security booth right here. And let's grab Wendy Ball as our new staff member. Now, if you want to be a staff member at our place, if you do ! Join, we will randomly choose someone in chat to have this name for if you've done join. Meanwhile, production... What are you? Gains 2% increase on tasks every month, but resets in January. So that could be up to like a 20-something% increase. It's a neat thing, but it does have the downside of you have a lot of struggle balancing like if you're in a good place or not, because it's constantly ebbing and flowing. And as far as you don't care about heat. You don't need food as faster, you gain XP faster. You would fill in where I mentioned I really do need someone to do finance and politics. You're not a good employee per se, but it would fill in a gap we have, so I think I will take it. So let's go over here. We could grab our stuff. So, honestly, you two can go over here. Let's just move you all the way over. And the reason I'm doing that is they're into like sports news and that kind of stuff. And they don't have much overlap. So I can put you here. You have the political map. put that there. Put you here. Have that poster. Alright. So things we've got going on here is I need to make some space between the desks. Well, it's either I put it between the desks or I put it on the outside. The outside's probably the better choice. Like, it'll mean one extra device, but making everything overlap is always going to be a challenge. So let's get the listening device so you could have one. It's 3 wide, so you all get to move over. I think I can grab all of this collectively and scooch it over one tile. So let's go ahead and we can put the listening device here and here. That makes them better at dealing with crime. And then we want to go here real fast and grab another reporting desk. And we're going to grab you, because I do need another political reporter. So let's see. So you do... It was politics, finance, and society. So let's go quickly look at our upgrades here. So the world map... Oh, that's for the people downstairs. So that gives you a society bonus. Oh, that's not the right one. That's not the finance ledger. There's the finance ledger. That gives you that bonus. You already have the map there. You've already got the globe. There's a society bonus for having the solar system. You don't do sports. So yeah, so we had the politics, the finance, and society. So we got the society, politics, finance. We don't have more unlocked to them. Okay, so with that said, let's go ahead and draw those names. So we're going to start with our security guard. And so the security guard is going to be Bassett. Cool. You're going to keep out the... Did I misspell that? Oh no, we got it right. Okay. So you're going to keep out the riffraff and protesters and mob. And then we got our news people, our news person. That's going to be Ichi Tenma. We got our brand new news reporter. And Alon on their 7 stream trick. Thanks so much for that. I do appreciate it. Okay, so we got everyone set up for this week. And so our priorities are going to be entertainment, crime, society. Those are the 3 we care about. Entertainment, crime, and society. And that just gives me a higher chance of pulling those stories. There's actually a lot of stories this week. Okay. And we're going to start running into limitations where until I'm allowed to have another telegrapher, I can't add another telegrapher, right? Just double checking. I'm pretty sure we can't yet. Yeah, no, I have to unlock more. Which is what we're working on getting towards. You actually wanted to be a cop once? Well, now you can have your chance and be a 1930s cop. Okay. So, we got a sports story here, which we can lean towards entertainment for a silver one, so we're going to do the entertainment angle on this one. We'll have Burning Sun jump on that one. Bay Pair sparks rumor. Actress studio says publicity visit, nothing more. And hey, so Everdream, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had a good rest of your stream playing. I believe I saw you playing Windrose, but I hope you had good fun over there and all that good stuff. But welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know me, I'm Rual Storge, but first, check out I was gonna say Sir Everdream. So Everdream has been playing Windrose, but does play a lot of games that we overlap between the 2 channels, and thank you for that follow. Welcome to stream. Sir, yep. Who's probably also looking forward to Hotel Architect on May 14th. I would imagine, because I want to say I first saw someone playing Hotel Architect on Dream's channel. I'm pretty sure that's the first place I saw someone playing Hotel Architect. Either way, definitely check them out. Lots of overlap between the channels and all good stuff. A lot of fun between them and all stuff. Yep, full release, May 14th. So, like, 3-ish weeks. A little over 2 weeks, 3-ish weeks. So that should be a lot of fun. I need to... So you did play it, but did you just say May 14th? Same day as Outbound? Yeah, also probably around the same time as Go-Go Town. And probably the same time as... It sucks so much sometimes as a creator with this stuff. What's May 14th? It's going to be the 1.0 update for the Hotel Architect. Also, when Outbound comes out, very likely in the same time frame as Go-Go Town. Now, Go-Go Town, we don't have a date locked in. But they did their call out for 1.0 release to creators, which is on their Steam page, so I'm not spoiling anything or leaking anything. And yeah, so it's definitely one of those things that usually once they're like, they do that call out for 1.0 release for content creators, you're usually talking 2 to 3 weeks before the game launches, because they do like the shout out for a week or two, give about a week for creators to make content, and then release. As basically that. So we don't have any official thing, but I would imagine it's going to be right around the same date. A lot of times when you have where they all bunch up, it's because there's something around that time frame. Steam Next Fest, holiday sale, summer sales. I will say this year has been wildly different than my experience in years past, where since about November this past year, there has been a steady treadmill of just release, update, release, update, release, update, update. There's definitely sometimes it spikes, but this has been the first year, because usually it's like you get to that January, February, and you're just being like, you're going back and you're playing RimWorld, you're going back to like whatever your classic favorites on your channel is, because there's a whole lot of nothing going on otherwise. And this year there's been like no end to the treadmill of major updates, 1.0 releases, and all that. But yeah, no, it's definitely looking like May is going to be another hot month of a bunch of these that we keep being like, oh, are we finally getting a pause? Are we finally getting a pause? Can I just like get into a game and not be distracted for... No, okay, I understand. Good problems to have, by the way. I'd much rather have more game options than to have absolutely nothing. But I'm starting to think this is just the new normal, that a lot of indie devs realize trying to all drop their games on the exact same time during the holiday season and summer season. I think they're all just like, oh, everyone competing at the exact same moment might not be the play. Maybe we try and spread these out more. Not that they're like organizing with each other, but that they're being more willing to do that. Yeah, heck, that's the same time as Space Haven 2. Oh, man. Yeah. And May 14th, I'm assuming, is the ramp-up for the summer sale. Because I want to say that's usually June or July, and usually a lot of these things they like to do just before the summer sale. So that's out for a couple of weeks, get those initial sales, and then the summer sale happens, and they can hopefully, you know, at that point have momentum to get a bunch of sales at that point. Either way, we're going to play what we can play. But yeah, so today we're checking out News Tower. We played this once through when it dropped into 1.0. They had a major update about 4 days ago that added hard mode, so we are playing hard mode. It's been a lot of fun. I wouldn't start on hard mode if it's your first time playing, because you just don't understand the mechanics and you're just going to die. Because you won't be surviving long enough to learn the mechanics. But once you've learned it, it honestly feels relatively good. Like, yeah, the very beginning was a very big struggle, and it's not like you can't make any mistakes, but it definitely makes you be a little bit more deliberate, versus I definitely felt in the normal mode, once you got the ball rolling, you could just be very lackadaisy and just chuck stuff in your paper, and sure, you're not going to make as much money, but like, the days of not being profitable are kind of behind you. I definitely feel like in this mode, if I got to that point, it'd be very hard to make progress because you'd be struggling so much to make payroll. Alright, and for those who don't know, this is going on in the 1930s. So you're going to see like actual articles that play in the 1930s. There's some that are just like filler stuff. But yeah. Alright, so RJ has an ability, there's a 25% chance I will instantly get access to that. We would really like that. So let's see if we roll it. We did not. That's fine. American art pushes boundaries. Abstract movements are something new. Alright, cool. So we'll get you working on that. We've already got our sports article going. You must consume food? Go get that food. Thank you again for that raid. Alright, so we got a crime story going on. So we can go this way where we get 2 bronze tags, or we go this way where we get 2 bronze tags and a silver tag. And generally speaking, 3 bronze is worth a silver, 3 silvers is worth a gold, and there's no higher than that. So, unfortunately, both Burning Sun and RJ, who are our crime reporters, are busy, so we're just going to let that sit. And hey, Jonathan Ong, how's it going? Can we get a shout-out for Jonathan as well? Another fantastic content creator. Potentially the most talented music creator on the platform. Might be biased, but doesn't just play music. Like, that's cool enough to have that talent of being able to just, you know, jam out and play some good music, but takes it like a whole step farther, where someone will pop in and they'll be like, okay, well, we're gonna go ahead and play, you know, be like, have a, it's not a vote, like they'll have a way that you can go and like queue up and be like, okay, that's gonna be the song we're gonna play, and it'll be something that might be literally the first time that John's heard it. And he'll sit there and like take a bunch of notes and work through getting each of the parts together and basically play the song. It won't be like an exact rendition. It'll be kind of like Jonathan Onged. But it's really awesome to see the process and incredible levels of talent. This game looks really great graphically. Oh, it's a fantastic. All right. So we're going to go and toss Ichi Tenma, who is our brand new reporter on dealing with this last story. So American art pushes boundaries, uncharted territories for art. Okay, so for this week, we want the adventure tag and the inspiration tag, because the high society will give us influence if we do that. We also want those for taking over Tompkinsville region, and we also want entertainment. So those should go together. So we're going to prioritize those stories as able. And you are getting back to do our first crime story. So we can go ahead, and as soon as RJ gets back to their desk, we're going to have them jump on this, because that's an adventure tag there as well. And we want as many of those as we can get. Because there's doing the stuff that the factions want, and you usually get perks and rewards for that. Alright, so we didn't trigger the 25%, just skip a step. Alright, Funhouse Pickpocket Nabbed, part of a bigger network? Okay, so let's go down here. That's got the adventure tags. Let's tell them to prioritize that story. We can leave the art stories alone. But yeah, so you have the idea that the telegraphers will get the story, which you then grab people to send out to go investigate the story. So in this case, Burning Sun's going to jump on this society story. Death sentences in Scottsboro, 8 boys condemned. And that was for last week. We had a story about there was like a slaying at a train thing, and I believe that's a true story. And then we can go the angle, so like this one we just have this part, but then we get to choose that we can go for the angle of the crime or the society angle, so we can have investigative, crime, or tragic, and all that. But a big part of that is those will make our stuff more sensational as opposed to less informational if we go with that, but that's fine. The point is, silver tag, more money, we got payroll to make, so we're going to do what we got to do to make payroll. Because being on hard mode, that's a challenge. Alright, so we got the next part of this story. Okay, so as soon as RJ gets back to their desk, we'll have them jump on this. And once you have more than 5 points here, you'll up the quality of the story, and all you need to know is that means more money. We got a societal one over here. So we can have Ichi Tenma jump on that one. The Depression's impact on the visual arts. After the fall, artists rethink modernism. Alright. And the name of our newspaper is Less Than Ethical Times. We are currently working with the mob, because we desperately need money. And they're willing to pay. Alright. Funhouse Pickpocket Nabbed. Plainclothes cops planted throughout fair. That's going to get us 2 up on the quality. Alright, Burning Sun's going to be back. We probably want to take the angle of approaching this from the crime side, and the reason for that is that gives us a silver one, which is worth more money than a bronze one. Alright, death sentences in Scottsboro. Appeals already expected. And there are fun stories, but there's also not so fun stories as well. And a lot of the stories are genuine headlines that played or were done at those times. Okay, so that's going to give us an education tag, which is a silver tag. So as soon as Ichi Tenma gets back to their desk, we'll put them on this one. Because Ichi Tenma needs to just put in work, we got to get them trained. They're brand new, they were a little bit of finance and government experience so far as stories, but society's new to them. The Depression's impact on visual arts, new national identity. Some are grim, it makes you glad there's no actual article content. Yeah, no, they usually will just give you the title. But yeah, I mean, when you're reporting on news around crime and the mob, it's usually not a lot of feels good. Alright. Savage elderly attack shocks neighborhood. Residents are left on the edge, prompting an urgent manhunt for the perpetrator. Crime in the mob and the 1930s. Yep. Yep. 1930s US had a lot of issues. Obscure and elitists. America needs to shed dirt of EU influence in painting, says Benton. Okay. There's an adventure tag in that one, so let's prioritize that. Adventure and inspiration on this one. Inspiration on that one, because we're trying to prioritize those ones, because those are the ones that are going to give me the bonuses for the stuff here. We're juggling between what gets me progression and what gets me cash. Like, this story is not that high a priority because it's a crime and gruesome tag. So it'll pay a little bit. Right now, my paper is only 2 pages, so I get 6 articles per week I can fit on it. So it's a matter of trying to pick out really good articles, as well as, you know, helping move agendas forward. In a savage and gruesome assault, vicious attacker strikes at random in a senior neighborhood. Alright, let's go and unprioritize any news now. Because we only got 3 articles, sorry, we got only 4 articles left for the week, of which at least one is politics, society, and sports. One will be a duplicate of those, which is fine. But basically the way it works is the Telegraph will get the story, as you see here, and that ties up that Telegraph line because they're physically on the Telegraph line. Then you send out a reporter, so in this case we will send out probably Ichi Tenma to go get the actual story, because there's no internet or anything at the time, so they got to physically go there to get the details. Speaker Longworth dies. House leader stricken in South. Capital mourns. And so the reporter goes out to get the story. Once they get the story, they come back in here, and they go over here to the typesetter. And the typesetter takes all the little letters in the case, and they go, which are basically like stamps, and they put them all in this little row to create the various words of the story. At which point, then you go to the assembler, who puts in kind of this big rack. And then when it goes to the big rack, that goes in your printing press. And then, you know, it just smashes the page with that, you know, stamp again and again and again as they go by to make your newspaper. What's this? You mean you have to do actual journaling? Yep. Alright. Discovery of Pluto sparks imagination. Find stories about space in all bookstores. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so if you look at this, this is actually when we discovered Pluto, was in the 1930s. That we were blissfully unaware of Pluto's existence until the 1930s. So we have been aware of Pluto for less than 100 years today. Yeah. Back when we considered it a planet. Poor Pluto deserves better. Okay, so this story can go die in a fire, because they want me to pay a bribe to get information to then face a lawsuit. No. If it was something like a gold tag or something where you're like, oh, there's money to be made there, it's worth considering. But in that case, we risk getting hit for some pretty substantial fines and having to pay an upfront cost to potentially get those potential fines. The likelihood that that ends up actually paying out well is pretty low. And then we got the last story for the week, which is a sports story. Mr. Steven, get on that. Cavill beats Marshall in chess. Victory in 35 moves in All-Mac tournament. Alright. And we're only on Saturday, and we've already got all the stories reported on. And we've already got a bunch prioritized. Let's leave those priorities to just work. Let's not add more. The classic, if everything is priority 1, then, you know, there is no priority 1. What, no baseball? Yeah, we've got lots of baseball. I'm willing to bet if we check on our sports statistics for the week, literally it's baseball results. I'm probably not going to prioritize those because I only got 6 spots for news on my paper right now. So we're going to just take what we can get on that regard. Let's see. You caught a scammer who was trying to get you to send over money for a traffic ticket you didn't drive much, less have a driver's license. Yeah, I mean, there's always scams. Let's see. Also, wasn't there that radio scare that happened in the 1930s? Which one? Are you talking War of the Worlds? I think that was 1930s. Where they had, it was a entertainment new or radio program, War of the Worlds. I was like talking about like alien invasion. I don't remember what years those were, but people didn't realize it was not entertainment in some cases. And yeah, people were panicked that genuinely we were being invaded by aliens because the production quality was very high on it. "1938 was the world radio broadcast." Gotcha. Well, the game, I believe, it covers 10 years worth of news. At that point, you can keep playing, but like, it has kind of filler news headlines that are just like, you know, girls soccer team wins World Cup or whatever. And it just, you know, it's just random stuff like that where it won't say the specific name of the team. You can kind of pick out the filler articles because they'll be like lacking in names and these kind of things to make it work, I think. Okay. Alright, so the things we gotta remember is we want at least one adventure and inspiration combo. And then we also want these. So let's take a look at what articles we've got that are solid ones. So let's start with the inspiration ones. Put those at the top. So we got one that's a really, really solid inspiration story. So let's go ahead and put that one up here. And then we can go here, and this is an inspiration adventure society combo. And we need to bring ourselves... We don't need to, but we should bring ourselves back to moderate. So we've already achieved this goal. We want to bring ourselves a bit more back to moderate. So this left and right arrow. Left arrow means I'm leaning informational. Right arrow means I'm leaning sensational. And you can move around, but if we keep going up the moderate, you know, stack... Well, actually, you know what? I would be okay with leaning informational this time, as long as we don't overlap this, because next week I can't be moderate or the mob will show up for whatever reason. So we can deliberately try and lean, just a little informational, because if I go into this range, then I'm going to lose sales to my competitor, because they're targeting the same stuff. So we can go here and get another combo, and our silver tag in our front page. So we need to just not go left. Actually, wait. You only go there if we put you back here. We could put the entertainment one here. So that'll cost me sales. But then I can go and put this here, and that puts us back just a hair informational. And then this has 2 overlaps there, which is good. And then we could see what we got. Do we have any more investigative? No. For crime, let's see what other silver tags. So we get a sports silver tag and a, you know, a entertainment silver tag, but neither of those are particularly good. Yeah, politics, those are all stale, so we'll take a penalty if we do the old news. So I don't actually know which is going to be worth more, so we can put that. Then it gets 3,500, or do we get the better tag? Alright, so that answers that question. So if we lean this way, we get the 3,500, checking. This objective is achieved, these objectives are achieved. We're going to make 3,500, so nowhere near our best-selling paper, but it will get us a pretty good amount of money. We situate ourselves well here. We make the socialites, or high society, or whatever like us. We take a new district. And let's roll the presses. All right. That's a harsh comment. So we have, what a beautiful world we live in for inspiration. For adventurous. I wish my husband was this adventurous. That one hits hard. Tompkinsville. Something, communicate with your partner. It's the 1930s. That's not a thing. That's not a thing we do. Oh, marvelous. Bold, darling. You caught the spirit and let it sing across the page. This kind of ink moves the world forward. Cool. Alright, so we're a mildly informational paper this week. So next week we want to also be at least mildly to moderately informational, because that'll give us 2 weeks in a row we've done that, which will unlock the first of the informational perks, so that when I'm doing an informational leaning paper, I could potentially make more subscribers, money, whatever the perk does. I don't remember where the perks are located. Alright. And someone gained a level, because that is a steep increase in my salaries. I'm guessing Burning Sun may have hit prestige. Or just everybody gaining levels. Okay, so Custard is now slightly better at assembling, Anandar is slightly better at sports reporting, Bot Betty is better at cleaning, and Luxray is better at repairing things. Okay. So this is Society's thing. Alright, so I've only got 3 influence. That's not enough to do anything. That is a steep increase in salaries. Spoken like a true manager. Hey man, when you've got a bunch of people on your payroll and your payroll goes up 10%, that's or 17%, it's almost 20%. That's a pretty, oh right, we added another reporter and another person. That makes more sense. I added staff. I forgot that we added new staff that week. I was just like, holy crap, where did all this come from? Yeah, so we added 2 staff members and 4 people leveled up. So that actually checks out. Alright, so the mob wants us to scoop a competitor, and you want to buy a fern. Welcome to the Wellworth House, publisher. The lady will be with you shortly. Ah, there you are, publisher. Thank you, Hector. Pleasure, madame. Beautiful, isn't it? This garden has been tended for generations, every bush placed with care. But outside these gates, the city's green spaces are vanishing. Parks paved over, trees replaced with concrete. Some children grow up nearly never climbing a tree, never breaking their arm from falling from the tree. And this is the 1930s, so it doesn't end up healing correctly ever. Oh, I actually missed dialogue because of that, my bad. It starts small, at your doorstep. Make your office breathe, darling. A well-tended space nurtures. Only then real growth ensues. So my goal for the week is to buy a fern for 2 inspiration. Alright, I like a freebie. Okay. So, where do we want to make our move to next? I can grab Port Richmond, which will get me access to societal upgrades. Do better, get plant. We can get East Village, which would get me access to the mayor, at which point then I gotta decide, do we continue pushing the mafia or the mayor? And my answer is who pays. My allegiance in this game has a price tag because money is tough. So if you are willing to give me the cash, the dollar, I will happily trade my allegiances at the drop of a hat. I think we go for the mayor, because if we're going to consider the mayor at all, yeah, money talks, BS walks. So we're gonna go for this one. So we want Triumph, Hopeful, and Economy. So we're looking at sports, politics, economy, and society as our ones that can give us those tags. Now, before we get too far, I do believe Tomb just got home. So what I'm going to quickly do right now is I'm going to take a very quick break, run downstairs, welcome my wife home really fast, probably throw something in the oven and come back up. Usually it's less than 5 minutes, but around there. So you can do that real fast, and thank you again for tuning in, and then we'll get the next week going, and we'll see how we do it. Maybe we'll get access to the mayor, and maybe we flip against the mafia because they keep wanting me to scoop my competitors, and I'm not in a position to do that, and I like money, and they're not offering me that. So, mayor, you give me some money. You can buy my allegiance. You want to be in with the press there, mayor. It's the 1930s. That's all you got for entertainment is the press, stickball, and baseball. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay. Oh, Zero Sievert. I'm guessing it was a clip of that. Yeah, I've debated a couple times going back. They're still updating Zero Sievert, last I checked. Okay, I'll deal with all that later. Alright. Yeah, no, Zero Sievert, like, single-player, 2D top-down Tarkov. Yeah, no, I mean, I streamed it, and people seem to enjoy it. That's definitely when things slowed down, because there's not a lot of people looking for Zero Sievert these days. But, like, if we ever get some breathing room, that's absolutely a game I would jump back into to do, like, you know, maybe 2 streams of would I think be about appropriate to knock out a lot of the stuff. Anyways, so, gotta remind myself of what we're doing. We're looking for sports, politics, economy, and society tags. To try and reach there. And that you just want me to buy a fern. Oh, I don't even have to... Well, actually, okay, so I do have to buy it. Okay, so she's given me access to a fern. Oh, that actually boosts the overall niceness of a room by actually quite a bit. Okay. Sure. You have yourself a lovely fern. I'm honestly tempted to buy a bunch of those. There, our reporters both get ferns. And so do our people over here. Enjoy your ferns. They have successfully bought one... Well, then you fail because you bought 3 ferns. She's like, no, I said 1. Too many ferns is right out. Okay, so we didn't get enough inspiration to... Or, sorry, not inspiration. Influence to unlock anything else worth unlocking. I don't think we go and we bring more people in yet. The room is furnished. I see what you did there. I don't think I need a restroom up on this floor because the reporters don't end up standing here very long. You usually send them out. There'd be argument to be putting a restroom on this floor, but that's probably not going to happen. The real challenge, what's most likely going to happen in time, is when we get our next floor up, we'll probably move them over here and add more page machines up here. First, jail. Straight to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Alright, so let's look at what we've got going on right now. So, paper-wise, you're low, so let's go ahead and just buy another full stack of paper. How are we doing on our food? You've got about 50. You got about 40. Yeah, so we're good on food and all that. So we still have 3,700 bucks. That's probably, you're probably, what, 5,000 for the next floor? Yeah. We're not to the point of needing the next floor, though we do have some usable space here. Alright, first story for the week. We should also check on the employee options. Okay. So. In this particular case, let's put Burning Sun on that one. And I'll put Itchy Tenma on this one. Gunfire in Harlan County. Strikers blame harsh tactics of authorities. And the reason I went with that is RJ can potentially skip ahead, but because of this lock situation, there wouldn't have been a way that would work out. Okay, a red herring. Do we risk our first lawsuit on this? Alright. So, we can go to Anandar. Mr. Steven will work on this. And we're going to go here. We're going to grab this, and we're going to put this on Anandar. So Anandar is going to spend the next 2 days getting ready to dodge a lawsuit. Alright, meanwhile, for reporters, takes 50% longer to finish a story, but adds 1 star. Okay. That's interesting, but not exciting. What is that? Works 25% faster, but makes more trash. Okay, I'm not super excited about that. And all the rest of that's rubbish. So all of our staff suck for potential hires. Okay, they got society. So they potentially face a police fine. That's for a 2 bronzer. So get this the heck out of here. I probably should have checked because we need society. All right, we forgot. So society, economy, sports and politics are a priority this week. And none of these are a high priority from the looks of it. The big one that's going to be hard is this one, the hopeful. You don't see the hopeful way too often. How many stories are still left for the week? Only 5. There's just not much news this week. So I'm gonna need to be a little less picky, because there's gonna be slim pickings. Roosevelt honored in prison. Wait a second. Get you off that story. I don't want you on that story. I want you on this story. Winning against all odds. Will the star pitchers whose meteoric rise played pivotal role extended his contract? Alright, so you got all this going. And Burning Sun can jump on this to get the second one there, so that's good. Gunfire in Harlan County. County dubbed Bloody Harlan. Okay, and Itchy Tenma can jump on this story instead. And we're just having some casual pun violence occurring in chat. Puns so harsh that they cause physical pain. Roosevelt honored for prison work. Alright. So the big one is we've got our person coming back from training in 2 days that we're going to have you take that last step because I'm going to have to pay a bribe to get access to this. The red herring is a negative tag, but we're going to be getting a gold tag for it. Okay, so it only costs like 80 bucks to bribe the official. And we want Anandar to take that after their training. Because they'll be able to just negate the lawsuit. It should also work out okay for us. Oh man, all these stories are rubbish. Wheat export higher than last year, more than double the export of 1930. Okay, so you're almost done with your training. Alright. So, you jump on this one, because you can negate the lawsuit. And this is going to be a really good story. That's going to be probably our big money story for the week. Let's go and mark that as a priority story to get done. Because honestly, all of the other stories this week have been crap. At least that annoying guy who just talking nonstop about how hard the newspaper business was yesterday finally is silent. Oh, you mean the guy who's like down in the front or whatever? You're talking about this guy who's down here? Where it's like, oh, you gotta make sure you're targeting the wrong thing, or I'll take someone else's rag and sell it. And you're like, dude, you're set up in front of my building. I'm pretty sure you're paying me rent on that or something. U.S. sweeps America zone. International Lawn Tennis Challenge continues versus France. Okay, so this has got the hopeful tag on, so we're probably going to take that. Burning Sun can at least give it a quality 1, which at least makes it a little bit less garbage. Honestly, this week's articles have all been pretty rubbish. So that'll get me that one. You get me the victory tag, and then you give me a finance tag on this one. So yeah, so with that, we should have all our tags settled. We bought the fern. Lawn tennis or lawn darts? In this case, we're talking about lawn tennis. So we got 1 entertainment and 1 crime article left for the week. Yeah, this week there's just not much news, and a lot of it was pretty crap. A lot of these ones that are just 1 bronze tag down here, you only print those when you have a lot of stuff limiting what you can do for the week to justify it. Alright, so you completed your training. Good for you. Alright, let's get our last 2 in. So I got a crime story. I'm not paying a bribe for a 1 bronze story. I will literally just waste money on that. Like, if it's a 1 silver story, maybe. A 1 gold story, I am absolutely paying the bribe. But a 1 bronze story is the worst story you can get quality-wise. Alright. Dracula now unveils in theaters. The new horror movie premiered at the Roxy Theater. And then that's the last... It's only Thursday, and we have exhausted the stories for the week. So literally, this is just going to be them... All my reporters sitting around with nothing to do. All my telegraphers sitting around with nothing to do. While our poor typesetter and assemblers just do their best to play catch-up. Ooh, I'm pretty sure that just means you just hit prestige. Which means there's your prestige decoration. You're welcome, Mr. Prestige. Except you take the day off, everyone, except the typesetter, because heck you. That's it, there's no more news. All the stories are back. Yeah, those are all gonna get done. Genuinely, this week might be worth publishing early. You almost never have the opportunity where that's worth doing. We can actually test our layout of our page as soon as this is ready. And if we can plan a good layout for our page that early, because it'll only be missing on a 1 bronze here, a 2 bronze there, and actually we can have this ready in case. So we'd miss out on this one, but I think we're going to miss out on that one regardless. Yeah, no, I think we do it. We get this story done, and we roll the press early. I actually don't remember how this works, so I'm going to do a quick save. But I believe if you roll the press early, you get a massive bonus to your sales. Alright, so yeah, so we're only missing those 2. Let's go ahead and get to our print. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we need to not be moderate. That's the big thing for the week. Ideally, we would go informational. However, I'm looking, I've got 1 informational article and 3 sensational articles. Which means I'm either splitting my sales or dealing with the mob. It is what it is. Alright. So I've got that one there. You don't have any overlap here. So I can put you on the back page. We need to have the hopeful one. There's not much matching up there, so we could just drop that. So that gives us all of our tags. So now we're just trying to make the least crap thing we can for the rest of it. So you put a victory story here, double bronze. A defeat story here, that's fine too. Alright, so I do have this story here. That's a double tag here. Yeah, so that jumps us a ton of money. Yes, it satisfies all that. All the rest is garbage. So we would be printing this a full day and a half early, but we already know this story's not going to be done in time, and I'm not running a one entertainment one. So let's go ahead and run this more than a full day ahead of time. Too soon. Okay, hang on. Yeah, I believe the moment you hit the next day where it says roll the presses, you can do it immediately. And the earlier you do it, the more bonus you get. So it is a strategy. It's one I almost never do because I'm just not ready that early. Which is kind of the catch, is you're missing a whole day of reporting and assembly and all that. And so immediately roll the presses. Yeah, and the only thing not done is the sports report, which won't be done. So yep, and that's gonna be the stuff of the week. Doesn't it make the church happy too? Yes, the church will constantly ask you to roll your stuff early. We are going to potentially piss off the mob though, but I can't really avoid it. All right. Never in your life have you read something as special as this. Love is a triumph of imagination over intelligence. Sure. I see the sentiment there. So we get about 4,000 bucks. We got the influence. We bought a fern. Oh, brava, you've taken the mantle of refinement so elegantly. This sort of work might make a factory girl dream of Florence. You brought life to your curbside, my dear. Magnificent. Cool. So we are facing the mob today. Well, potentially. Oh! We're facing a lot of mob today. Alright, there's nothing going on this week. And Vato has become a senior staff member. You're having more meetings with Regios than the mayor has with his own wife. Just remember, the closer you get to the fire, the more ink you risk burning. Alright. Princess Seidel the most for influence. Darling, we should be grateful we have it good. This is a cruel, cruel world. I see clear every time I pass through here. People desperate for work, desperate for meaning in this life. You've got ink and eyes, publisher. Why don't you put them to use? Write about what folks are really facing out there. Show everyday life loud enough for marble columns to shake. If you do it right, perhaps next time I'll offer you tea. If not, well, you'll still have a printing press, won't you? Okay, Print Society the most. You still want me to do scoops? Alright, so we are going to take yours. Okay, so we have 6 influence. When we hit 10, I can get the court reporter. We can also get our 4th telegraphing station. which I think I'm going to go for. Because that'll let me get another concurrent story happening at the same time. Meanwhile, that gets me access to finance stuff if we go up, and then the ad agencies after that. So this would be politics, economy, so none of that's society. So we need to do society news. Okay, so Port Richmond makes sense. That'll get us to the firehouse, which gives society stuff as well. So that's fine by me. And there's the mob. So Basset gets their first. They'd actually need to be doing stuff work-wise. But first, let's see what we got. Okay, what do you got? Cool Cat is not that impressive, unfortunately. Cool Cat is a pretty big letdown. You have likes to smell nice and counters smell, also not that important. And you have breatharian, lives without nutrition and visits to the toilet. That's our first pretty good one, because that means this person never eats food and never uses the toilet, which is, if we look at our character's needs, pretty much the entire list of their needs. They have comfort overall. Yeah, so these two entire bars will be gone on that person. So that might be a reporter in training to potentially replace someone. What I'm trying to figure out is where I'm putting you all. Because if I add a fourth desk, there's not room for a fourth desk there. So what could happen is your situation is a little too wide to fit there. But if I rearrange you like this, these three reporters might fit in this space. Maybe. I don't think they will. What I can do is I can actually move all of you down here, move this stuff up here, and that should, in theory, work. Hey, Gabby, how's it going? Alright, so let's go and start rearranging all the furniture. So you go here. You go there for a moment. You go here for a moment. That's fine. We grab all of this. You go down here. You go up there. This wall scooches over. And we can go here to get a telegraph machine and wedge it on in there. Check the comfort. And that, putting it in the middle, resolves all this. Alright, and let's change your wall. Does that make you industrial wall? That dampens the noise a little bit more. Alright, so you need someone to work there. So the Cool Cat doesn't do anything. Weirdly, Cool Cat is the cheapest. You produce less trash. You gain more experience on unused skills. Your machine doesn't break down nearly as fast. So the Cool Cat is honestly probably what we would go for. None of these are particularly good, but that is our new telegrapher. And I did move the trash cans one by one, so they all got scattered around. So let's check to see if they're in our inventory over here. Do I just not have trash cans under some of those desks? Alright, let's get the trash cans. And tuck those under those desks. Alright, so now we got this spot. So let's shuffle this all around again. So you go here. That's fine. You go there. That's fine. Actually, looking at this, it probably is better if our storage is nearby here. Okay. So with this, now we've got another telegrapher. We got this all sorted out for the moment. That's all good for the moment. Was there any other things we wanted to purchase or spend on right now? Oh, the telegrapher needs globes, because that boosts your speed of work. And I don't believe there's any other bonuses we can give you right now. Okay. So, that looks good there. We got ourselves another telegrapher. Oh, before I forget, also we just had, Vado went into the bathroom and has prestiged. Oh, Vado was already prestiged. Let's grab our brand new hire. So our new telegrapher. So let's see. Our new telegrapher is going to be a sounder fan. Sounder fan. Welcome to the team. Alright, meanwhile, Bassette's going to do their best. Basically, the way the security works is they will intercept someone, they will thwack them out of the place, and then after a couple of seconds of recharging, they'll be able to do it again. So, Bassette's going to work their way through as best they can. It is a pretty big group of mobsters. The one good news is at the beginning of the week, and they're messing up my assembly benches and all that before I have anything there. Oh, I didn't check. So what do I need? Society the most, and crime. So we're going to go up here and go society and crime are our priorities. Because I needed crime for the tragedy. Okay, so let's go over here. So we'll just have them jump on this. So we'll have Bird and Sun can jump on that. And then Itchy Tenma can jump on this. Banker tunnelers caught through new detection system. Okay, we got society here. Okay. So Mr. Steven can jump on this story. And RJ can jump on that one. High Court backs press. Newspapers cheer. Wider freedom. Alright, so that's running down the last of the mob. Meanwhile, our mechanic's fixing all the stuff that got broken. That's kind of a rubbish story, but we'll deal with what we got. That's kind of a rubbish story, we'll deal with what we got. Yeah, it won't be too long before we're going to want another... Oh, right, hang on. There was another person we wanted to bring on because we actually had a good hire here. We had the Breatharian. Breatharian is just a very low maintenance person, so you can just send them out again and again and again and not have to worry about it. I am debating that. There are some of these that give bonuses to higher quality stuff. So you would be entertainment, politics, and sports, which I actually have doubled up. I might leave that alone for the moment and hold out for someone who's going to boost the quality of stuff. Or the speed. Okay, break. So I can jump on this one. World flight attempt begins. Post the Gaddy takeoff in Lockheed Mega Winnie May. You'll have that one for education. Yeah, so that's finance, and both my people are kind of crap at that. Alright, so Itchy Tenma can jump on this one. Affirming that prior restraint violated freedom of press. Cool. And Mr. Stevens can jump on that finance story. 40 feet shaft connected to next door to vault. Alright, we could jump on this one, which instantly unlocks the next segment, though no one's available to work it. The Office of the Future. New offices will feature high ceilings and plenty of daylight. Yeah, I don't have anyone available to take care of it. I don't have anyone available to take care of that either. Alright, so once Burning Sun's available, we'll get that one knocked out. Let's work at the stories as fast as we can right now. Eight days to return for world flight attempt. World record flight. Yeah, so you're finishing that one, you're finishing this one, you're finishing this one. So this is the only outstanding story, which is waiting for Mr. Steven or Ichi Tenma to become available to work on it. And then meanwhile, we're blasting through this stuff. The pro and con of that is now we are going to start seeing that our typesetter is going to struggle to keep up. If we keep gaining influence, though, we should be able to get someone, or get this stuff to start upgrading the typesetter to be able to work even faster. Which will help tremendously. But that's going to take a little bit to get there. Alright, so Mr. Steven can jump on that. Designer promises workers will be 10 times more productive. Oh, I've heard that one many times. Ichi Tenma can jump on the Icy Road story. And RJ Light. Oh, if we get this one, we just get straight up influence for doing that. Al Capone locked up. The country's most famous gangster is finally locked up for tax evasion, says prosecutor. Okay, and there's no more crime in those stories. Burning Sun can jump on this entertainment story. A Free Soul premieres. Shiri leads bold drama. Alright, so let's double check. So you want Society the most. And this has so far been our one and only tragedy. We could leave the others unprioritized. I don't think we've had an article that's like, this is the one, this is the big ticket. Like, this one's probably decent money. But we got plenty of time for that to get done as is. Same for a bunch of these. I don't think we mess with the priority too much. There's only 2 articles left for the week after these ones. Are you gonna, you know, sweep that up? No? Do I need to put trash can there for you to care about that? I guess because there's literally no trash can there? That's fine, whatever. Okay. Mr. Steven can jump on the Reform Wind City Hall. Ledger opens by noon. Okay, so we've got a fame or a review. Do we have those tags? So we've got a review tag there. So I'll probably go for the review tag. Because we can pair those up, we get extra money. So between having kind of a nothing burger and nothing burger, that's the one. Barrymore Steel Spotlight. Now you got one last story for the week. It's only Thursday, and we've already got got that sorted. So it's going to be entirely on the typesetter and the assembler to catch up. We're definitely getting ahead of what the typesetter can handle. Notorious Al Capone faces indictment. We have significant development. The infamous Capone finds himself in the crosshairs of the law. He will be indicted on staggering 5,000 counts related to prohibition and perjury. The indictment, handed down by federal authorities, underscores the relentless pursuit of justice. Capone is one of the most notorious figures. We must report on this. So we drop everything. And Burning Sun, let's see. So that's 9, 9, and 9 hours. So jump on this one. RJ will be back just barely, maybe in time to help. You can go ahead and take that. And I'm deliberately leaving the mob one to last. We'll try to get this done. This is pretty late in the week, so we might not get across the finish line. Because we got to report on it, and we got to get back after reporting on it. Okay. So we're waiting for RJ to get back. So the moment RJ gets back, we're going to drop RJ there and try and hop RJ over here in enough time to do this. Stop waving it. Put it down. Six mobsters is really bad for us. Because they're probably going to be breaking my typesetting stuff, all that, before we can finish it. I don't think realistically we get the, I don't think we get the Capone story done in time. So that's trying. Ideally, if we can get the assembly table in that protected as best, that'd be best, but unfortunately, just because there's no control over it, the set prevented them from destroying the water cooler. Come on, get you out of here before it breaks. Too late. So we did finish all the reporting. Besides doing their best to chase off all the mobsters. And unfortunately, they are continuing to fix the water coolers. Yeah, keep terrorizing the telegraphers for now. So the downside is we've lost a full day worth of the typesetting and assembly. So that hurt us a lot. And we can upgrade it so they're more effective at their job, but we have to unlock that with influence. So keep typesetting as best you can. You're 10 stories behind on the day we need to publish, so I might not even have a decent paper to do anything with that. That hurt us way too bad. It wouldn't have been so bad, but we rolled the worst possible outcome on the mob showing up. Yeah, I think we get one last story done through the assembler, and then that's going to be it. And all the rest will be next week's story. So what story you're working on? Thankfully, you're working on the bank tunnelers, which is a good story. Hopefully, you finish that in time. It's going to be right up to the wire. You did. We're going to miss all the rest. So it's going to be a really awful week from the news standpoint. We did get the important stories for progression stuff going on. But money-wise, this is gonna hurt. Okay, so here's our big story for the week. Because that's what we managed to get through. We do have another story here that's worth something. So you put you down. And then you down. I guess he put the sports story on the back. Okay. Yeah, so I've got 3 stories that are society. So you put you on here. So let's see. So adding you on here gives me 3,100. I put an entertainment one on here. It does jump me a bunch because I believe we cover all 6 categories. But we wouldn't be down there. Oh, please tell me I didn't forget to get paper. Oh, this is real bad. Alright. I'm taking your paper. It goes in the machine. All of it. I'm taking your paper. It goes in the machine. We forgot to order paper. We're gonna have to cannibalize all the paper from all other sources. Make sure we have enough paper to actually print today. I don't care. Even the toilet paper. Okay, we're fine. Alright, so we got our paper here. It's a pretty rubbish paper. We're only making money because we got lucky with some of these perks here. But it does satisfy all of our objectives here. So considering how bad we got screwed by that mafia showing up, I'm not super upset about it. We almost screwed ourselves on the paper. Alright. So I've got you sorted. And we got our influence from that. Well now, that was real, honest. I felt it in my ribs. Perhaps next time we'll have tea at my place. Cool. Alright. So if we lean extreme sensational or extreme informational, then we could potentially get an object of some kind. Alright, so Burning Sun got better at society, as did RJ Light. Okay. So I've got 5 influence. I can't really do anything with that. What do you want? You want me to scoop another paper. So I'm trying to remember where we're at with our reputation. Yeah, I believe I can only go 1 more down. And if I go 1 more down, then we're permanently locked out from the mayor. But the only one I've got right now available is the mob. So we could do entertainment sports, entertainment society, crime society. Okay, do we want to go after her next? So we don't care about that. Oh, you make all my people who work around this place better. So that's actually a pretty strong one. Not too fussed about the military. The Photo Academy gets me photography. That gets me coal at a discount. That doesn't matter to us. That gets us the elevator and all that. That'll become important. The ad agency could be a big one. The graphic workshop could be a big one. Oh, right. Big reporter desk? Bring back reports. I don't know what that means. That's the paper place to reduce our paper prices. That's one of the rivals. I don't know what that is. We can get people training. That's a thing. This is for entertainment, I assume. Yep. I'm basically trying to decide which direction we're going. That gets us better food stuff, food discounts, cartography. Okay. So, ideally you'd want to go in here and start getting some of this stuff figured out. I really want to finish the court reporter desk and then hop over. It just influences our current pain. I do think I need to stop being stubborn. We're gonna get the day planner, because that helps with both our assemblers and our typesetters. Alright, so unfortunately, we're gonna go ahead and choose the Mafia thing, because there's nothing else to do. And I am going to try and go after Milburn. So we need adventure, inspiration, and review. Alright, so we're still repairing stuff. So first, before we do anything, there's an order of paper. There's a second order of paper to make up for I forgot to do that last week. As far as staff goes, gains XP faster, increased movement on Mondays, increased task speed on the weekend. Not bothered by noise. You go a little faster on stairs. You counter heat, which doesn't really matter. So none of those are particularly urgent. They've got the planner. Let's put daily planner on both sides. There we go. So we got a boost to all of them. So we need this paper here now. Because none of these things work. And we should have a second truck coming. That should take care of that. How's our food? I haven't looked in a while. About 50, about 20. About 50. Let's go ahead and order one thing of food. Okay. Alright, so this is a scoop. So you see my rival is trying to get it. Both these ones that kind of have the glowy thing around them, that means those are stories that she is specifically trying to go after that we want to beat her to the punch. So what we're going to go ahead and do is RJ Light has a 25% chance of getting me access to the other ones without skipping any steps. So I'm going to try and do that. It did not succeed. So RJ is going to work on that. The Widow's Hand, a chill cinema. Peek at gothic horror. We're going to need to deal with that. We also have a scoop on this one. So we're going to Burning Sun jump on that because we want the adventure tag. Bible student movement adopt the name Jehovah's Witnesses at convention led by J.F. Rutherford. Yeah, so those are the two we're trying to scoop them with. This is kind of a crap story. I'm going to go ahead and just have Mr. Steven knock it out because there's not a lot of stories to deal with. Should athletes be amateur or professional? NCAA says college amateurs is the way to go. Yeah, so need a person for entertainment. We need two people for entertainment. That's going to be a tough one. So we go for the crime angle. I will get a police fine. Right now, I've got my entertainment people tied up. We're going to let that one sit for a minute. And we want to rush over to this one. This is also a good one to have. But the important thing is to scoop, because as this moves along, she'll start grabbing stories as well. Yeah, so she's currently working on the same section I am. Are we dominating the news sphere? We're doing pretty good. So the moment this finishes, we're chucking Ichi Tenma on there to lock that in, so that she can't grab that scoop. Okay, so this is now our story. So she can no longer jump on that and get it beforehand. Marking major organizational rebrand. Now you can go over to Yeah, so you got that one sorted. What about this one? So you got a little bit longer to go. And then Burning Sun will probably want to jump on this one. Now we have the choice of I can go over here, we risk a spy, or we can pay the bribe. We'll want to do both in the long run. She's going that way. We're going for the bribe. Please. That's so much money. Okay, Burning Sun grabbing that one. Alright. So at this point, we don't have to worry about her getting any of the scoops. We beat her to the punch and all those, because luckily they were right at the beginning of the week. There's definitely times when you're doing that the scoop comes in way late at the end of the week, or you're in the middle of something else, it's really hard to make it work. In this case, that did not occur. Alright. So we're just waiting for RJ to get to their desk. I'll have them grab. Mr. Steven can grab this story. Hoover withdraws Nevada lands from Naval Ammunition Depot, expanding federal defense infrastructure. Okay, so grab that story. Symbolizing break with legacy of Russell's traditions. Okay, so you're working on that story. You're working on that. And I do not have anyone free to currently work on the replica found to be real bone. Yeah, so that story will be completely concluded. That'll cause us to have potential protesters show up. And then this one will result in a spy. Now, spy is a thing that you only deal with rivals, that as you're doing stuff where you're competing with a rival, a spy will show up. And they look like one of your staff, kind of, but instead of working on things, they'll sabotage your reports by adding bad information and that kind of stuff, which really, really harms the value of them. And so it is a thing that you, the player, have to deal with spies. Your security guard, when a spy walks by, they'll get like 3 exclamation marks over their head being like, hey, I don't recognize this person. It's a little annoying to me that you can't like give them a skill to deal with it, but that's fine. Alright, so you, Ichi Tenma, are going to potentially deal with us getting a protest. Go to the right. Go to the right. Go to, that's the opposite of the right. Alright, Hoover withdraws Nevada lands, so we are going to be protested. So protesters will show up, they'll block my employees from going in, but I can get around that by just picking up my employees and carrying them past the protesters. It doesn't work for my supply. People have to move the boxes up where they can reach them, which is a little annoying, but not the end of the world. So they're blocking my staff, so we'll just go ahead and lift them up past. And this is, there's a an achievement in the game. That the general idea behind the achievement... Let's order one more thing of paper. The general idea behind the achievement is to never pause the game, which means you can't just work your way around it. Alright, let's go ahead and get the spies going. So Burning Sun is going to jump on that story, risking us getting hit with a spy. Okay, no spies this time. Alright, The Widow's Hand, The Chill Cinema, Director's Macabre Telling. Okay. So this is the better story, but it does just straight up give me a chance of being fined. We're just going to go with this angle. The replica found to be a real bone. Museum lecture unwraps surprise. Because if we did get hit with the fine would ultimately be just a bunch of money. And the story's not that strong of a story that I want to risk getting hit. Because it's like, sure, the silver one could give me a bit more cash, but if the fine rolls bad and I get hit with like $600 or $700 worth of fine, any benefit it would give me is just gone. Alright, so someone could face injury on this one. I think in this particular case, I don't think we need to risk the injury. So 3 earthquakes in California, not talking about it. Earthquakes, Schmirthquakes. Nothing happened there. I didn't read about it in the news, so it's not real. And meanwhile, Bassett is just driving off the protesters one by one. Schmeling stops Strabling. Cleveland's new municipal stadium readies for the first spectacle of Max Schmeling defends the heavyweight crown against young Stribling. Tens of thousands are expected to pack the stands for the 15-round clash. Get someone ringside. History may be written on fight night. Okay, so we got sports news going on, and both of our sports reporters are available and ready to rock and roll, so boom and boom. Max Schmeling lands decisive blow in 15. That means we won't get our, like, regular report through the baseball results. I'm okay with this. So let's prioritize this one, and prioritize this one, because those are our scoops we need to do for the day. And honestly, the rest of them can all just sit. I have not been watching for the spy. Oh wait, we didn't get the spy. We rolled fine. Is that cheese that lets you pick up your reporters away from the protest inside? It's not really cheese. There's a lot of these things that you are expected to intervene. Like, for example, with the spy, as I mentioned, literally none of your staff can deal with it. You, the player, have to go to the spy and be like, kick them out. And it doesn't let you circumvent everything, so I think it is a deliberate mechanic that they have made it. Because you can do that with your reporters, but you can't do that with your supply people. You have to pick up the boxes. But it's the same thing where it's like, with the boxes, they do let you pick up the boxes and move them to all the machines without having the warehouse person as well. So it is, I think it's a deliberate decision they made to have you be able to do that. So you could argue if it's cheese or not, but I think it is deliberate design. That way the player has something to do when stuff is just running. But I'm sure people could absolutely argue one way or the other. Alright, so Ichi Tenma is going to go ahead and try and do this one, risking a spy. So new ally boosts. Steel Yards see revival. And we will have a spy this week. So that does mean I need to keep an eye on my door for someone who is not a staff member trying to sneak in. It seems really well known, so I think they would have fixed it by now. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like, because again, it doesn't really give you a huge edge, because otherwise a protest would be utterly devastating. We'll have you jump on this. New York orphanages closes homes for children wanted. Children are of various ages in need of a home. Children are in good health. RJ Light will just jump on that. Vault remains impenetrable. Quick response from law enforcement prevents daring bank robbery. And then we're just waiting on people to do that because we're basically out of good stories. So what we're watching for is, unless it changes, you'll have a person who will come up from either the left or the right, but they will be closer to the building than all the other passerbys, and they'll be going at a brisk pace. We're watching for them, and we'll see them kind of sneak in here, and I just gotta click on them. And then you click on them and be like, I think they're the spy. And they'll get out of here. But they do approach your building, and have a tendency to prefer to come towards the end of the week. But if you don't catch them as they walk up, they'll go to here, and anything on the stack, they'll start to sabotage. And if they sabotage, it basically puts a pretty massive penalty on the story that you cannot fix. Now, Bassett there, if the spy gets too close, will put like a bunch of exclamation marks over their head being like, I don't recognize this person, but won't actually do anything. Alright, so Mr. Steven can jump on this. New ally boosts. Industry breaks new ground. Cool. And then we got our crime report here. We'll have Burning Sun jump on that one. It's the last story for the week. False agent badges. Gunston gang confiscates shipments of rival bootleggers. Alright, so there's nothing more to do so far as reporting, so we just have to keep an eye out for the spy. Yeah, it also lacks the player from lacking agency. Yeah, no, there's definitely things that, like you saw what happened with the mob. We managed to work around it because just happenstance of how things went. But there are times where just like the wrong time that you get the mob to show up or protesters show up, if you can't get around it, could just be utterly devastating. And it is a thing that sometimes you can prevent it, sometimes you can't. And there's some stuff you can do prepare, but it's kind of limited. We're just watching. The spy should be here very soon, because they don't show up in the next little bit here. The spy's not going to have enough time to even do the damage. I'm also trying to watch to see if they've changed it so it wasn't as easy to recognize, because it was very much, once you knew what to watch for, you could just spot the one running across, like, along the wall here. And you can't grab until they're in there. That's the spy. Right there. This lady, that's the spy. As I mentioned, they run just a little bit closer to the building, and they always have the faster pace. So you see, so she's sneaking into the building. You gotta wait for her to get up here. And spy. Get out. So that's all handled just fine. Alright, so looking at our stories, is there any stories we want to go out our way? We can make that one happen in time. That's a really good story. I don't think we can. No, actually, prioritizing that might actually get done in time. Because we got the big stories we care about. And otherwise, just get what you can done. Because we did get it so they're able to work a little bit faster. Granted, poor Vado here is 8 stories behind. So doing their best. But it is looking like we might be at that point where I might need a second typesetter. And generally I found having the typesetter as close to the downstairs by the door as possible is good. Because all your reporters, the first thing they do when they come in is they go to the typesetter. From there, you can use vacuum tubes and all sorts of stuff to move things around later on. But that initial bringing it in, I find having the typesetter as close as possible can be good. Because the thing you could have, like, your typesetters here, and then vacuum tube up to the top to have your assembly people up higher, isn't a terrible one, and then have your warehouse over here or whatever. Yeah, so you're actually getting through those relatively quickly. It actually looks like at this point Vado is keeping pace with our assembly person. So there's not, like, getting a second one of these doesn't help unless I get a second one of those, if they're pretty much going the same speed. And I don't have room for that much. Granted, one really good paper is enough to probably build another floor, and then I gotta make decisions of how we're dealing with all that. Now, what I could do is move them up top. And then, you know, fit in, like, the 2 assemblers and the 2 whatever. Alright, so. We need to print scoops. We're going to do that. Yeah, so the scoops need to happen. That's the only important one. So, with this is our main scoop. And that's the big one. If we get another moderate paper here, I unlock this. Otherwise, I can get a random object. I'm fine with any or all the above, unlocking this or getting the random objects. Some of the random objects are cool, but not many of them are critical. I think we will put you back here, because that'll be all 3 of the scoops, which will give me a lot of influence. This is another really good article. There's no overlap there. You're probably worth more if I swap you. Okay. I don't have 3 spots to be able to push this all the way to the left. So we probably want to make sure to include at least one sensational article to push me back out of this zone. Alright. So we can put you back here. Because that'll give some good money. So you need at least one article that leans this way. So we can go for this one, which has the entertainment gruesome overlap, putting us where we need, and I just need one more article. In this particular case, with the bonus, I don't know if you're... Oh, you're not done. Never mind. So go this angle. That'd give me 55,000. Versus this one, only gives me 52,000, or 5,200. Alright. So we got a lot of entertainment going on there, a little bit of society, a little bit of finance, so it is not a balanced paper so far as what we're covering. But on the other hand, we're getting a bunch of good stuff. I am going to miss out on 2 influence from doing this crime article, but honestly, these are just so much money, I think I'd rather just take the cash. We just barely have enough paper in here to print this. That'll also unlock our next reader's interest for moderate news. So I think we go with that, and that should be good. Okay. Alright. Record sales. Cool. So, big money day. And we took a district away from our competitor. This is so unfair. We had a broken printer. I don't think you did. I don't think you did at all. Good, good, you're learning. You sniffed out their weakness and hit them where it hurts. That's how you stay alive in this game. First to strike, last to bleed. Alright, and if I get one more point in the mob, then we become hated by the mayor, and we can never recover our reputation with the mayor. That will permanently lock us in with the mob. Let's see. Get more money for every printed ad. Reader's interest, advertiser's favorite. So next week, if we go moderate, we get the diplomat trait. Which I believe helps with foreign news, which we don't have access to yet. Okay. And Mr. Stevens gained a level in finance news, and Wishbringer is slightly better at the Telegraph. So we have access to train people. Adds a quality star when a story contains a statement tag. For every reporter that is working simultaneously on the same item, 6 hours are subtracted from this reporter's reporting time. Double down, double the time but double the money. Trailblazer, 50% chance of adding the revealing tag when a story contains the adventure tag. Harmonize, doubles the reporting time and adds 1 quality star for bronze tags, 2 quality stars for silver tags, and 3 quality stars for gold tags. Basically, this is someone you can just boost that and all that stuff. We're not going to do any of that like right now. I probably just want to make this bigger. So we've got our first opportunity to work for the mayor. I heard what you did, publisher. Colluding with Reggio like that? What are you thinking? There is one thing you've got to understand. These mafia, they may laugh with you, slap your back, but the moment you take their coin, you sell more than your words. You sell the city. Now, you want to fix this? Then here's your chance. Stop writing about crime all the time. Focus on my politics instead. Okay. Don't make me regret this. You screw this one up, and I will sue your company off New York's map. Okay, so he's only offering 1 influence, and if I fail, I face a lawsuit. So that's politics, more, crime, no. Or I can go to the mob. Are you the publisher Reggio told me about? I'm glad you found your way into this humble house. I heard about what you did for the cause. That charity is this parish's pride and calling. Publisher, don't worry about your conscience. Father Bendito can help with that. We are all children of God. Here, he is our only judge. Thank you, Father. Now listen, kid. You did some good work for the people. Run some more errands. Maybe you'll earn your spot. One of my competitors' companies is facing an indictment. Publish some damaging articles to undermine their case. So we can get a bunch of money and a little bit of influence if I spend 2 of my 6 spots doing Mafia news. So this is where we gotta make our choice. Are we going between there? Okay, and you're not offering me enough. Well, you showed up. I was beginning to think civility had gone completely out of style. This isn't exactly a noble cause to be. It's a room full of lost souls chasing distraction. Every chuckle hides a yes. Every sip, a quiet promise. I'm not proud of being here, but my husband, he barely speaks unless it's to complain. The house isn't fit for ambition right now. But this place, you look in the past the glass, it still breathes ideas. I'm thinking something new myself lately. Mobile libraries for the neighbors, where budget cuts have replaced schooling. Kids need story, no matter their district. So, if you must print something, make it inspire. Let's show them idea. Make the future possible. Alright, so this one, if we put inspiration, I get 1 influence per inspiration. Realistically, that's going to only be like 2 or 3. The Mafia is definitely offering the most, that I give up 2 of my article spots to get like subpar articles, and they're willing to fork over $1,500 into influence there. The Mayor's offering the least. And he is threatening me with a lawsuit if I accept and fail, and he wants me to print mostly politics and no crime. We did do a playthrough where I went with the Mafia the first time, so I'm going to start pivoting to the Mayor, or at least try to. And we'll see how that goes. So we want an area that doesn't require crime, but requires politics. Which it looks like this one up here will, and that lines me up for finance reporting, which puts me in position to go after ad agency. So this should be a good one. We're going to be on the politics and economy anyways. So yeah, let's grab that one. I have 9 influence. So I would really like to get the court reporter, because that'll give me future free crime articles, and then we can move on to whatever the heck we decide to do next, as we're unlocking more and more of the map and I don't have the influence to take advantage. Or also, I say that, but then I'm remembering down here, I can grab the calendar and the bulletin board. So you will only help with the typesetting, you help with the assembly. Okay. I'm going to save for the court reporter. And then next we're going to go for all the typesetting and assembly stuff. Okay, so before anything, 1, 2. We got our paper coming in. Alright, so you can get an office clown makes nearby people more comfortable, which is good, but none of that I think I care that much. You counter stuff like smell, none of that I care very much. Decreases the toilet set lower. Psychic has a better chance there. We're trying to hold out for just genuinely an amazing reporter. I'm being pretty greedy about it, but we're not exactly hurting right now. So one thing we want to do, we don't have any political stuff here, but we could just leave all that just sitting where it's at. But we want to focus on political for this one. Yes, you want politics. And then we need economy and entertainment. But the big thing is we do the politics the most, because we're going to side with City Hall this time. Last time we played, we did the mob and went down that whole route, which was fun. But it would be nice to have one going one way and the other the other. Yeah, but we need more of the stuff for you. Okay, so we have you. Alright. Oh, which way do we want to go this week? We want to be moderate. Because that's the only one that gets me anything worthwhile. So with that said, and the reason I checked that is we can go for the dirt, which will push us sensational, or we can go for this, which is a neutral. Oh, actually, we do both. So Steven, go that way. Itchy Tenma, go this way. Hoover's Winter Relief Coordination. Hoover announces coordination of national unemployment relief effort. Okay, and we have a mystery thing, so let's get RJ on here to trigger that to maybe go over. It didn't. Education and the church. Education belongs to the church. Actually, you know what? Hang on. Could I cancel you out of that? We'll put Burning Sun on that. Because that'll give us a 1 quality. I don't think we were able to skip that anyways. And then RJ can pop in here. In this case, we want to go politics. So we're going to just let that sit. Veterans bonus bill question. Because the big thing is I need to get that done. So RJ can jump on this. Abduction proves movie stunt. Actress carried off as guests schemed. I also didn't check. Did any of these have the unveiling tag? Okay, so nothing has the unveiling tag. Do I have a fresh unveiling tag if it comes down to it? I got a stale one there. Okay. We gotta keep our eyes out for an unveiling tag. Alright, and they're desperately trying to catch up on those stories. We've already got all the political stories pulled. I think that's 3 or 4 of them, which is not that many, but should help. So 5,000 bucks, I can build another floor. The next big move I'd probably want to do for another floor is to expand ourselves to 3 pages, which is going to cost me 12 influence. And it's going to be a little tricky to set that up. Okay. I will face a lawsuit if we go for that, but it does turn that into a political story. I don't have a lawyer, nor can I get access to a lawyer right now. So we are risking just absorbing the fines. Now, the fines could be nothing, or they could be severe. It basically rolls from like no lawsuit, like just a couple, or a lot. So that puts a pretty big, okay, but really, what are we doing? So let's put Burning Sun on this one. Make believe cross lines. Yeah, because this will turn this article into a politics article as well. Alright, Mr. Steven, don't fail us. I want no lawsuit. Over here on the right. Over here on the right. On the right. On the right. Thank you. Because there's nothing I could do about it if we rolled that. Education and church. The Pope's discussion with the government. Okay, well... Oh, wait. That's the unveiling tag we need. Alright, yeah, so put you on this one. Get that unveiling tag. Drama preview draws crowd. Extra sneak show announced. And then we can go here and put you on the political angle of this story. Veterans bonus bill question. Voting debate runs tense. And all the entertainment stories have been exhausted. Alright, so let's go here. This is our big story here. Probably for the week. This story is going to also be priority because politics. And then this story is going to be important because of that tag and politics again. We'll leave all the others go. Those are the priority stories for the week. Whatever else comes in, there's not too big of a priority on it. At this point, I'm going to switch these over to make it so crime is our lowest priority, since we're not supposed to do any crime stories this week. That's fine. Okay, we did get a crime story anyways. We can go ahead and we'll tackle it from the society angle. To start with. Torch murderers. Shock. Ypsilanti? I have no idea how you pronounce that. Suspects apprehended and sentenced with 2 days to life in prison. Within 2 days to life in prison. Okay, so you're gonna be done. You're gonna be done. Alright. And we're out of society stories. There is only 4 stories left. But the big thing is we gotta remember at the end of this, do not publish stories on crime. We got a crap sports story and a crap economy story. Open house in the Ford factory. Ford showcases new assembly line. And then you can grab that one. Hometown favorite wins final. An amateur boxer wins 7 out of 12 matches. There's only 2 stories left, so there's no point in putting the filter there. Because these are about to finish. It's not going to make a difference. It's only Wednesday, and we're going to basically have pretty close to all the stories done. Now, the risk here is whoever takes this story has a risk of potentially getting injured. I would like to actually do that immediately, because most likely, even the worst case scenario injury will be healed by next week. 32 baseball player honored West Ham versus Yankees in Oval Stadium. And it's probably going to be Burning Sun jumping on this one. Alright, Burning Sun, don't get injured. Over here, buddy. Over here. Right there. Alright, so 3 days in the hospital. You'll be back before the weekend's out. So RJ can jump on this story. And I'm gonna have to keep in mind to not run this. So technically I can actually still run this, sort of. I'll show you a cool thing about this. Torch... Yeah. Lynch mob formed outside jail. Authorities stood their ground. So one thing you can do that a lot of people miss is, so if we go to this story here, this is the one that's got got gold tags, it's got silver tags. What I can actually do is choose to delete this part of the story. Because we look at this part here, so if I highlight this part here is the part that has the crime report. I can actually delete that section of the story and just omit it, and then it becomes the 2 bronze, a gold, and a silver, and then we lose these 2 tags and the sensational side of it. So I can do that if I ultimately decide I want to report that story. And that's the last story of the week, so we might as well report on it anyways. There are times where you're going to want to selectively remove chunks of a story. You know, either make it so it doesn't have an informational or a sensational lean, like to get the angle you're looking for, whatever you need to deal with. Or like in this case where I'm not allowed to report crime if I want to make the mayor happy. So it might be worth stripping out that crime tag, which means I will make a little less money off of it because it's less tags on it. But then I achieve the goal that we need for the faction that could potentially either get me more money or influence or whatever, again, our objectives are. Now we can go here, do this. Alright. You're done in 6 hours. All of our political stories are all done. So I think we're actually going to do that, so we'll prioritize these 2 sections, but ignore that last section. Alright, so as soon as you get back to your decks, we can get that one done. And that'll be all the stories for this week handled. We do have enough money to buy the floor. We can't do anything with it with the amount of money we'll have left. but most likely this coming week we will. We are starting to push our capabilities of power. Prohibition makes criminals rich, rum runners evade authorities, and underground liquor trade. Alright. And I do think I'll spend the money. So there's our next floor. And there's a stairwell up there. So, the big thing to figure out now is how we want to deal with that. So we got a couple of options. One of these options is to pursue expanding the printing press. So what we can do then is I would scooch this over, run this up through the floor here, and then I could probably fit like 3 more page machines on this segment here. I still have enough room here for probably 1 more reporter's desk. And I could maybe fit like 1 or 2 things down here. Okay, and how are you all doing? You've only got 4 on your backlog, and you're still in only Saturday, so you're doing really good. Yeah, so you have plenty of stories. I'm just going to need to remind myself again and again to not print a crime article. It's really easy when you're messing with your layout to be like, oh, this will make me more money, and then you break whatever the faction thing is, like, don't print this or don't print that. And eventually you can get elevators as well. They still have to walk up the stairs to the elevator, but then you'd put, like, the elevator right here. And the elevators allow them to go up and down stairs very quickly by comparison to the stairwell. But they do kind of take room on every single floor just about. You can actually make like an express elevator, so I could put an elevator here that stops on each floor. And then like an elevator here that jumps up to floor 5 or whatever. But again, you have kind of limited footprint, so giving up a bunch of space for a way up and down can be painful. You will ultimately want it at some stage, though. Well, you found like the 2 inches in the entire building that isn't well lit. And then you're like standing in the one dark corner being like, it's dark in here. Well, stand literally anywhere else in the entire building, buddy. Not even like your designated spot to be or anything. You're literally just choosing to stand there. Are you going to get every single story ready in time? I think you actually are. Okay. And if you get the right things unlocked, you can automate it. So when it comes to like coal, paper, and all that, you can have it where it auto stocks where you don't need to babysit it. Which is really nice, because we haven't messed up this run yet. We did have one case where I forgot to order things. I just managed to cannibalize enough paper from other places in the building to make it work. Alright. So, let's go down here. This is our big story for the week, I think. Because it's gold tag, politics. Okay, so this is the one we are going to edit this story. So, this spot here, that spot has a crime tag, so we are going to delete that sub-item. Now it doesn't have the crime tag on it. So that's another gold one, so we're going to go ahead and chuck that back here. We want to keep it in moderate for the diplomat thing. So let's go look at this. So that means for the rest of the stuff here, if we print it, we want to keep it left-leaning. For informational. I need to print that one, and I need to print this one. We just need to not go to the right more. So let's go here. So I can put you down there. and you here. And that gives us overlap, but that's too much entertainment. I need politics. And I don't think I've got much good in the way of politics. I do have you. Nah, it's a little stale, but still good. If I put this one, we'll get more money, but it is sensational, and if I do that, that takes me out of the moderate area, which means I'll lose the stuff there. So unfortunately, that one's off the table. And these are my other options. So with that, we are going this way. That satisfies what the mayor wants. I need a finance story. Okay. What stories do I have that are finance? Ah. They're all terrible. It hurts to give this one up. But that satisfies those. Yeah, so I've got one garbage tier one here. Because unfortunately, if I put you in here, will that do better? It does. It's stale, and we take penalties for that, but still better. And it does give me a tie-in on the unveiling, and the tie-in here. I think that's about the best we're gonna get. Because, yeah, you won't have tie-in between the other ones, so we won't get any bonuses. And the other ones are all stuff like crime and sports and that doesn't help us right now. Alright, I think that's what we're gonna get here. So definitely a lower volume selling week. But I think that's fine. We'll satisfy the mayor's thing. We won't get lawsuit. We'll unlock Central Park. The thing we have to watch is I'm not making nearly as much money now because our salaries are going up. So we need our paper to be worth more. Because we got 4,500. We gain influence and all that. You did it, huh? You actually did it. Maybe you ain't bought after all. Okay, so you get the diplomat title. And that's just a thing when you do foreign news. Sometimes if you have the diplomat title, you get extra stuff. Alright, so next week, both of my competitors are going solidly moderate. So we either need to go slightly informational on moderate, or just not be moderate. But yeah, so we made 4,500, and 2,200 that got eaten up in wages. Alright, Mr. Stevens is got 3 for politics, Century Cookie is slightly better at telegraph, and Sniper Spice is slightly better at carrying boxes. Then that opens up Columbia. Alright, so you want to combo Inspiring, that's the same thing as last time. Look, boss, found another rat down in the sewers. This one's got somewhat familiar face, Polly. Did City's Hall Lapdog get washed down in the gutters? You better have a good reason for coming crawling back to us. Food didn't taste too good in those ivory towers. Listen, you're in luck. We don't need bad press in the front pages right now. But we can't have you talking to his royal ratness over there. Currently, that mayor has a big promotion moment planned. Make sure that big moment is a total embarrassment. Show me you can handle this discreetly, and I'll make sure you stay on your good graces. Screw it up and let's just say I'll have to find new ways to handle you. Yeah, so they're offering me 250 bucks. They're at it again, sir. Both of them. Racing for stories like pie eating contest. Of course they are. I ask for help building a better city. They send photographers looking for potholes. Yesterday, the Observer ran a piece accusing the Parks Department of stealing lawn chairs. The Jersey Beacon accused City Hall of hoarding pigeons. Ridiculous. Scandal sells, I get it. But they're not reporting to inform, they're reporting to inflame. That's where you come in. I need a paper that competes and contributes, one that chases the truth, not just fire. Beat them to stories that matter. Get there first, print it clean, and don't let the city fall in their hands. Okay, so we would have to scoop a competitor and make that happen. I'm going to be very limited on my options here, because these ones that require 4 usually require a 3-star to deal with. So I'm going to probably have to... Oh, that's interesting. Huh. That says I require a 3-page thing, which I didn't need for this one. And this one doesn't complain about needing a 3-page. That is a head-scratcher. Anyways, so we're looking here. So for 12 influence, if I had 1 more influence, I could add a 3rd page to our newspaper. I can also go down here, and the thing we've been waiting on is the court report. I can get that going. I am going to hold out and get the additional page. I think we're at that point, because that'll cost me $1,000. We could start getting that set up between moving our floors around a little bit, since I do have the additional floor. That does mean my only options are to go here. That requires a 3-page. And these ones here, yeah, it's literally that's the only place I can make a move. I only have to scoop her once, though, so we're probably not going to be able to snag this territory from her realistically, but we're going to do what we can to achieve our other goals. So let's select the district and go for it. Alright, so let's see what we got here. So we got the diplomat skill. That's something, until we have international, serves no purpose, so let's leave it there, because we could change people. Production is all terrible. That's all terrible. Reporter-wise, I like this trait. I want the gold version out where it guarantees it. So I'm holding out for better reporters. But we'll see. We might end up picking up an additional reporter here, if it's necessary for me to get the other things going. Let's go ahead and we'll grab 1 stack of paper this time. That'll give me 300 more, which is plenty to load that up. We should be good. How is our food? Food is more than fine. Alright. So I've got everyone lined up here doing this. Everyone was on hand for taking on the next story. Okay, and I should be paying attention to this, so Crime and Society, Crime and Society, Crime and Society, Society and Entertainment. Okay, so those are the 3 that we can potentially get scoops. I am going to wait a second for these other ones to trigger, because we have a scoop on this one, 2 scoops on this one. So let's grab RJ Light. Come on, roll. Okay, that's fine. Observation Ferry explodes and sinks on the East River carrying Riker Island workers. Yeah, so the thing is, you have this bomb. I have to start these other stories, or I have to start this other story before this story finishes, otherwise this becomes unavailable. And you've got one that's a priority as well. We'll put Burning Sun on that, get that immediately. Is it too gruesome for the audience, or we just crave? The Widow's Hand to chill cinema. Peek at gothic horror. So that gets me... So I've got you and you. And you and you. So at that point, we don't care about priority after that. We've already got those basically locked in. We're just going to focus on getting those ones done before we touch any of the other stories. Because those are the important ones for the week. You two, I believe, are not assigned to any of that. I will have you jump on the finance angle, I think. Prison plan and loose screws. Machine stays silent. Salaries don't, says Foreman. And you two are busy. We want to keep you on the scoops. So you're ready to jump on the story on the bottom there. Yeah, we care about this story more than that one. That one we can come back to. And these both have stuff we care about. Okay, Ichi Tenma jumps on this story. Come on, Bird and Sun. Come on, Bird and Sun. Get to your desk. Get to your desk. She's almost there. Done. My scoop. Alright, so we're getting a spy. We're getting 2 spies. Okay, meanwhile, you can jump on this one. And we're all good. Observation ferry explodes, sinking. At least 37 bodies counted. Cool, that feels good. Leading lady faces her fears. And then we've got this story, and then we'll be free to just report on whatever. So we need to keep an eye out for spies. We got 2 of them coming in. It's right by the beginning of the week, so the whole week this is going to be just a thing we deal with. Until we get the 2 spies. Usually they like to show up later in the week, but that's not necessarily a thing. Okay, so you finished dropping off your story. Nothing to be done there. Nothing to be done here. So we're waiting on our next story to show up. Okay, and the news story is entertainment. No, it's not. The news story is finance. So Mr. Steven can jump on the finance story. Construction of the Rockefeller Center building work has started. Okay, chat, I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'm going to quickly do this while this ad break happens, and I'll be right back. But thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a minute. So thank you again. Okay, and I am back. Alright, so we got the entertainment story going on. We're waiting for Burning Sun or RJ to be available. We've got this story going on, which is crime, which is waiting for Burning Sun or RJ to be available. This one we already got locked in, and this one, we're waiting for them to progress. Cool. It's also interesting because, like, they have the Rockefeller Center, which is Manhattan. It's one of the big buildings they've got down there. And, well, areas. And it's interesting because you'll actually look at the 1930s, and this is a time that a lot of those things you start seeing, like the Rockefeller show up, and over time you see like the Empire State Building and a bunch of these other ones. And a lot of that has to do with the advancements in steel that happen in this time frame. Partly led because of the war effort, and partly led from other industrial progression. But prior to that, you had not a hard limit on how high you could build, but it's much harder to build a tall building. But with the advancements in, like, getting better quality steel and everything, that you ended up having a lot of changes in what your architecture was capable of doing. It's one of the reasons why you also start seeing a lot of raised railways coming out of this time frame as well, because, again, the steel makes it strong enough to be able to put those trains up high. The Widow's Hand to Chill Cinema, Director's Macabre Telling. Alright, so that's going to be one of our big stories for the week. So these are the stories that matter the most. These are the ones that achieve our objectives. So we need to scoop. So we grab these stories, and everything else is secondary to those. Because we got our 4 scoops, and both the mayor as well as taking the district. So it's actually looking like we're going to potentially get the district, despite the fact that I don't have very many pages to work with. The largest private construction project of its time. 17 million square feet of office space. Alright. That is a crap article there. Okay. So what we're going to do here is going to jump you on this side. And here's a question. If I immediately shift you over, it's fine. Salvador Moranzone assassinated. Manhattan terrorized by gangster violence. I haven't been watching. That was the spy. We just got the spy there. Purple Gang men slain. Reports in Detroit say 3 men tied to the Purple Gang were found dead in Collingwood Avenue flat. Police have yet to confirm details, but the scene points to an execution. Get someone on the story quick while it's unfolding. So we did manage to catch the spy. There's supposed to be 2, which does very much worry me that I might have overlooked it. Right. So we did just send you out on this story here. You'll be back in 9 hours. Burning Sun is 13 hours. I don't think it's worth canceling their stuff. Okay, so you did put your hands up. So I think that person was still entering the building. Hopefully our articles have not been sabotaged. If they have, crap. Oh, that hurts. The spy did manage to compromise our 2 big articles for the week. And that means they had walked in, walked over here, and I didn't notice them until they got back to Bassett, and Bassett noticed that they weren't staff members. It is the thing that I do wish that once this person leveled up, where you could get a trait or something where they would automatically catch the spy. And you gave up opportunity. Alright. Do we think we can pull this off? Probably not, because it's 14 hours. I've only got 2 people. So the Purple Gang story ain't happening, unfortunately. So we're just going to ignore it. Yeah, it's too focused on what stories is going to do next that they snuck by. So that's massively going to undermine the quality of those articles. I'll still get the scoop, though, so we'll still achieve our objectives, but it's going to take a really big chunk out of what money I would have gotten for it. I think that one might be a spy. Okay. So put you on this one. Alright, do we get the mob on us immediately? You can... Let's take on... So, cancel that story. We're not doing that one. Burning Sun's gonna jump on this entertainment story. Lost Bag stirs divorce talk. Actor uses alias at hotel desk. Yeah, so they'd managed to compromise 3 articles. This one I'm not worried about. That one's kind of a junker. These two hurt. These two hurt a lot. I've got a societal one. So we could do Tenma jumping on this angle. Record catch, George W. Perry caught largemouth bass weighing in at 22 pounds, 4 ounces. And I'm deliberately trying to put off the finishing that story to where we could trigger the mob until both of these are fully sorted. You can get RJ on this one. And that was the 2 potential spies, so... Gas explosion at coal mine takes 3,000 lives. Hospitals respond quickly to emergency. I'm assuming we won't be able to, like, tweak these without losing the stuff. Yes, that would lose me one of my scoops on that one. Yeah, so I have to keep the compromised parts in. Yeah, it was worth checking. What I can do is deliberately save this for the very last thing we do for the week. Devlin and King crowned badminton champions. Frank Devlin and Phyllis King reign supreme. Okay, are there any of these stories that I'm like, let's wait? So this story has got some value to it. We can wait for that one. And honestly, that's probably the last... Oh man, that's gonna be a terrible week. All of this is old news. We got 2 compromise pieces. And we've got some other stuff coming in. You're not going to be ready in time. This is not going to be a good paying week. Alright, Burnin. Roll the dice. Come on, over here. Over here. There you go, buddy. Let's see, luckily, Lucino is securing his own leadership. Alright, so with that, do we have enough time to secure that story? We might not have enough time, but if we can secure that story, then potentially... Yeah, that's the high value section right there. Potentially that would be a pretty good win for the money. Yep, spies will get you. Yep. Oh, we still have this one. And that puts a red herring on it. It gives us a silver tag, which means a lot of bad tags. All right. Yeah, you're gonna actually get that story done. And this story won't be nearly done in time, and this one won't be nearly done in time. That's okay. Alright. We're still gonna get the territory, we're still gonna scoop it. We're just gonna have a bad payday. But that should still give us the influence, we can get the extra printing press. And I'm leaning towards what we do with the printing press situation is maybe all of our reporters, we just lift them up a floor, and then we put like printing press here and printing press here in the long run. So that we can get as many pages as we want. We've got our storage right in that area. Everyone just kind of skips past it. The reporters don't really need to get up to their desks at any timely manner, so that should be fine. And that'll be a bit of a challenge because as you add more pages, having enough stories to put there can be a bit tricky. But that would be where we would expand our operations more. It'll probably get pretty soon to the point where I'm going to need to put a restroom up there, probably where we're going to be moving the news people, the reporters. Alright. So we need to not be moderates this week. Or if we are, ever so slightly on the informative side. I'm going to put you on the back page because you're compromised. And that gives us everything here. So if I can get 2 stories that are informative... That didn't sort it all the way I wanted it to. Alright, so this is a good informative story. This is a good story for back here, for investigative. I was gonna say, of course, the only other story worth mentioning is also compromised. So I guess we're gonna put up a stale story. So the other thing I can do is move you down, move you up. That puts me in the right position. Okay. So now we just want to find the best stories we can. So I can put a stale story here. Could you expand on what you mean by the context of compromised? So there's spies that can come into your business when you're fighting competitors, and they will basically go into your story and they will basically make information wrong on them or whatever it is. But it's a negative tag. So if you look at these are all positive. They make the story worth more. And then you've got that, which is a negative tag. And so you look here, so I've got compromised are negative tags. I've got stale is negative tags. You can have sloppy writing is negative tag. And then the worst thing is if I put these together, for example, let's say I put this together. So my current payout, if you look at the bottom, says 4,200. If I put those together, even though I added a story here that pairs up on the finance and other things, which should be a massive boost in money, because they have that negative tag, it only adds about $100 worth of value to the entire thing. So like, these two together is a pretty big negative. So like, you don't want to pair up negative tags if you can help it. But yeah, it basically means a spy got into my building and tampered with my stories. Alright. So we've got our 4 scoops, so I'm getting a bunch of influence. So... So what, our newspaper needs counterintelligence agents? You have security spots them. It's one of the things that you as the player have to deal with. Like, as the player, you're supposed to intervene when you see the spy coming in, because it warns you that there are going to be spies coming in that week. So I can put the baseball results here. That'll give us a little bit of bonus. It is stale news, we're not getting our full value. And then this one here does give me 2 tags. It's actually not that terrible. All things considered, this could be worse. We are landing where we want into moderate to unlock the last bonus up here. We are going to accomplish all our goals here to take the region and all that. So all things considered, it certainly could be a worse week. We were able to spread out the negative tags to hopefully not be a whole thing. But yeah, we got this backlog of news that's most of it's going to go into the garbage. There's only one article that we have finished that wasn't junked. But the spy is like anno missions, where you have to find X thing in your cities. The way the spy works is sometime during the week, you'll have a person who is not one of your staff will walk really close by your building and then juck into your building. So you can actually watch them enter your building, and if you're paying attention, you know who the spy is. But the thing is, like, you're pulling up, like, going, okay, we'll send my reporters here and there. It's easy for you to forget the spy's on its way or miss it. But regardless, I think that's going to do. Considering we had a spy manage to compromise our 2 main articles for the week, which they still need to run. We'll see. You read this before somewhere. Okay, that's actually not that bad of a thing. This is why I love this paper. So honestly, we didn't get hit that hard when we could have. So we got South Orange Village. You kicked me off this block, but don't pop the champagne yet. No ads. I haven't unlocked the building that lets me get ads yet. I have zero qualm with getting ads in the thing. We will absolutely fill with ads. So we're slowly tying ourselves to the mayor. That's journalism. Fast, sharp, and on message. You made the others look like gossip rags. That's how you stay alive in this game. First to strike, last to bleed. Alright. Reader's Interest Illustrative. Each illustration tag in your newspaper adds 20,000 views. Alright, so we need to be right here in this like little spot here on the next week, where we're moderate to slightly informative. If we go all the way informative or sensational, we'll have a protest, which isn't that big a deal. If we're ever so slightly on the informational side or on the sensational side, we'll be directly competing for sales, which will hurt our bottom line. Okay, and Custard is massive. Just maxed out their capabilities on the assembling machine. Burning Sun got a level 4 on entertainment, and Anandar got level 3 in sports reporting. Okay, so with that, that was a really good week for influence. So let's go here. Obtain page module 3. So we can now make a 3-page newspaper. And I want to save up to get that court desk, because I want each of my desks to be one of those desks, so if they don't have a newspaper or a newsagent busy, they can work on something. So let's see. Sell 184,000 newspaper. Look who dragged their sorry hat back into the lion's den. Don't get comfortable. You remember with respect tastes like, right? Good, because you've got a long way to crawl back to it. If you want any chance, try to get your sales up. Show us you're worth the trouble. If you mess this up, let's just say even the classifieds won't take your byline. Yeah, and we've already seen that dialogue is like, hey, come crawling back. And you still want the inspiration. So we're going to go for city halls. There's no consequence for failure, really. We get basically thrown a fistful of nickels for success, but we're just trying to max out our sales, which means I don't have to worry about a bunch of other effort and things. Alright. So, with that said, we can start trying to push to different districts. That'll get us access to the courthouse, which gives us some ability to push back on our stuff. This gives us the ability to make our people who work inside our building work a little bit faster. I don't care about the military right now. They compete. Oh, what am I saying? We want to go here to Harlem. And the reason we want to go to Harlem is Harlem gets us the ad agency, which means money. So let's see. So sports economy, entertainment economy, politics. We want sports, politics, and economy. Let's grab that, do this, and before the week starts, let's go and check on our stuff. Alright, so I've got some money. So I think what happens here is we grab all of this stuff up here. You now go on this floor. I'm gonna grab all of this here. And you go next to them. Actually, scoot you a little farther to the left, actually. Alright, so we've got that going on. How are we doing in power? We were using 60% of our power. You can bring that over, put you right in the middle, I guess, for right now. We'll put the cleaning station down here. Alright, so what happens here now is we're going to go in here. And we're going to need to do a little shuffling around. So first, I believe I'm going to need to drop you there. Then I'm going to go here and add a new page module. Put the output over there. Because what I'm going to do for right now is move you up here and drag you over. And the reason I'm doing it this way is I know I'm going to want at least one more page module here. So might as well move it this way for right now. We're going to want to go here. We're going to put down a wall with a door here. Next, we could probably for right now scoot you over a bit. We could adjust it later. In fact, let's not be too grabbing of all the space. So that's fine. You're here. Let's get all the other junk we need to make all this happy. So we can go here. And the reason I was like, oh, we could do this. Oh, right. Doing walls is expensive. So I got that wall set up to dampen the noise. Where would I want to move other stuff? I don't think I go and I put more printing stuff here. I think this will be fine to expand that for the time being. We got plenty of space up here. So as this needs to expand, we can move it up there and fill up that area. But that's not necessary right now. We can get more room for reporters and all that. Alright, so grab our light. We need a light for this room. I need a light for over here so they don't whine about it when they're walking through. A light for up here so they don't whine about when they're walking through. We're at 72% of our power. Pretty soon I'm going to need coal power production as well. We will need some stuff to deal with things here. There's an acoustic panel to keep that down. And we'll put one here to keep it down a little bit. And there to keep it down a little bit. And that should keep it from bleeding out here. We're going to need vents on either side of this wall to keep the heat contained. And we can add the clocks, because clocks in this game are amazing and have magic powers that make everything better. So a clock in here. A clock out here. And let's check to see where it says we've got bad stuff going on. There's a little bit of garbage on the floor because I don't have a trash can near here. I'm going to scooch that up. Kind of annoying that it's working that way. What I'm doing is I'm moving that up there. Put the water up here too. Okay. We'll let them clean up that trash. And then maybe we put in our storage shelf there to feed all that. Alright. So that burned a bunch of money. We still got like 2,000 bucks. Let's see if we got any good new hires here. Gains experience faster. Not afraid of mobsters. So we don't really care about most of that. Nothing there at all worth mentioning. Nothing at all worth mentioning there for the time being. Okay, so what do we care about for this week's story? If we look here, that's sports and economy. So sports and economy stories you want to prioritize. Entertainment and economy, there's entertainment. And politics and economy. So those four can give me these tags. And then the not so fast, all we care about is good stories. We are getting ourselves a whole additional page to our newspaper now, which is a big thing. I do need to remember to order paper, or we'll have a real bad time when we can't afford to print what we need to print. Okay, so you got that sorted. So at this stage, we can slap that trash bin under desk up here. Okay, so I definitely got more room to do stuff. We got more room down here if I need an assembler. We got room for reporters. Okay, so we got a gold tag on this one. And we got a gold... it's influence. And then this is a lie. So we can, for whatever reason we choose. So that's one we need. We need the statistics. So let's go ahead and have Mr. Steven jump on this to go for that statistics one, because that's one of the tags we need up here. Lost in the night. Passenger plane at the bottom of the Elliott Bay. Okay, and for this one, we want the unveiling. That's this one. And we also want unrest, which we don't see. So let's put RJ Light on that to see if you get the 25% chance to skip ahead. You did not. Dick Tracy Comics strip debuts. Readers flock to newsstands for trench-coated detective. And you have unrest down here. So that's perfect. So I'll get Burning Sun to jump on this one to boost its quality. Itchy Tenman will take the political angle to deal with that, and that gets our tags. So that's going to already be all three tags that we need. There's no more political stories for the week, so that's what it is. Well, I mean, I got to do this split. But that's good to have, like, literally the first 3 articles for the week be the ones that have what we need for taking the district. And then it'll be just a matter of trying to get the best stuff we can, quality-wise. Lynching outrage, mobster killed on streets by angry crowd. Oh, we already did the Dick Tracy debuts, and we already did that. There's no more crime stories for the week. There's no more politics. Honestly, at this point, we don't need to have those pins on anymore. We do need to actually unpause the game, though. That is... Okay, so this is another opportunity to get statistics at a much higher value article. We'll have to worry about that, though, when we got the people to spare. Now, some of these stories are starting to get complicated enough. We might be getting to the point where I might have to stop being picky and just grab another news reporter. Alright. As soon as you reach the desk, we get our next task assigned. I know. I need to wait till they get back to the desk. I can't assign them until they got back to their desk yet. Are our other reporters really good? They've leveled a bunch. Calling them good is probably not the accurate way of approaching it. Alright. Okay, so not this way, because you would go that way. So we need the finance person. So let's check on this. The Burning Sun can jump on this one and bump it up a quality mark. Gold's work filled with shadows, grit, and the smell of danger on paper. Alright, so we need one of our finance reporters to get back here. Yeah, so they're leveled, but most of them have pretty meh traits. We had an opportunity for a really good person early on, and we just kind of missed out on it. Alright, so Mr. Steven's going to take this one. Service report shows lackluster maintenance caused crash. So we're going to get a bunch of influence for doing that, and it gives me the statistics I need. And now we just need someone to take on the last of the political angle for this article. As Itchy Tenma gets back to their desk. Municipality hearing exposed failures. Miami mayor apologizes. Alright. So this one we can go ahead and get you reporting on this angle of it. George Washington Bridge open. Each strand contains a bundle of 434 individual wires. So just checking. So you've got one more stage left in you. Those two are wrapping up. And you've got a little bit more to be done here. So the important thing is we want to go on to some of these ones, because this is the one that has the unrest. Prioritize that. You've got statistics. Prioritize that. And that's got the debut, so we want to prioritize that. So as soon as Burning Sun gets back, we're going to go ahead and have them go back out here one more time and get the last of the Dick Tracy comic information. That's probably going to be our big article for the week. It's got both a silver and a gold tag. So that's going to probably do a lot of work for us. And we're going to have that quality too. Debut breaks mold of conventional newspaper comics. Alright, and we need someone to come back with society stuff, which will be RJ here. And if we get lucky, this will trigger that gives a 25% chance that we'll just skip past this. And we did, so Mr. Stevens can jump right on the last segment and work on it at the same time. Less traffic jams, improved delivery of goods and sources around New York City. So we got an entertainment piece. This one also has the unveiling tag. But we're just going to need to wait a minute, because all of my people are busy. So we've got everything for that one. Everyone for this one. Yeah, so we're waiting on Burning Sun or RJ to get back to do that one. Pretty soon we should have another one pop up here, and hopefully it'll be something someone else can work on. So Itchy Tenma can start this one. Take your medicine, Alka-Seltzer. No more headaches with the new miracle medicine. We'll probably want to go on that top angle, because it'll be easier to match those tags. Alright. So RJ is going to get back here. We're probably not going to be able to boost the quality in this much. But if we're lucky, we can trigger it to just go ahead and get where we can unlock the next spot right away. We did not. Teacher play wins, author ill. Drama premieres locally. And we're down to only 4 articles left for the week. But we are churning through these as fast as we can. Okay, and Mr. Steven can jump on this from the finance angle. Medicine company makes big bucks selling Cure-It-All. Alright, so we've got a sports article that's kind of meh. And we've got this is a much better article. So it looks like you finished with your stuff for the week, so jump on that one. Cardinals win in World Series. Grimes pitched like man half his age. There's only 2 articles left, so we want to go ahead and do that. We can just wait for that to be done, then Burning Sun can jump on the last. You're already got everything booked. You can also be handled by Burning Sun if they're available. Because if you're level 5 or higher, you add a quality mark. So we want to have people who are higher end on different things handled. So Burning Sun jumps on this one, it becomes a quality 1. Teacher sidelined, but writes sought after success. Okay, and Anandar can jump on that one to boost its quality. So Itchy Tenma can handle this. It won't bump the quality up, but we don't have enough time to wait. Fans left in disbelief after powerhouse toppled in own backyard. Okay, and either of them will add 1 quality to the local miners, break records. Okay, so Mr. Steven jumping on that one. 5 seconds off mark, and we got 1 more on the quality. Got in our society story. It's kind of meh. RJ will deal with that. Big fire at orphanage. Nuns save all infants from flames. Can characters gain traits as they go, or is it an origin thing only? So you have 1 trait you can either start with, and I don't know of a way to get any more traits from that 1 trait, but you have a 2nd trait you can learn. So for example, I can give them the diplomat trait. I have one of those sitting on the side. I just don't have a need for it right now. But it's basically you have 1 trait they can have at the start, and then you can give them a 2nd trait. 100 steal from food market. Hungry rioters storm off with fruit and vegetables. And that's it for all the stories there. So let's see, as far as priorities go, make sure that one gets done. Make sure that one gets done. So just double checking. So you got an unveil. We got our unrest one. We've got our unveiling one we're required to have. And then honestly, you can be a lower priority down there. And then the other ones we don't matter. So those are the 3 stories that have the most value that we don't have already done. Likely we're hitting the point here where I am going to need to go and get the stuff to improve our typesetter and assembler. The bonus items to make them go faster. We are going to start running up to their limit of what they can get done, because as the articles get more complicated, you get higher value articles that are 1 article, but they take way longer to actually do. So you run into the problem where they just don't have the throughput to get it done, because the article has like 3 or 4 segments for 1 article. So it's like doing, the time-wise, it's like doing 4 articles, but getting 1 spot for it. A high-value spot, but still. Yeah, we needed 184,000 or something like that. We're gonna aim for it. I don't know if we're gonna hit it with what we got, but we can only do the best we can with what we have. There's not a whole lot I can do to influence stuff. Meanwhile, typesetter and all that are just churning through it. You got a backlog of 6 articles here, but you do have a day and a half to work through them. We'll see how far we get with that. So we got all the important articles up here. The Cardinals win article should also be done, and then we might get 1 more on top of that. They sold 166,000 last session. You just added some machines, right? Yeah, so I did add a full extra page. So that should help. So we need 184,000. Having a whole extra page does give me more opportunity to add value. We'll see though. I had 1 or 2 good articles in this one. I didn't have too many articles that stood out as particularly amazing. But a whole extra page, it's kind of this way or that way. Alright, so you got 4 more articles. The Cardinals one is done, so really they're just filling in whatever. These are all kind of low quality articles, just basically take what we can get. Okay. Yeah, so our assembler might get 1 more article in. You might get that last article done before the time's up for the week. Maybe. Let's see, got less than an hour left. Okay, so you did manage to get 1 last one in there. You're obviously not going to get those last 3, but those 3 are probably the worst articles for the week. We're going to be printing almost every article here, because I have 9 articles worth of space. Now, we want to keep it moderate as best we possibly can, but we'll see. So the big article for this week, the highest selling one, is going to probably be the Dick Tracy comic strip. It's got a gold, it's got a silver, it's a quality 2. That's a big article for us. We can put on our next page, we've got this one here. That's a solid article. George Washington Bridge improved. Then we can drop this one right next to it because it has a double up on the statistics. So that's a pretty solid one. Let's see here. We can go to our last page here. Let's see. So you have editor stuff. We can drop you there. That doubles up on the silver. And we would need you to be to the right, so we can grab the sports there. And that would land me in the sweet spot. So we just need this to not have a position. Just trying to decide what article goes where. Alright. Let's see, your great-granddad was all about collecting Dick Tracy series and memorabilia. He ended up with a lot. Yeah, I had an uncle who was really big into collecting Rocky and Bullwinkle. So we had a lot of Rocky and Bullwinkle. Alright. So problem is if I unveil this one, we lean too far to informative. And that causes us a problem. So I think in this case, there's not much tie-in with any of this. Because I put you there, there's no tie-in here. If I put you here, there's no tie-in here. And if I put you here, there's no tie-in there. So we're just going to drop that one there. It's a good article. It's fine. I don't think there's tie-in. There is the inspiration tie-in, which is not amazing. But it is something. Granted, are you better or are you better? You are slightly better if I go that route. We can go to this back page here. This one's got a red herring on it. But that does give me a little bit more here. We are going to be way beyond fine. That whole extra page is doing work for us, and you're just going to be a random sports article to fill in there. Because I've only got negative articles here. I actually have this one down here. You know, okay, so that's trading 1 for 2. What about here? 1 for 2? I think we're good there. Now, before we do that, I don't have enough paper in there. We are way exceeding our past week's sales. So I need to go in here and grab a bunch of the paper from these other things. Alright, is that enough paper to satisfy it? Alright, so we got enough paper in the machine. So this means each week I need to do 2 deliveries of paper just for printing. Alright. And we got all 3 of the things we need here. We've satisfied the sales requirement. And we're in the right range here. So let's go ahead and do that. Alright. So 250,000 newspapers. Cool. So that gave us 7,000 plus an extra 250 bucks from the mayor. But it is going to cost me an extra like $600 per month worth of paper. So still a win, but our gain is going to think, impressive. Maybe we'll have to chat later. We don't have the ads yet. We're like, this is trying to unlock ads. So we did get undercover. Undercover does mean we can send people to check out stories that should trigger the mob, and we can get away with it. Alright. So Burning Sun getting a little bit better at crime, and Itchy 10 might get a little bit better at society. And the all-important ad desk, which we won't be able to use quite yet, because I'm going to go down here. Let's get our court reporter we've been waiting for. And then the next thing after that is I want to acquire this stuff down here to make our assembly people better. Same with the globe. Let's work on this stuff here as the next thing. Alright, so what do you have? You have the exact same thing. Don't print crime this week for 1 influence. And still inspiring. Because they're trying to get on the mayor's good graces. So all we gotta do is when we check around here, no crime. So that's the police chief. We get that later on through the mayor, so that's not urgent. That would literally be in violation of the no crime. That's gonna be mostly crime stuff. The cathedral is the cathedral and the union office are the mafia. Yeah, it's leaning more towards crime on this one. That gets me cheaper transport, which we're not doing yet. This is one I don't know much about. So you take power and converts reports into type slugs. I'm assuming this means you effectively eliminate the need for some of the jobs, and you turn reports, brings back reports. So this seems like it's a thing to just speed up stuff, but haven't messed with that yet. And then the French factory clock speeds things up, so that's worth considering. And this would also give me access to illustrations. Where was the editor? Do we already get... Oh, we already have the editing desk. Okay, so let's try and see about going here. So, do these all require crime? So none of these are around crime, so let's go ahead and grab this. Okay. So let's take a look at things. So we did unlock the undercover. If we hit a point that I don't need Burning Sun to be working on something else, I think we give undercover to Burning Sun since they're kind of our primary crime reporter. Because most likely if we're going to run afoul of the mob, it'll be reporting on crime. Meanwhile, we did get the court report desk. So this is where things are going to get a little tricky. So let's grab the court report desk. And this is now Burning Sun. Well, actually, do we make that Burning Sun's desk? Or RJ Lights? And the reason I'm saying that is if you're not needed, I want you on this desk doing this while we wait. Do we have any employees here we care about? Not really. Alright. That's a decision I gotta make. And I'm gonna use both of them regularly. It almost feels like this would be a point we really want another crime reporter. I just have the issue is they all suck. Okay. The problem is there's also a taller desk, so it's going to be a little harder to squeeze everything in. So scoot you over, put you over top of that, put you over top of this, move this over here, get you out of the way for a minute. Put this on that desk, put you on this desk, get the trash thing out of the way. For right now, I'm just gonna sell the desk and scooch this desk over here. And now Burning Sun's on that desk. I see. There, because Burning Sun apparently doesn't have that as one of the things they do. Or it's not updated yet? so what do you do? You're crime and what? So you are crime, entertainment, and society. Is it not society on this one? Huh. That's a little confusing, but alright. We got the paper coming in. Like I said, no one stood out as being like, that's an amazing person, I should grab them immediately. There goes our double order of paper coming in. Okay. Oh, I should be checking. So we want economy, society, entertainment, society, economy, entertainment, and sports. So let's go here. So boom, 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 boom. Let's see. Would that still be skill 3 person or above? Well, skill 5 is the max you can have on the base, and then you can use items to bump them up to 10. So this is an unpopular article that builds unrest, and then we can go this route. So let's try and grab you here. That automatically unlocked the next stage, so Ichi Tenma can grab it from the education angle. So we don't get the unpopular in that tag, we get the better one. Consumer confidence plummets. Maybe building with wood is a risk in this area. Okay, we got a crime one. So that's one that would give me a gold tag. We wouldn't want to do this one right now, because this is a crime one. Granted, we could take it and pursue it to the point of getting this and then eliminate the first part of it, and that would satisfy my statistics goal. We can see about that one. I was gonna hold off on Burning Sun getting the training. Oh, it's 4 days? Let's not do that. Alright, so Mr. Stevens, so we can go this way or that way. This gives me a bronze and a silver tag versus 2 bronze, so let's go up here. Boulder Dam work advances. River force through tunnels. Got a society one here. Everyone's busy right now. Yeah, so I'll be done with that one. So we got 3 back-to-back society, which is part of the problem, is we don't have that many people reporting on society. Okay. Alright, as soon as Mr. Steven gets back, we can get this one. It'll give us an education tag. That'll be another article we can knock off. Yeah, because then we'll be able to get the editor and illustrator. That's going to be a lot more staff. Coffer Dam blown for river shift. Okay, and you can jump on this one potentially. Or we can jump you on this one, and again, see about bypassing that. For right now, let's jump you on here. You did not trigger the next stage. So, District of Columbia War Memorial dedicated, honoring local World War I service members. Okay. 4th Academy Awards. Dust off those dapper suits and flapper hats, or drappers. Hollywood's glitz and glamour will be on full display at this year's 4th Academy Awards ceremony. We are invited, held in the Baltimore Hotel, and the star-studded event will have the nation talking. The Western Cimarron had a record of 7 nominations. With that cash and 1 glamorous those prizes. Okay. So you can go here. This is the new priority. Why is literally RJ the only one who can do entertainment? I have more than one entertainment person in this company. Yeah, Burning Sun also does entertainment. Why are you the only one who shows up here? Well, needless to say, that's impossible for me to finish. For some reason, Burning Sun isn't showing up as an option for that. And I'm not entirely sure why. Alright, so Ichi Tenma can jump on this one. Why we should never forget those who served during World War I. And that risks injury. Let's be careful about taking that one right away. Yeah, still not sure about this one, because it's not a level thing, because RJ's a lower level than Burning Sun. Hi.
You're the husband that I married.
We all make mistakes.
Did you eat a pot sticker?
I have not yet. Discomble. Thank love. Nationwide radio coverage. Alright, so you're still working on that. There's no more society stories, we got them all. Yeah, so we're just gonna miss that one. Okay. So you can go ahead and grab this finance story. Freight hike hits kitchens, bread prices jump overnight. Yes, looking at these, none of these are showing hope as a possible thing. Why do they call it World War I? Shouldn't they call it the Great War? That I believe that depends more on where you're at, on which one you call it. But yeah, no, that's a curiosity. You're not wrong. Because this one, they wouldn't have the context of World War I versus World War II, because World War II ain't happened yet. Yeah, no, it's an interesting thing. We're just waiting here for people to get free to work on stuff. By that I mean, I realize I've got the game paused. There's a different war called the Great War? Well, right. My understanding was World War I in a lot of places was referred to as the Great War until World War II happened, at which point then they named it World War I and World War II because, you know, at the time, World War I was kind of the biggest war in modern history that kind of the whole world got in on. Even though it was primarily just Western countries for World War I. Not exclusively, there was others involved. But that's from where we're at here in like the US and all that. That's usually the framing is around how it impacts us. Alright, so let's get you on this. Housewife march on wheat factories. Okay. I don't want to... I've got a lot more articles available for the week. I don't think we pay a bribe for a double bronze. If it had one of these tags, I would do it. But I think a double bronze in something I'm not looking for is not the play. Alright, let's go in here. RJ can jump on that. Because that would potentially be a thing of statistics. Al Capone sentenced to 11 years, found guilty of federal income tax evasion. Evading taxes. What monsters. No more sports stories this week. Mr. Stevens can jump on that one. Coin counter jams. Corn kernels fed to machine. No more finance news. So sports and economy, that does mean I ultimately do need to go this route. That we're going to go and do this economy story here, and we're going to cut off the first part of the story to satisfy that. So we're going to not be completing this story. So Burning Sun is not going to be needing to get that training out quite yet. Alright, so as soon as one of them gets back, we want the finance side of this. Ordered to pay over $215,000 in back taxes plus interest. A garbage entertainment story. Balloon animals float through the streets. Balloons steal the show as thousands visit Thanksgiving parade. And we're not doing the other part of the story. That story is a maybe. Someone's potentially getting injured on that one. No more entertainment. That's a crime story. I keep shuffling those very aggressively, and that's not necessary. I have not seen the Hope story at all. I must have missed it earlier on. And went like the other route or something like that. Okay, so Burning Sun. Oh, you actually can do Society. Yeah, so Burning Sun can jump on this one and just progress that. Train robbery stuns authorities. Heist targeting moving train catches law enforcement off guard. So I closed the line, so we got the first two segments of that story. And we're not going to do the third, because I'm not supposed to print crime right now. Mr. Stevens can jump on political one. We'll have RJ take their chances on this. Come on. No injury. 4 days, so you're going to miss the beginning of next week. Just so you know, you're not going to be paid for your time you're not working. Lost Mine found. It was closed for 96 years, Nate pointed out. That is a crap politic ad. So, and for the record, I believe you will always get, during a week, one of every tag possibility. Now, sometimes you'll run into a situation where you have to choose between them, so you can't quite get everything. But still. All passengers held hostage at gunpoint. Alright, nothing but crime stories left. So this is probably going to be a pretty tough week to get our full newspaper, because we had that extra page, and there was a lot of crime stories, and I'm not supposed to print any crime stories. City service wins. Court dismisses suit to force carrying out promised offer to stockholders. I also have not been paying attention to see if those other things got done. Where's my statistics article? You. Get it done. Well, actually, don't get it done. This is the part we're throwing away. One second, let's verify that before I do that. Yeah, so what grays out is the problem. Yeah, so we do need to finish that. Alright, so that gives me the statistics. We have the inspiration already locked in. And we do have unveiling. We have a stale unveiling and a fresh unveiling. Alright. So that takes care of all that. And otherwise we don't really care. The big thing is... So we do need to finish that. And we have that crime article. Is it worth running smaller stories when there isn't a lot to keep the same stories? Yeah, you can run smaller stories. There's times you want to do that. There's times you don't. It could vary quite a bit. Alright, so let's get Burning Sun on this one. Because RJ's not available. Horror House uncovered. Police discovered House of Horrors revealing the secret torture chamber. Fun. Just get this one out of here. That's a garbage article. Can smaller stories turn into bigger ones? No. Usually when you have a story, you know what its potential is to begin with. Sometimes you'll have stories that'll be like, there's a mystery that you don't know what the result is going to be, but those aren't very common. But you won't have like a one bronze story and suddenly it escalates into a much larger story. You can do certain things where you have like modifiers your people can do where if it has one tag, they add an additional tag to it. You know, like the adventure tag, I can add the reveal tag to it with someone, potentially based on a trait. But that's all kind of set in stone in that if I use that person with that trait, it will get that tag kind of deal. But there's no, haha, surprise, it's a bigger story than we thought. Alright. Well, that said, grab the statistics. So we're going to take the statistics story, and we're going to delete this segment. And that takes off the crime part of it. So it shouldn't be a crime story anymore. We're good. Alright, so now we need the unrest and the inspiration. This is a stale story that's probably going in the back. Let's worry about getting our better stories now. All of these stories are hot, smoldering garbo. That'll bring us back to moderate. And I got 3 here who are all educational. And unfortunately, the educational has the problem that all educational ones lean towards informative. So we can go ahead and go here and say there, there, and there. The triple whammy of educational. And I don't have anything else in my stuff that can lean sensational at all. So we're going to need to bump you off of informational there to a secondary spot. Don't print crime. Where's my crime? Get you out of here. There's no tie-in on sports, so you can just chuck that on the back with a silver tag. We're putting some real crap on this one. Let's see. Instead of putting the sports piece here, we can go over here, put the sports piece in that slot, and then that lets me put you here to get a multiplier on that. So I put the unrest one there, it'll cause me problems, but I can put it here. That gives me all the ones we've got here, and we've got no more crime. So what is the best article we can do right now? Do I have a society articles available? I got a garbage tier one right there. Do we have inspirational available? Only that'll make my stuff too informative. That'll have penalty. We can't do the crime. And we have no of the heartbreak or whatever it is. So genuinely, it's a question of, is this better? So 4,400. Is this better? Nope. Or is this better? Yes, it's gonna be you. Alright, so with that, we are not printing crime. We got all 3 of those. Not a great sales week. We're dealing with a lot of kind of articles. But we are going to stay in the moderate range. Actually, I don't even need to be in the moderate range. It's fine. We're already here. I could have started the lean sensation or whatever. Immediately unlocks the next story file within the news. Note that once a reporter is assigned, it cannot be unassigned. So coordinator is a really strong one. We want that. We can get prestigious ceiling fan, 5 influence and 5 influence. So if we can exactly moderate next week, if we can land perfectly 100% moderate next week, then we will get a really strong trait. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Alright. So our paper was mostly the educational tag. We did still make some pretty decent money. We didn't get where I didn't see where we missed hope, but we got that. That's exactly what we love to see, publisher. Keep this up. Maybe you'll get to see out the window of my office someday. Alright. And no well, actually, tiny change in salary. Because Mohan Rai got slightly better at the Telegraph. Okay. Print entertainment the most, and we get 1 influence. And your 2 are going to be the same you've been. Alright, so what do you actually have to say? Did the typewriter miss you? Or did the mob stop chasing you with tire irons? Now, sweetheart, Mayor's got a new favor of vendetta. He wants ink. Not on crooks, not on cons, but on curtains. That's right, entertainment. Call it culture, call it character, call it what it is. A favor for our famous friends. If you do it right, maybe his honor will stop calling you the ink-stained liability. Alright, so we just need to do a lot of entertainment. And we can get hopeful here to, again, potentially get us access to what all that's about, as well as illustration. So I still think we stick to the same district we did last time and all that. I do have going for me 5 influence points. I don't think that's enough to get anything else unlocked we want, unfortunately. Didn't really get a whole lot of influence that time. So I think we just pick up on that week exactly like we did the previous one. Alright. Meanwhile, new employees. So you gain more and more speed as the year goes on, so you can get up to 24% faster, but it resets in January. Actually, I guess technically it'd be 22% faster. Either way. The cool cat doesn't matter at all. We don't care. None of these do we care about, and none of those do we care about. So nothing that's that meaningful this week. With that said, we can have you jump on this story and get that done. Victims endured unimaginable suffering at the hands of the local Hell Gang. And what we care about the most is economy and society. And entertainment. Let's grab our 2 stacks of paper this week. Let's grab a stack of food. Like, I am down for getting another news reporter if I can get another news reporter that's decent. We're trying to be picky right now. Alright, so we got economy. So we risk an injury, but there is an item on the other side of it. Then we got entertainment. Oh, you know what? I think by putting Burning Sun on this desk, Burning Sun can only do crime stories. I did not anticipate that. Okay, so we can work around this. So first of all, Ichi Tenma, I need you to go and potentially take an injury. Thanks for taking that hit so Mr. Steven can take your story. Santa saves bakery supplies, storm stalls flower wagon. Because I don't know what the new object is, but I want the new object. Alright, so what we're going to need to do here is we are going to be bringing in another reporter. I had planned on that, but I had not anticipated this restricting Burning Sun to just doing crime stories. I'm down with Burning Sun just doing crime stories, but that does mean we gotta fill in for the other type of stories that Burning Sun does. So if we look at our list of staff, we need another person to do, like, so, okay, it can be entertainment and then literally everything else. It's just entertainment we're short on because of this. So let's see. So for people who do entertainment, we have the choice of you, who gains a little bit productivity as the year goes on, and you, who cools the air, which doesn't matter at all. So Wayne here is going to be our new person who does finance, entertainment, and sports. And so you're going to be our brand new hire that you get to be named, and you will have the name. We already have Mohan Rai, so I'm going to draw again. You're already in our tower. So we're going to go and draw again. Conrai! There we go. Can I tell you something about a game mechanic that you're not sure if you are seeing it correctly? Sure. Let's go ahead and scooch you over here. So with this, that means the entertainment does nothing for you. You got all our police report stuff here and all that. You've already got your society one. So you needed economy, entertainment, sports. So let's grab your stuff here. Not you, not you. There's economy. You have the entertainment poster. Sports. You like entertainment? It's a good fit. Yep. Okay, so I think that's all the bonuses I can give you. Double check that, make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, you got at least the bonuses in a little bit. I don't have much other bonuses for you. Alright, so with that, let's pop in here, and Conrad could jump on this one. The typesetting desk has a bonus that is easily overlooked that can be used with the Cool Cat trait. Yeah, that's where you can put it in between your printing press. I'm actually aware of that one. But managing the noise and the heat right now with them inside the room with that is a little bit tricky. And then plus someone has to run the stuff to them, and I don't have the things to make it so they can run it between the desks that fast. So I actually think it's better for right now for me to have the two desks right next to each other so I can move stuff between them very rapidly. And all that without having to worry about whoever's carrying it getting whiny because of the heat and noise. Yep. Now you're all good. It is, you are right that it is a thing that it's a weird thing that it's there, because the assembly thing is the last one that goes in there, not the typesetting, so it's weird that the typesetter being near the printing stuff gets the bonus. It is what it is. First live opera broadcast. The Engelbert, Humperdinck's, Hansel and Gretel. Oh. So you've only got 1 day left. I think I'm gonna let you just sit there. Yeah, but the Cool Cat trait will work around that. You are not wrong. But which would probably be where you'd want that. You can, even without the Cool Cat trait, you can make that work. Okay, so we risk boycotting. In this case, we don't give a crap about boycotting. And the reason we don't care about boycotting at all is with the boycotting stuff, that only prevents you from getting ads, which I don't have access to yet. Yeah, no, definitely setting it up in there to like min-max it is a little bit of a pain. It's worth doing. But it definitely fits in this is a pain to set up. Alright, so Conrad can jump on this one. A volunteer sled delivered and rescued ingredients in the snowdrift. We got the Rockefeller one. Both of those are injured right now. You can take on the finance angle of this. Met was seeking to strengthen its finances through modernizing. And you got more entertainment stuff that has people tied up. Yeah, having that many people out injured is kind of rough. So you already have the Hope one on file. And you want entertainment the most, so I'll keep that as my only priority right now. Alright. So what's the thing you gave me? Christmas wreath. Okay, I mean it does give a bonus in almost everything, so it's not actually bad. But still. Alright, so as soon as Conrad's back, we can jump on this. Okay, that takes care of that one. Then this one will also be Conrad doing all of it themselves for the most part. This is so rough. Having both our society people out on injury is pretty nasty. Okay. I should leave that to Conrad. I don't want to, but I should. We'll have RJ jump on this. Workers raise Rockefeller tree, 20-foot fir, decked in cranberries. All right. So I really need you to get back. Okay, so that's done there. That's good news. Christmas tree, which does add prestige. So we can have you jump on this one. So you're still going to be... So you're out for one more day. Let's have RJ focus on the entertainment a little bit more. Okay. So RJ can jump on this one and maybe push that farther. Those are kind of crap. We can have Itchy Tenma take that one when you get back. So RJ, roll good. You didn't roll good. Decency League blocks local showing pickets at theaters. Okay, and then Conrad can do entertainment there, or here. This is the better one. Sawbox trick shocks crowd. Veteran loses wooden leg. Alright. So yeah, so Itchy Tenma should be back in about one day. We could chuck you on this one and get that one done while RJ's busy doing everything else. Yeah, poor RJ is like carrying everything right now because other people are injured. Okay, so you have no priority anymore because all the rest of these stories I don't need to be focused on, which should help a little bit by spreading out the different types of stories we're getting. And I'm half tempted that when Burning Sun finishes what they're doing, immediately sending them out to get the thing where they can tackle Mafia stories without triggering the mob. The catch is, RJ is my other one who does crime. So Conrad can handle this one where we risk boycott. Itchy Tenma can handle that one. Bank of the United States collapse. Major news from Wall Street. Colossal Bank of the United States is about to collapse. Economists talk about $200 million in deposits. This would be the largest single bank failure in the nation's history. Not something we want to let slip unnoticed, right? Time to call a taxi. Oh, goody. Alright, so. Can we make this happen? So you can drop these down to 12 hours. Jump on it. Unbelievable. This is a gut punch to every hardworking investor, says Greedy John. 19 hours, 13 hours. Okay. The bank has been unsuccessful in negotiating to merge with another institution, says director. So it's going to be on both of them about finishing that in time to be able to take on the next thing. Okay, so you jump on this. And we don't care. This prevents ad deals, and we don't have one. Boxing movie glorifying brutality, says church leader. We're still waiting for Itchy Tenma to get back. So how long do you have? 4 hours till you get back, so you'll be able to jump in on one of these stories. This is a lot of stuff to boost economy stories. We're putting a lot into this, which doesn't feel like the play, actually. But I'm kind of invested as it is, and I'm paused. But we should be able to get this through. And see how all that goes. So you jump on that one. We should have plenty of time for Mr. Steven to get back to their desk. To then get this last bit about it. Then we can jump in and figure out what our stories are left going on. Second. You jump on that because you'll boost the quality a second time. Okay, and meanwhile, Burning Sun has nothing to do. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we are going to have Burning Sun take that training. So that'll take a little while to get done. And what did we unlock? Oh, it was the Christmas tree decoration and the Christmas wreath decoration. Which is fine. So we're waiting on you all. You are free to jump on this story and get it done. That story's already in the works. You've already got this wrapping up. You are tied up with the other thing. Okay. So where's the story? Okay, so we already have the story that has hope on it. And they're just plugging away on all these entertainment stories and all that, so I don't really see a reason. Well, don't stand right in that spot. We've already had this talk. Don't stand in the 2 inches that's not in light. Okay, so as soon as you're back, jump on that story. There's a crime story that risks an injury. Witchcraft cult. We'll worry about that once other stuff's sorted. Alright. So, economy is the hot topic of the week. So Mr. Steven needs a moment to rest. And we can risk protest, or we can risk lawsuit. This one gives me a negative, but also gives me a silver tag. That gives me 2 bronze tags, but no risk. So you jump on that. Faulty Commission, Mayor Walker to testify before investigative committee. We got another crime thing we can't do right now. Yeah, so it's been a rough week just because with 2 people out from injuries and all that, a lot of stories just kind of hung while we were waiting on one person to carry the torch for everything. Okay, so that would trigger the mob to show up for a bronze story. That triggers an injury risk, but does give us a silver and an influence. That's a next week problem kind of story. Roll good. Over to the right. Over to the right. That's the wrong... Okay. Okay. So honestly, in this case, so I can't unassign them from the desk. So I can't actually unassign them from the desk, because that's what I was going to do, is just unassign them from the desk, hire a reporter to cover for the rest of the week, and then, you know, maybe they don't have a job anymore come Monday. But, you know, it is what it is, man. It's a hard world in the 1930s. I guess we're just bringing on another person. I hadn't planned for this. Alright, so Arc Editor, welcome to the team. Alright, so we have society, politics, and crime. It's gonna be a little tricky to set this all up, so scooch you over. Scooch you over. Give you your listening device. Give you this. Put up the wanted poster. There's the political map. I can't fit that in. That's fine. We'll deal with that. Okay, that'll just have to do for now. Alright, so with that in mind, we don't want to trigger the mob if we can help it. So, Arc Editor, congratulations, you're going to jump on this story immediately. Witchcraft Cult. Cubans arrested, 10 of Witchcraft Cult. Okay, we've got sports stuff going on. So, we've got our choice. Alright. So what we want to do here is Mr. Stevens going to jump on this first segment. NFL season concludes. Packers won, but was it a fair game? Because Anandar has it where they can just bypass a lawsuit. So we're going to wait to get the second one, and Anandar is going to take the second half of it to just skip the lawsuit. And get us a gold thing for next week. It's not going to be done this week. Honestly, I'm curious how our news thing is going to be this week. We got enough stories. It's just that we have good combinations of stories because I really am all over the place. Alright. So we can risk a protest, which I am okay doing. Come on, Ichi Tenma. 9 protesters. I'm okay with this. Meanwhile, Anandar will just cancel that lawsuit. Was the match cancellation to preserve first place? Okay, and meanwhile you can go in here and finish that. Suspected of trying to abduct babies. Cool. That's effed up. So there's our protesters rolling in. Just in time for our print to happen. Okay, so we need to have more entertainment than anything, and we need our fulfilling story. So the good news is, if we're looking at what we got here, yeah, so the best ones we got are silver articles, so we can grab this one, immediately front and center. That's gonna get our stuff there. We can immediately follow that by doing finance on this page, again, because finance right now is hot. Do we have a leaning we want to do this week? We want it perfectly moderate. So let's go and cancel that informational. Alright, so we've got that. So right now we're tied on finance and entertainment. Let's only show articles that are done. That is a lot of informational stuff here. So we can lean this one. Let's be smart. So we can grab, so that's in our finance one. If we go there, we'll have problems. Let's grab the entertainment one, leaning sensational, and go on the back page here and have the crime report leaning informational. So that puts us exactly into the moderate spot we want. And it also means entertainment is the one we have the most of. So we can go here. We can go to this one. We can put down this crime one here. That'll be good for that. I can do another crime one, but if I do that, I must do another entertainment one. Looking at what I've got left. Entertainment ones, what do we have? I've got one stale entertainment article left. And that would free me up to then put you over here for a finance article that's pretty good. And it would free me up to then go back here and put up a crime article that's relatively good. Alright. So with that said, everything's satisfied. We have entertainment more than anything else. We have our hopeful article. And we are exactly moderate to get the coordinator title, which basically means that we just immediately skip to the next thing, which is amazing. And yeah, and that's going to give me 5,600 and 1 influence from the mayor. Double checking, no empty spots. All right. Okay, didn't mean to skip that, but that's okay. All right, so we're sitting at almost 9,000 bucks. We completed our hidden agenda. We got Bloomfield unlocked. Pulling the lever's always satisfying. Well, publisher, I had my doubts, but you did listen. Maybe next time we'll have a good talk. Look, man, I'm working on it. Alright, so coordinator's a very strong trait. Okay, so this one we need to be not exactly moderate and not moderately sensational. Don't really care outside of that. And we didn't go into this whole thing with the intent on leaning moderate on everything, it just happened that way. So Steven's getting better at reporting finance, RJ's getting better at reporting entertainment and society, Luxray's slightly better at doing mechanic things, JD is slightly better at cleaning. All right. So we have access to the illustrator, we have access to the paper plant, we have access to... I still don't know the Lino-type machine. The implication I have from this is it's a machine that makes a bunch of noise and heat, but it can just convert reports for me. So my assumption is then you'd have the person working in the machine, it takes up a bunch of space, and it would just process the things for me. And then the big reporter desk... I don't know what the difference that makes, but that's fine. With that said, we can check with the mayor. Don't print any politics this week. Let me guess, sudden burst of civic duty? You burned bridges, and now you want to help rebuild them. Fine. You can join the corrupt bunch. Mayor's too busy dealing with press leaks and headline poison. You want back in? Then clean up the pages. Make the city look hopeful again. Alright, so every time we print hopeful... Yeah, no, that's the thing. I figured it was automation. So every hopeful gives me 250 bucks and no politics for this week. Alright. And I have 6 influence. We get the calendar or the bulletin board. Because that'll help with our assembly people and all that, so let's get that. So where are we pushing to next? So that requires hopeful. Fame requires politics potentially, so that's maybe not the right play there. That might require politics. Scandal is probably going to be politics. That's for politics. We're looking for one of these unlikely to require politics. And then you can also go into where you re-hit a district a second time, and it will give me a little bit more influence. It can be worth doing. Yeah, it's politics as well. We don't care about that. We can start pushing down here. That'll help our people haul stuff and move around and clean faster. I think it'll be important later on. Alright. We might end up doing Linden anyways. Because almost all of these, I'm gonna need politics. Okay, well let's just do Linden anyways. So we have the chance with the fame, that's the only one tied behind the politics tag. But we can work on it. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom really badly, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, and we are back. Alright, so let's see. So we've got the coordinator title. I don't know who I actually want to give it to. Mr. Steven is certainly a candidate. RJ already has something that does the same thing, so that'd be a bad choice. Onright has potential. I'm leaning towards Mr. Steven as being the one to potentially get the coordinator title. Because again, that'll just let us jump articles forward a whole stage. Let's wait on actually doing that, because I assume that's mean you're going to be down for like 4 days. We also got the bulletin board, which does boost your type skill up by 2. We need to get our 2 orders, well, actually 1 order of paper. There's still a pile of paper down there that needs to be brought in. And for our new hires, Melly works 35% faster, but they're low personal hygiene and smells. Yikes! It acts like a barrier, however, granting immunity to smell discomfort. That's one way of dealing with things. But they work a third faster. Celebrity. Celebrities are prestigious. So they basically give the prestige around them, which is a thing when you have your senior employees. They need prestige to get, like, the full benefit. And Bassette's trying their absolute best to deal with this protest. Just shooing them away one by one. All right. Yep, so you're getting that done, you're getting that done, you're getting this done. Alright, so this is the only one we're waiting on. As soon as Burning Sun gets back, they can do that one without triggering the mobsters. Oh, right, so don't do politics. So what we want to do is entertainment, economy, crime and society. And that covers all the things. Yes, I believe you're our mechanic, if I remember correctly. So you fix all the machines and keep things running. And pop all of you up here. So you're still on your way back. Alright. So we can have... Is there a leaning we want our paper to have this time? I can't remember. We want to just not be perfectly moderate, which is usually the easiest thing to avoid. So we can grab this. So we can have Ichi Tenma jump on the first section, I think. Yeah, because it'll be 3 bronze versus 1 bronze. Farm devastated by prairie fire. Crops and livelihoods destroyed. Hey, Treacle, it's good to see you. Can we get a shout out for Treacle, by the way? Another fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend checking out. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here. So if you like what you see here, you'll probably like what you see there. Lightning strike, lightning bolt sets church ablaze. So Arc Editor is going to work on that report. Steeple struck in storm. I've been playing Loftia. Definitely hope you had a lot of fun with that. I've seen a couple people play, and it does seem like a very fun game. Alright, so we got a lot of society stuff coming out this week. And what's the cost for the next floor? 75,000 or 7,500. Not that we're at the point of needing that. It'll be one of those things we start to branch out some other stuff. We'll end up having some big things we need. And RJ is injured. You'll be cleared up soon. You'll be cleared up soon. Alright, so Ichi Tenma can jump on this. That gives me a hopeful one, which is one of our goals here, is to have hopeful. I know, it gave me a moment. Just waiting for this person to get back to their desk. Come on. Our family faces uncertain future, says Farmer. Okay, so we can go to this. That's now a priority story, because that's one of the tags we need. I can go over here. And then Arc Editor could jump on this. This one also has the hopeful tag. That's worth considering as well. Is that... Okay, so Burning Sun has finished their training and is ready to take on that crime one, where they will not trigger the mob because that's what we were training them to do. Chicago Massacre. Violent turf war erupts between rival gangsters in Chicago. That's fine. An Arc Editor can jump on this. Citizens form bucket line. Now we've got you. That has the adventure tag on it, so we'll want to grab this one next. And I have a strong feeling the fame tag is going to end up being politics, just to cause me grief. So Ichi Tenma is going to be back here in a minute to jump on this. Icehouse floor gives way. Teamsters fall through in thaw. Okay, we can have Burning Sun jump on this article. The Chicago Massacre. This nonsense is resulting in an alarming number of casualties. Chicago Mayor. Conrad can jump on this. It's a crap story. School of the Air Radio. The half-hour educational radio program is broadcast on weekdays at 2:30. Actually, disregard that. Chuck it. Bin it. It's one entertainment thing. It didn't have the unveiling tag, I don't believe. If it did, I'm going to be very salty with myself for canceling it. No, I think it was literally just entertainment. Which is why I canceled it. Okay, here's a good one. Teacher play wins author ill. Drama premiere locally. So yeah, this one will have the unveiling tag if we get enough time to get it done. And that'll leave us just the fame tag is the only one we're missing. So with that, we can go ahead and yoink all of these up and leave just the entertainment one, because that's the one that's going to be having the highest chance of giving me the fame tag. That's another unveiling one. And that's the last of entertainment, which does mean the fame tag will be under the, politics. Rescue with ropes, investigation promised. Okay, so there's good news here. Well, these all have politics. I can grab that last one out of the back there, if we can manage to get to it. And I can get rid of these two segments to get that one, if we get there. First woman elected to Senate, Haiti Caraway secures her own mandate. Not succeeds, secures her own mandate. Okay, so the adventure story needs to be grabbed. We've already got the hope story. We'll work on the unveiling story. And then we need to get that fame story. Get you on there. Modest campaign style resonate deeply with public. Conrad's about to get back to jump on this. I don't think we're gonna get this done in time. I think that political story is just gonna be too little too late. Teachers sidelined, but rights sought after success. Okay, and this is an unveiling story, so we can grab you. Alright, so the moment that's done, Mr. Steven can jump on the last part. Like I said, I'm pretty sure this is going to be too little too late. Politicians thought candidacy was a courtesy or symbolic. So that last segment's a priority. That's the only segment we care about. In fact, junk those first two segments entirely. Okay. So we'll have you jump on poison ivy and theme parks. Children and grown-ups suffer torture for weeks by poison. And get the other angle as well. The parks need more raking? Sure. Yeah, so it is implying that we should have all of those done in time. So now it's a matter of just getting as many of these done as we can. Okay, so Burning Sun is currently tired. Arc Editor is away. We'll let that sit for a moment. Okay, well, Burning Sun's all better. How close are you to finishing your crime report? Oh, you're nowhere near it. We could just go ahead and dump you on this. If you're close, it's going to keep you on it. Crime family shootout. The Young brothers gunned down 6 law enforcement officials. Okay, so we got politics here. Mr. Steven could jump on that. The Stimson Doctrine. The Stimson Doctrine was adopted by the United States government. How far behind are you? You're only behind by 2, that's fine. So we can have Arc Editor jump on the last section. National manhunt on the Young brothers turns into a dead end. Got finance news, so we can put Conrad on that. I mean, that's a crap one. We're not running that. And Itchy Tenma could jump on this one. The moon moves. Closest moon distance in history. And then Mr. Steven will be back to take on the rest of this political story. Because that's a bronze silver, so it's at least something. So the good chance I'll have a bunch of political articles just sitting in the back burner for whatever we have next week. Come on. The United States will not recognize any territorial change created by Japan's invasion, says Senator. We can have Conrad jump on that. Blocked punt break streak. Punt blocked late. Yeah, so you got that done. so Anandar already has something trained. There's one more sports article left. Okay. So, we want to be anything but perfectly moderate. And our goals here is we cannot do any political ads. We need our fame ad, so we can grab this one. It's probably not going to match up with anything. I'll put that on the second page. But that satisfies this. We do have... This one's kind of a garbage article as well. But it does satisfy this. I'll drop you back here. We need the adventure one. That's also kind of meh. We can drop you here for now. And then we got our hopeful one. So the hopeful one's not going to pay amazing. It does give an influence, which is okay. We actually got 2 of those. We can drop you in here. And you in here. And that actually gives me a relatively good last page. So let's see here of what we actually have for good articles. So this one we want to leave alone. This might be the one to run on our front page. Because we run this here, we get the multiplier on that. This gets multiplied by 3, giving me 12 influence from that, so that'll be amazingly good. That does lean us a little bit more sensational. We also have this gold tag article. We should probably put that in one of the good spots here, so maybe bump you back here. Put you in the gold spot there, so that we can get double value out of that. Okay, so what else do we got for good ones? You're still in research. This is what we got left. There's no tie-ins with any of this. We do have the crime and the alarm side of things, so we can drop that for a bit more. This is a sports article. So we can grab this one here where it's the edited and sports. And looking at the rest of this, those all have negative. That's a single, it's not worth much. Those are doubles, they're not worth much. And that's a political one where if I print that, I'll fail this condition. We are getting a bonus of $500 for the 2 hopefuls. So we're going to be making $5,700 out of that. These are all not done. So I think that's about as good as we're going to get with what we've got here. So we're going to be slightly sensational this time. If I could lean it slightly less sensational, that might actually work out better. Hang on. Let's swap these. And that gets me a lot more because we're now considered moderate again. And so we're getting some of these bonuses. Okay, that'll do. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, and that's the witchcraft one. That's the one we took an injury getting. So that story that made us all that influence and all that, that was one where we endured a pretty nasty amount of injury to get it done. So at least that injury ended up being worth it. We got the Linden District. Not bad. For once, no fires to put out. The mayor didn't throw the paper across the room. That's progress. Hey man, I've been nothing but good to you since we got in touch. Okay, so this week we need to go super, either we need to go super informative or super, sensational. We potentially want to get the sensational one. That's a good skill there. Negates risk of injuries. Yeah, so we probably want to go as sensational as possible this time to get that skill. And salaries keep going up. Sniper Spice is slightly better at carrying things, but Beset is slightly better at securitying things. Alright. So, set record sales. Look who dragged their sorry hat back into the lion's den. Don't get comfortable. You remember the aspects taste... Yeah, we've already seen this dialogue. Yep, fine. Set record sales. I understand. But we have 15 influence points. So we have things we can do. We can go here, and we can get both one of these two. No, actually, we can get both of these last two things to make our assembly as good as we can for now. Is that where I want to put my effort? Because we do have the advertising agency unlocked for advertisements. We also have, well, we can't get the illustration done. We also have the automation stuff we could save up for. I mean, this is probably the right call for the time being. Yeah, so let's get the calendar. And then get the letterpress cabinet. And that's what we can afford for right now. And so you wanted me just to max out sales. So we just want to take a new area, new district, whatever you want to go with. So you can do crime, sports, and politics. I wonder if the farther you go out, if it increases the odds of getting better stuff. We could try that. Because we don't care about what type of stuff we're reporting. Alright. So we have sports, economy, entertainment, sports. Yep, let's just go way out here to Hillside Park. Or do we deliberately go after our competitor? So you require illustrator. You would guarantee me at least 2 silvers and a gold. Alright, we're after her. That's who we're doing. We're knocking her out. Hey, Harry, how's it going? Thank you for the 80 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Yeah, so we're starting to go after our rivals, I think. Alright. So, with that said, we got some cool gadgets. We got the letter cabinet. That'll boost that. We have the calendar. There we go. There was one more, not the daily planner. So we got the bulletin board, we got the daily planner. We got the metal slug tray. Did I not unlock 3 things? I might not have. Alright, so that's still... We should be able to check you. And we look at your skill now. You are maxed. Literally, Vado can't go faster. Without, like, traits or whatever. You still got a little bit left. That we'll probably get from someplace else. Now, before we dig into the week, let's see what we got. We don't have anyone under production we want to hire. We don't have anyone under utility we want to hire. Clara would give us someone with fame. That ends up not being as important as far as I'm concerned. So of our people, we do want to send someone out for training on coordinator. It's just too good of a thing to not utilize. You know what? I'm leaning towards just whoever's available, because this is one of those ones it doesn't really matter what the setup is for the person. There's not like a, hey, use this person, they're the better style. So Arc Editor is going to jump on that, because that's a full week. Arc Editor is our new person. We're just going to kind of have them off the schedule for the week. Let's see, you meant to mention, looking at the map of nominally allied countries in World War I, there are about 20 current countries and territories I can tell on the map that are not part of any side. The vast majority has been part of one or the other, most probably nominally. So calling it the Great War is kind of appropriate, at least at the time. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I know there's still some places that even today they don't call it World War I, they call it the Great War. But, like, there are places they call it World War I. It's the same thing. You'll have wars between two different countries that have totally different names between the different countries. That's not an unusual thing. Alright, so we got our first one. We want to get as a scoop, so you're going to jump on the first part. So we got our first scoop here, which is the gruesome tag. Winnie Ruth Judd sentenced to death, guilty of first-degree murder of Leroy. Poor Jenkins. I would say you deserved better, but, like... I mean, did you? Actually, I have no idea who the person here. We're talking Leroy Jenkins in my context, just to be clear. Alright, so you have that in politics, entertainment and sports, and that could be anywhere. So I got those three that we're trying to grab all of those that we can. Honestly, for this one, don't worry about your paper, jump on this. Team dynamics fracture as feud goes public. Locker room tensions, controversial rift in basketball team. Is a scoop a thing to do with rivals? Yes. When you have a rival, you are racing for the story. Only one of you can have it. And you need that to secure the district, is to beat them to the story. Alright, so we got entertainment. Okay, so we are going to face the first lawsuit that I can do nothing to avoid. We need to just solidly step right into the deep end of this thing. Starlet's secret exposed. So we're going to go ahead and jump right in here and just risk the lawsuit. I don't have a means of getting rid of the lawsuit. If the lawsuit happens, we just tank it. And no lawsuit. Cool, so we need to get this one, then that one. And that'll be the three other big ones for this one. So that's our priority, is that entertainment story. Which that means if we have the scandal, gossip, so I have just the review is the only one missing, which is what you have. No, so we're missing just the reviews, so that's sports and entertainment, so drop the politics. Because we need to fish for that other one. You're fine there. We don't need to focus that one. Right now, this one's the big focus. Okay, nothing priority on that one right now. You could just sit for a moment. You're not the priority. This here is the priority next. Because she'll work on this story as well, and then she'll go one of these ways. If I get there first, we're good. So Conrad needs to finish. RJ will jump on this one, and then Conrad will jump on that one, potentially securing these. So hidden marriage revealed. Alright, so she is going towards this one down here. I know there's another story already up. Okay. So you're on that one, which is going to trigger spies to show up. Looks like we are going to get one spy we'll have to watch out for. We could deal with that story as Abel. Deal with that story as Abel. Burning Sun is a little bit tired at the moment. Okay, so as soon as Conrad gets back, what we're doing is watching for someone who goes a little bit closer to the door and then goes in. But it's not one of my staff. Because if we don't catch them, they'll start tampering with our articles and messing them up, which will hurt our bottom line a big way. Okay, so with that, Conrad jumps in this, and this is locked in. So that's good. Controversy begins, controversy boosting Clara's fame. Alright, so Burning Sun is still exhausted. If we push forward with this, I am going to face a lawsuit. That's a little bit of a risk. Lawsuits can be very costly if you get hit with them. But I do need to get that off the roster. I gotta decide that we're scrapping it, or I do need to get it. One or the other. Okay, Burning Sun's almost back, but we'll need to take care of their needs. Is it you? Are you the spy? You are the spy. Gonna wait till they get up here. And we caught her, and she's gone. So there's the spy we had to worry about. The Burning Sun is tired. I'm gonna take my chance with the lawsuit. So one lawsuit, three lawsuits apparently. Judge attorneys uncovered evidence for juror misconduct, but appeal failed. Alright, so the lawsuits show up, and the way it works is if you have a lawyer, which I do not, if you have a lawyer, they can work through canceling the lawsuits one by one. I do not. Lake Placid opens Winter Games. Crowds gather in upstate New York for 1932 Olympic Winter Games. Begin. Beginning the world's top skaters, skiers, bobsledders to U.S. soil for the last time. Or for the first time. Let's investigate. The last time would be far more ominous. Okay. So the convenience here is I already got people ready to jump on this, so we'll have Endar jump on this angle here, and Mr. Steven jump on that angle, and we'll get that all sorted. Lake Placid opens Winter Games. Remote town swells with athletes, journalists, and tourists. I really need some of these to get out of the way soon, because there's still one more scoop I've got to get. Meanwhile, let's go and grab these ones that are the scoops. You are priority stories. That's 4 of the scoops, and there's 5 we got to get this week. But they're either under entertainment or sports for the review, I believe is the tag we're missing. Yeah, because it's not marked. Get it? No one lawyer? I don't have access to the lawyer. You have to unlock the lawyer, and I haven't done that yet. It requires influence, and influence is something we're not exactly swimming in because we've been struggling with money, and so I've been prioritizing it. Alright, this week's hot topic is sports. I'm so sorry for everybody. Let's give you 2 seconds to see what triggers on the next one, because... Come on. There we are. Alright. So unfortunately we are going to have to just tank another lawsuit, potentially. But Conrad, jump on it. Don't fail me. Over the right. Over the right. Yeah. Novel from Serial Astounding. Libraries expect demand. Alright, so we're going to go and make that also a priority article. And that'll be all the stuff we need to do this. And you just want me to sell papers. So past that, it's just choosing stuff of high value. In the meantime, let's go into here. We can unmark all these because we don't care anymore. So you're a 2 bronze. You're going to be a 2 bronze as well. Let's go ahead and have Burning Sun jump on this for the 2 quality. Clown let off on warrant. Let off on warrant. Arrest between shows. You can hop in here and see which one of these looks like it's going to be the best. Jump on you. Clara, Lou, and M debut in morning time slot. Becomes the first networked daytime soap opera. Okay. So now we're just working through our stuff. We got the 1 spy caught, so there should be no more major spy risks here. We're going to get all of our scoops. And I did this one because we could guarantee ourselves at least a gold and 2 silver tags, so there's a good chance we could get a really good sales week to try and pursue the thing for the mayor.
Thank you Doubled Hikaru for subscribing for 3 months.
And thank you, Double Hikaru, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get 1 of those a month, and you used it here. And it means a whole heck of a lot that you do that, so I really do appreciate it, and I do hope you've been enjoying your stream. It would be pretty weird if you were supporting the stream if you didn't like it. But, you know, we all make our choices. All right, breaking all records. Cricketer broke all records. That is what breaking all records is, I guess? Alright, so we can get RJ on this one. It'll be a 3 bronzer. Not exactly a great story, but we're just trying to get as much as we can through the pipeline as fast as we can. So we can hopefully piece together some kind of decent paper. Talk, talk, talk. Yeah, so we're waiting on that one. We're waiting on that one to get done with that section. Yeah, I want Anandar to stay on what they're working on for the moment. This isn't a particularly amazing story, so let's just let that cook for a minute. So Conrad is getting exhausted and has needs need to be taken care of, so Mr. Steven can jump on this one. Come on, Mr. Steven. There you go. This team can't lose. Oh, don't say that. You're just doomed to that team. Ichi Tenma can jump on... Yeah, you can jump on that side. Bonus Army demands early pay. From petition to protest, marchers converge on Washington. Yeah, so we're waiting for you to take care of your needs, whatever's going on with you, Conrad. Cricket story in New York. 1930s. Gotta remember. 1930s. I know baseball is, you know, quote-unquote America's pastime and yada yada. But, you know. Let's see. So Burning Sun can jump on this one and give it a 2-star bonus. Horrific axe murder. Small town plagued by a series of terrifying murders. RJ can jump on this one. Thrills and Chills as a new roller coaster opens on Lakeside Park. You've already got your stuff sorted, and Ichi Tenma will be back here in a minute to jump on the other side of this, the political side. Our political reporters definitely need to level up more. We don't have a single one who's at 5. With bonuses, I mean. To be fair, part of this I don't have many bonuses. Cool. So you've got that. We got our crime story here. And 3 is the max you can take that up to. Okay, so you apparently have finished your stuff. Go ahead and have you jump on that. Stellar season culminates in NFL glory. Chicago Bears crowned NFL champions with dominant display. No, they changed it. You can get 4 quality. It used to be 3 was the cap. So it looks like they let you go higher than 3 now. Ooh, that's got potential. I wonder if 5's the cap now. Or if maybe there is no cap, so if you can abuse it, you know, abuse away. I'm very happy we got all of the stuff for the typesetter and assemblers right away. That's going to help out a lot with this. Okay, so this means we'll potentially face protest. If we go for this, I'll get equality. Slow jumps, game drags on. Set shots, miss mark. Alright, so protesters are going to be showing up in numbers. Okay, do I have paper? I just remembered that. All right. That would have been tragic. All right, so So you're on your way back. So we can have Conwright jump on this story. Anger dominates local economic legislation. That's gonna be a crap story. It's the last one for the week, so we will accept it. Itchy Tenma can jump on you. Triumph with local politician. So you're done. You're done. You've already got people queued up. And then RJ can jump on you. Man retrieves kite falls. Man retrieving kite falls to death. Kids witness as Good Samaritan falls from tree. That's deeply upsetting. I'm grabbing all the boxes and dragging them up here so my warehouse person can run back and forth. I'll have to do these manually when it comes down to it, but that helps for right now. And meanwhile, Bassett is just, walking away one protester at a time. It was looking relatively encouraging for this paper. I'm not sure if we'll hit our sales max, but it's gonna be a good one. Okay, so the leading story here, so let's double check. Yeah, so we're gonna be fine, a bunch with that. So we just need to sell a lot of papers, so this is probably our leading story there, because there's all that. Ideally, I want to go to one extreme, or we want to go extreme sensational is the ideal here. So I've got that one. This is another gold one, so let's put that back here. Do we have any more gold? We do not. Alright. So this one does need to be included. We'll drop that here. And that means I've got all 5 of the ones I need for that to qualify handled. We do actually have another gold one there. So let's put that on our back page, which leans us even more sensational. I can get us 2 more to the side of sensational to, again, get the continental connector. So if we get foreign news, like that ends up being a huge one. But what can we do? Let's start here. We don't have more yellow there. We don't have another fame tag. So entertainment news-wise, we don't have a whole lot I want to work with. The unveiling, there's nothing particularly awesome. The risky. I wonder if oh, I can't stack those. Yeah, so risky doesn't stack. I believe the value of risky is under the sensational. There is one where if you do risky articles, you get a bonus. Gossip. All right. It'd suck to move you out of that spot. But we drop you here. That gives us a bonus there. Because then I would need one here. Problem is I don't have much that is sensational to work with. And most of it's not particularly excellent. And drop you there. They're very sensational. That's 190 sales. If we can't make that work, we drop in the middle to get this done. So we're probably looking at the sports here for the most bang for our buck. So this is probably going to be higher value than the other. That puts us up to 20,000. I still got this to work. So I've got societal. What silver tags do I have? So I've got crime. Well, if you're just on that, let's pull you out of that spot, move you over here, drop you in this spot, pop you back over here. Let's go to sports, which is the hot topic for this one. I think the next best one would be you. So we only need just a casual 44,000 more to go. Okay. So we've got that, not a whole lot there to work with. Not a whole lot to work with any of that. Gruesome. Yeah, probably look at the court report for my next best one. Yeah, so that would make us fall way short. I also need to put more paper in there. Yeah, so we'd fall way, way, way short if we do it that way. So let's try ditching trying to go for the sensational side of things. And instead just go for maximum sales. So yoink you off this section, go over here. You're not a particularly amazing story there. Put this story there, because it's higher value. Keep this in mind. So you got a gold here, a gold there, and a gold there. We are going to want to lean it more left to keep it in the informational, because that should help with all this. Do I have any silver tags that are informational we can take advantage of? No. What about on our other pages? We've got the court report. Doesn't help a whole lot, because that'd be better suited for the other page. That would put us in the moderate, which should jump our sales a bit here. Alright, so you got societal here. Not much to work with there. Politics. This one's a real mess. Unrest. Not much to work with on that one. Not much pairing. Crime. So we could do your report. That gives me a little something. This one has politics, has a silver. That's something there. There's a second court report here. Because your only tie-in is on the entertainment. So I can grab you, put you over here, drop you here, grab you there, grab you, put you back here. That goes too far. And hey, Joe dear, thanks so much for the biddies. I do appreciate that. We might just not be able to make this hit the goals we're aiming for, which is okay. We've got a pretty high quality sports article here, which is the hot one. Okay, we're almost there, because we're trying to hit 254,000. We're at 246, and I still have a spot left. I don't think we got much in the way of crime news that's worth mentioning. We drop you in. That does get me across that finish line. If I take you, it does drop it down a bunch. Same there. Oh, I mean, okay, that technically gets me over the 254,000. And it gets me 4 influence. So we do hit the sales goal. We do get all 5 of our things for the region. The only other tie-in on politics. So honestly, this one might be better. It's the same. That's fine. It literally made no difference. I think we're about as good as we're gonna get on this. Okay, so what we've got here is we are in moderate. We are going to trigger the mob to attack us, most likely. So we're not getting our cool thing over here, but we are hitting our sales, which I'm not worried about the money. This is going to put us neutral with the mayor, so we can start working on the mayor stuff. This is a shame to miss out on that, but that only matters when we start getting into international news, which is something we may or may not even do. So just checking, no blank spaces. All right, let's roll. All right, record sales. Okay. You win one round, but in the next district, nobody knows your little rag. Cool. And with that, we are officially neutral with the mayor. Impressive. Maybe we'll chat later. So the next one... Ah, this is gonna be rough. So first aid negates risk of injury. Alright, so Burning Sun has maxed out their crime research, Anandar is at 4 on sports, Mr. Stevens at 3 on sports, RJ Late is at 2 on sports, Ichi Tenma is at 2 on politics. Alright. So we've got 7 points here. So you've got all this unlocked already so far as that stuff goes. We got our legal stuff here. I'm gonna grab the alarm bell. And the reason I'm doing that is at least help a tiny bit. Alright, so... yeah, so you still have the same thing. The mayor's not talking to me today. Alright, so you want me to have at least one combo that is inspiring. Well, you showed up. I was beginning to think... yeah, we already had read that dialogue more than once. Okay. So, inspiring is entertainment and society. So you happen to already want that down here, so we'll go ahead and grab this district. Because honestly, at this stage, it's influence that's holding back lots of, like, our unlocks. Alright. So, grab you, drop you up here, grab you, drop you up here. Bassett is just not going to be able to keep up with any of this at all. We got Diplomat at some point. We're not worried about that. So we're going to go ahead and really fast. Bassett now has an alarm bell, so they're slightly better at securitying. Okay, so nothing we care about in that set, nothing we care about in this set, nothing we care about in this set. That's fine. We are going to want 2 orders of paper. We got plenty of food on the shelf. Honestly, we're at the point. 3 orders of paper. Now, we've got a lot of money to do things. The bigger issue is I don't have things to spend money on because of influence. I need more influence to get more of those. I can get more reporters, but a lot of them are going to sit around because I don't have enough work for them. I could get another assembly thing, but they're keeping up just fine, so there's no real point. If anything, them being a little bit slower would hurt as a new hire. Okay. So we want entertainment and society. Boom and boom. We want crime and society. There's crime. We want entertainment and economy. And economics and society. So we got all those set. And you want inspired, which we've already got lined up. Okay, so it looks like Bassett is prioritizing... Oh, that's interesting. So Bassett scared away one of the mobsters. And then immediately grabbed a protester and ran them off. Alright. So Arc Editor is available. Let's see if we can't put Arc Editor to use with that bonus. Not at the moment, unfortunately. So let's see, because this one is an unpopular one. So if you jump on this side, and Arc Editor jump on the other side, instantly unlocking the last part of it, and Burning Sun working on all three of these being worked on at the same time with a quality of 4. Courthouse fix exposed. Judge declared mistrial. And that's fine. In the meantime, Ichitenma can jump on this one. Fairy tales have their uses. We materialize our youngsters' minds and strip them of imagination. And then there's nothing else available right now. And Bassett is doing their best to chase around the mobsters and scurry them away. Are you hitting my plant? Oh no, you're hitting the water fountain. Okay, so you're fine here. Yeah, so we can have Arc Editor and RJ jump on this. That's honestly a pretty cool combination, being able to just guarantee a whole story is getting worked on at the same time. That's fine. So we'll start with this one. So Arc jumps in that, instantly unlocking it. RJ wraps it up. Young child kidnapped. Lindenberg paid $50,000 as ransom for kidnapped son. And we look at that. We got Mr. Steven to jump on that. Greater order adds shift. We need more roads fast, says federal operator. Fake me in game doing something very similar to what you do in real life. Oh, like dealing with stories where people can skip ahead so others can work. I'm curious where you're approaching that. There is actually editors in the game too. Alright, so we get Conrad in this. Power fails in talent show. Radio show carries on sidewalk. We actually really should go after the, I'm pretty sure we have the bench for that. So Ichitenma, high rocket flight. Science says in radio talk that he showed way for stratosphere planes. You work at a newspaper, you do all the busy work so real reporters don't have to. Fair enough. Makes sense. Okay, and we're getting all that stuff fixed. And that's cool. Yeah, in this one you actually are a reporter. You're just a reporter who has the special ability that like lets the person work on the next piece of the story while you're still working on the piece you're working on. Which is a pretty cool thing. The no more entertainment stories. Alright. Yeah, so let's try to remind ourselves, if we look at the map here real fast, I'm pretty sure... So the editing desk is 10. Let's start getting the editing desk because that'll help us a lot. Because with the editing desk, you can actually remove one bad tag each time you edit it. You can up it one more quality, you know, that kind of thing. So you can take an article and you can just improve it a little. So Mr. Steven's going to jump on this. Outages caused by coal supply struggles. Alright, so we don't want Arc Editor doing that. That ability there is too strong to waste on an article that only has one segment. Obviously, we've got everything lined up and there's nothing there for them to work on. Lawsuit costs 900. Yep, knew that was coming. Okay, so let's see this one. So this is a finance one. So Art can't do anything. So Ichi Tenma, jump on that. American made, Europe can't match our product, says Van Dyke. RJ will jump on this one. Meteorite strikes Earth. Meteorite breaks into fragments and strikes Earth in the United States. That's the last crime one. Well, I mean, there's nothing else going on, so Arc's gonna jump on that one. Crime rate explosion. Are we still safe? It very much makes me wonder if you get like 3 or 4 people with that same trait, that they could just jump on it and like just knock out major stories really fast. You'd be able to have like a small army of reporters take on all the stuff at the same time. Which is interesting because I feel like we're going to overwhelm our people. Let's make sure we have our priorities. Okay, so we can go ahead and get this one. That's that one knocked out. Inspiration. So if we go down here, that's inspiration and education. And then for you, I'll put you as a priority. And were there any high value stories, like really good stories this week? No, mostly just silvers so far. So not a particularly amazing sales week it's looking like. Okay. Alright, so Arc-Editor jumps on that, instantly unlocking the next one. That way Mr. Stevens can jump on that. 12th Amendment proposed. Amendment sparks national discussion on governance. And that is a absolute hot pile of garbage article. 3 submarine scrap disposal of 33 more in 2 years is Navy program. Yeah, that was like a 1 bronze, so it's not worth anything. Oh, the mechanic is just trying to keep up because the mob broke a bunch of stuff, so one of my telegraph things went down. Imagine combining that with the 50% increased speed on the same story trait. Yeah. Let's see. Hoover signs Economy Act. The Economy Act aims to reduce government salaries, which is intended to help balance the federal budget. It's currently so deep in the red, you would think it was communist. All economists believe the balanced budget is crucial for the economic recovery. But is it really? Let's send some reporters. Okay, so Conrad can jump on this right away. No need to face a lawsuit for a 1-segment story. That's bronze. So you'll be done in 5, you'll be done in 12, you'll be done in 8. So we should have plenty of time to get this whole thing done. Boosting our economy stories. Yeah, it's going to delay all of this. Okay, so we're currently holding on that. Then we have a sports story. Unfortunately, that sports story is going to have to wait because the same people who work on it are currently going to be working on this. Come on. So you jump on that one. We need to balance the federal budget, says economist. Come on, Mr. Steven. And sorted. Okay, so you can jump stories ahead. That's a one segmenter. Okay, these are the last stories, so we don't need to put that off. You can report on the sports thing. Olympic glory galvanizes nation spirit, and unity. USA sports heroes shine training for coming Olympics. We can go here. Arcader can jump on that. The 20th Amendment proposed newspapers speculate about impact in upcoming elections. Alright, so let's take 2 seconds. We got some goodies here. This is one we want to prioritize, the 12th Amendment one. It's got a gold tag on it. And the other ones will probably leave to get themselves sorted. But gold tags, we always kind of want to stop what we're doing to make sure they get priority, unless I've got some other thing I'm working on really difficulty, or for some reason that specific article is a problem. Like, I'm willing to risk the mob and lawsuits and all that for gold ones. Okay. Yeah, so you're getting yours done. You're getting yours done. Yep, as soon as Itchy Tenma gets back, then you're going to work on the Water Bonds defeated article. And there'll be no more news coming in for the week. No news happens on weekends. Everyone knows news stops on Friday. And everyone goes on vacation and nothing at all happens. Engineers warn rationing. All right. This week's hot topic is the economy. Yeah, I don't think we prioritize that. That's 3 segments for 1 silver. If they get it done, great. If not, don't care. Alright. Yeah, so you have... I believe we have plenty of money for the next floor. Yeah, we could afford another floor in the building. I just don't have anything I need to put in it yet. What we're probably looking at is, once we get the influence, let's get an editor online. If we get ourselves an editor online... then we can go through, and for some of the articles that get like negative stuff on it, we can have the editor clean it up. And we can start boosting some of our articles that don't max out the quality, get that extra little niche of quality. Because that can go an incredibly long way. I'm also noticing there's no... Oh, the paper's down here, never mind. I was about to be like, there's no paper to spare. We might end up needing a second person hauling stuff soon. Later on, we can get a dumbwaiter to make things a lot easier. So that way the person doing that just carries up the dumbwaiter and just goes back and forth while someone else runs it back and forth up there. So you've got 4. You've got 5. Yeah, in this case, because of how fast we're able to go now, with that bonus trait that Arc Editor has, very genuinely, they're just completely outpacing the assemblers and all that. I really hope you get that done in time. Okay, so right now, we have Custard working on the 12th Amendment story. That's a big story. It's gold tagged. I think you'll get it done in time. Yeah, so we'll just be missing on some bronze tag story, and that's the only silver tag story we're missing up there. And that's fine. That's definitely not happening. Aw, you're gonna miss it at the finish line. 50 minutes, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 3 minutes. Okay, you did get it done like the last second. Like, literally the last second. Alright, so we want our story to lean just kind of moderate. Don't have a strong opinion how moderate, just vaguely moderate. So with that, we want the Inspire tag, so we'll start off with the Education. Actually, let's start out with our gold tag stuff. So 12th Amendment right on the front page. Do we have any other gold tags? That is literally the only one. Alright. Do we have any insider information ones? Nope. Do we have political ones? So this one has a bunch of stuff on it. So we can grab that one. That gets us a couple different pairings here. We have Societal. Not a lot of good pairings for Societal. Inspirational. So we can have the Inspirational on this, which gives me this, the Inspiration, and that satisfies the Inspiration combo there. Alright, so we need to do this one. I see. What about Tragedy? Alright, so we've got a very high quality, unpopular Tragedy piece. Yeah, we've got 3 of those. So this would give me that. Do we have the investigation tag again? We do, but it is on an old piece. Do we have any good crime articles? What articles do we have that actually have some good silver tags? Honestly, not much. I got 2 editor tags on sports that might be worth doing. This one does give me a double match. We'll add it. It does give me the penalty for being old news. We've got that page basically set up. I do need this. We don't want to put that in the main spot though. And the reason we don't want to put in the main spot is just because they are informational, and that'll push us into the informational area, and so we won't get all the bonuses from being the moderate stuff. Alright, so with that said, I am noticing I need to put paper into our printer. Okay. We got one main spot there. We've got all of our article types. We have a good finance article. Shame that one's not ready. Oh, it wouldn't have mattered because that would have been stuff there. So I would match up the finance. I think that's what we're just gonna do. So honestly, a really good sales time. And do we have everything filled here? Yeah, so it would have been nice to get more inspirational ones in there. Because that's the thing they would have had. I have 3 more of those, but 4 more of those. 2 of them are stale, and they're all double bronze, 1 triple bronze. They're all kind of crap. I think I'd rather take the money on this one. So we're gonna get a little bit of a high society reputation. We're gonna take another territory, and we're gonna bank a little bit of money. But I need to find a good source of influence. Because that's kind of what's holding us up right now. And one thing you can do is you can get an article with like 4 influence spot and put that on your front page, and it can just give you a ton of influence at once, but that's if we get those. The other thing we can also do for influence is go back to areas we've already taken, and each one of the things, if you do it a second time, will give you 1 influence. It's not much. Keep reminding the city that inspiration can be delivered 1 page, 1 child, 1 block at a time. Cool, man. Alright, so we got first aid. We can use that to prevent an injury from happening. Okay, so if we go informational, we can get a prestigious ceiling fan. Or we can go the next one. Because we haven't unlocked any of the things under informational or sensational at all. We've stayed solidly moderate. Sounder fan is slightly better at doing the telegraph. Alright, so we did get Coney Island, which lets us get some of the stuff to make our workers faster. I don't need those things right now. So you want me to sell 254,000 newspapers again? You're the only faction wanting me to do anything right now, so we'll take it. Let's target one of these areas here where we can guarantee ourselves a gold. Yeah, so all of these will be gold and 2 silver. There's nothing for sale currently in Acorn Hall. I have no idea what that even does. Alright. Yeah, so let's go after this district. Guarantee yourself a gold and 2 silvers. That's going to be the plan. Meanwhile, I only have 5. And what did we say we were going to go after next? Because we could go after another page. That's one possibility. I'll probably need power soon. Where's the other one? No, not this stuff, not that stuff. Oh, right, the editor. The editor. So the editor's desk is 10. We'll go for the editor next. Because that's something we could just use with what we already have to just make it better without adding a whole bunch of other stuff. We're not going to worry about the injury thing unless I've got one where we're going to go out of our way to get, deal with injury. Don't care about any of those. Likes to sing, encounters noise. Alright. And none of these reporters are any good. So we're going to go here. 1. 2 orders of paper. Okay, we haven't unlocked anything with influence in a hot minute, which is something we definitely need to improve. We also probably do need a second person hauling stuff. It's not like I can't afford it. Let's go ahead and do that in the meantime for right now. So go here, get ourselves a second set of shelves. That's fine. And we can go here to... Where was that under? The transport table. Alright. So honestly, in this case, we're not that hurt for money. So let's go ahead and we'll have you go ahead and start singing. Just because you can. And our singing warehouse person is going to be Pagey Cakes. So you get to lift boxes as you sing as you walk around the building. Oh, and also we need another light over there. Wonder why you're not care. There you go. Alright, so we got our first story to scoop. So this will work out great because what we can do is Arc Editor can jump on this, instantly unlocking the next section, which then lets Itchy Tenma jump on this, and Mr. Steven on this. So we're doing all 3 articles at the same time. So, saloon churches, the bootleggers of today are the saloon crowd of yesterday, Father John. Alright, so I should probably be checking. So that was what tag? Okay, that was our hopeful. We got hopeful secure. So we need sports and politics, sports and economy, crime and politics, and that could be anywhere. And none of the other ones here have anything special. We're gonna cancel that one. I don't want to deal with the lawsuit. Burning Sun can cancel this thing. So we can go ahead and we can grab this. Capone behind federal walls. Scarface board southbound. Train as curious crowds form. So we can do or, and or on this one. most of which are not great. So if we go there, we will end up with a problem. We'll have Burning Sun jump on that one to knock that out. Former sheriff dead. Big team of 10 investigators tracking down pretty boy Floyd. So that clears up one thing. Alright. Because I gotta worry about other scoops. Got most of my resources allocated on the same person. The good news when it comes to scoop is it doesn't start the timer that the other person works to get it, you know, taken from you until you discover it, so it can't be one of those things that you just straight up find it. Alright. Okay. So you can jump on this to get this started. There's no reason to wait. We are going to trigger a spy or two. It's going to be more than one. Steel Giant collapses. Failed Mexican expansion drains resources. Alright. Okay, so as soon as we have them get up here, we'll pause and take a quick check. I think that's honestly the part of this. There's an achievement for not pausing at any point in a whole playthrough, which I think is a little bit ridiculous, even from, like, any other standpoint. Just the fact, like, you gotta use the restroom and all that kind of stuff. Let's be reasonable. Okay, so that's gonna be a hot minute still. Meanwhile, that one's getting done, that's fine. We grab you, and we did instantly unlock the next one, and Burning Sun can prevent the mob from attacking us, and so we can go Capone behind federal bar walls. Capone's influence rumored to spread behind federal bars. Alright, so let's go here, because we got some major stories to deal with. So this is a primary story. It's got one of the tags we need, and the Capone story, I probably shouldn't be prioritizing it, but that's a 4 quality with a silver and 4 influence. That genuinely might be the headline one for getting ourselves the influence that I'm lacking. Okay. Let's wait for our people to get home. And I'll get that stretch in just 1 minute. We gotta watch out for the spy. Alright, so with that, I'm pretty sure I need both of you on it to not have any issues. Alright, so Mr. Steven can jump on this side, and now I've got that one scooped. Steel Giant collapses. Company on the brink of a collapse. 25,000 jobs at risk. Yay! So that's another one that needs to be prioritized, because that's one of our scoops. Alright. And I'm going to stop shrimping. And I'll stretch my arms a little bit here. And then we'll get back to it. Alright. As soon as you drop that off, okay, we got another one of these. So Archetter can jump on this, skipping it ahead to that section. Ichi Tenma can risk arrest. Take one for the team. Oh, that's not good. Straight to jail. What's that dropping off? Oh, arrest warrants? Interesting. I don't remember the arrest warrants. I remember you just being arrested and that's that. Because I still don't have a lawyer, nor can I get one. But I'm really not sure what happens with that, and I'm a little concerned about that fact. And the spy didn't sneak past me, right? No, we don't have a bunch of ruined stuff. Okay. So you're still waiting on that. You're still covering that. You can work on this in the meantime. Resort town devastated by boardwalk fire. At least 2 children reported killed, 15 injured. We got another story. Nothing urgent on that one. You're still on your way there. Nothing to worry about there. Okay, so we could toss you on this finance story. Let's actually see. Was there a spot left on this one? No. So Conrad can work on this story in the meantime. Chicken giveaway. Crowds rural farms. Farmer stops business. Trying to watch for this spy. Lindbergh ransom paid. Word has reached the newsroom that Colonel Charles Lindbergh has paid the $50,000 ransom in hopes of recovering his kidnapped infant son. Let's send some reporters to check in on it. Alright. So, the big question is, before I get baited, it's not going to matter for those ones. So it's the crime reporting. There's 0 chance we get this done in time. It will not happen. I have 4 separate segments to do. And I need those people, because it's 2 crime, 2 society. It's 2 government, but those are our 2 society people there as well. So we're going to let the Lindenberg trial, or the Lindenberg thing, just... It's going to go ahead and rot. What happens if you fire the guy in prison? Does the arrest warrant go to someone else? I'm assuming you can't, would be my guess. Alright, so Mr. Steven can jump on... Well, actually... Hold. Arc Editor's right outside. As soon as Arc Editor gets up here, we chuck them on that, and it jumps it ahead. So sit yours down. Okay, so with this, what we can do here is Arc Editor takes this one, which immediately unlocks this one, and Mr. Steven takes this one, risking a lawsuit, but I need it to get the tag, so let's see if we get a lawsuit to add in the pile. Cool. Sham exposed at City Hall, kickback, fund from streetlights. Okay, that's kind of a junk article for right now. You're actively working on this stuff, which is fine. You're actively working on this, which is fine. Let's go down here, because that's 2 more of the ones we need, so prioritize this article getting done. Okay, so let's see what we're missing. We're only missing the victory, so it's politics and sports. So I can go here. And the only thing we care to prioritize now is sports. In jail, process to release. Oh, okay. So I can run these through faster, and then you would get released quicker. I don't have a lawyer, though, so... Enjoy jail, I guess? We'll get you out whenever your term is up. Okay, so you're done. So let's check here. So you're all squared away. We don't have anything we have to worry about there. We can go to this one. And you might be able to jump that ahead to someone on accounting. It did not. Tourists flee on boats as flames engulf seaside. There's our spy. There she is, right? Well, wait, there's two spies, right? And I keep being paranoid that one snuck past me, because once they get in there, they just start demolishing your stuff. Come on. Okay, we got first spy is out of here. We still have the spy alert warning. Okay, so we got people moving around. So you can finish this one. Care lessons urged. Okay, you're already locked in. You are in progress. And Anandar has multiple negatives against them from being tired. What is your deal, Anandar? Let's see what your problem is. You're here somewhere. Not the one using the restroom or eating or whatever. Okay, so finance will be for the last segment there. There's our second spy. Ah, so Anandar's going to use the toilet. That's fair. As soon as we get this spy handled, it'll be time to queue up our next thing. Okay, so now we don't have any active spies here. So Conrad would be doing that. Anandar is just degrading right now. You're almost done with that. We're running out of time to get the story started for whatever that last story is going to be. So Mr. Steven can jump on that. Outdoor speed skating winner, Miss Piper, won from Miss Marigold. Alright, so we got our last story. I don't care that you're tired. You're on it, Anandar. Newcomer wins by knockout, late right, lands clean. Okay, so that should give us our last story there. We don't have a lot of time, unfortunately, but that is what it is. So as soon as Conrad gets back here, we'll jump you on that story. And then we will prioritize those stories to be processed. And then it'll just be on the matter of if it gets done in time. Like, it'll all be queued. It's just, with that all going on, how it actually results. Resort town devastated. Local industry faces bleak tourist numbers. Okay. So I can prevent the police fine. So I don't want to deal with that. So Burning Sun... Oh, that's entertainment. RJ will just use this as a way of leveling that a little. We've already had that story before. So let's pop down here. You are a priority story. All of our other priority stories are done. So we just got that one there. And then they're just kind of filling in whatever they can. So there's nothing left on that story, and now it's going to be done as well. And we're going to get fined in this lawsuit, probably like $900. So this would face an injury if we take it. We're just going to skip it. I don't need that back. When does the spy thing go away? Once we've got all the spies. So there was only 2 spies. We caught them both, so the spy thing's not up here. So we do have the thing from our person who's arrested right now. And then we have the lawsuit that we're going to get fined in a couple of days. But the spy thing's gone. We caught both the spies and they're out of here. Finance. Mr. Steven can just jump on that. Director, worker relations flourishing, better conditions coming to plant. We got a societal one. This one's hot garbage. Arc Editor's just going to go ahead and knock it out because it's the last one there. Gas explosion at coal mine makes 3rd in a year. 180 miners killed in the blast. Another 90 injured at hospital. And there's no more articles for the week. So what we're going to go ahead and do is someone who is not already busy. I've got first aid here. We're just going to chuck that on someone. So RJ, congratulations, you're getting first aid. Because that should finish just in time for you for next week, and that just means you can ignore an injury. And how are you doing? You've got 800 pages there, so that's fine. Okay, so we could add another restroom on one of these floors as well. The plan right now is this area gets moved away, and then this would get more pages as we unlock it. The editor, we're not going to worry too much about where we put. Ideally, I'd, shove it down here somewhere. So what could happen is this area could move up to here. Then this could become the editor's space. That way they're relatively close to the assembler and all that stuff. Because the order of operations then becomes the reporter brings it to the editor, who then brings it over to the typesetter, who then brings it over there. You don't have to have the editor look at everything. Alright, so we got all those done. We're about to get the boardwalk story done, which is a relatively good story. And the rest of the stories in the pipeline are crap. So it looks like we got all the good stories sorted. How goes the pipeline? So you've only got one story there, and you've got one. Literally, they're keeping up now. But yeah, so what we could do is with like the editor ones, you can go out of your way to be like, this story's got some good tags, that's only a quality 1. Use the editor to make it a quality 2. This story is all good news, but it's got 1 negative tag on it. Clear off the negative tag. Not all negative tags can be removed by the editor, but a lot can. So it's just kind of a thing you do an extra pass to just kind of nudge the value of a story up a little. If there's no paper on the shelf, we buy more paper. Alright. So we need to primarily just get all that. One of our articles here, it was this one, has a quality 4, has influence 4, and a silver tag. That's going to be some big influence, big money kind of stuff. Ideally, we'd want... I don't care about the prestigious fan. Alright, so this is one we could drop here, which is a gold tag to put in that spot. We can pop back here. There's a silver tag going to the left. So let's see. So we actually probably should do is grab you again, as much as I want to get the 2 times on the influence. You'll bring us back to moderate on this. And you'll get the bonus there. This one doesn't have the finance or alarm or whatever. We don't want to go to the left again unless I've got another right arrow that we're going to actually play on the front page. Do we have any good silver quality stories we'd want here? Okay, so I put this one here. It's a quality 2. Gives me the right arrow. So that moves me back over to here. And then we can go back here. I could drop you off, which is a left arrow. And that let me grab other statistic stories. And this story is probably the more valuable of the two, so I can put that in that place. Then we can drop another statistics finance story here. Jumping us up. We need 254. I still need the Triumph story, which unfortunately is kind of a crap story. But I gotta drop that in there to satisfy this. So I just need one more that's going to give me at least a little bit more goodies. We aren't getting much to match here, which I am not loving. Do we have a high-quality story? Not really. So let's see. If I drop you where we match 2 tags, that does give me enough sales. So this will be a pretty good one. Because, again, on this front page, I've got that's a 3 times on the influence, plus another 4, so that's going to be 16 influence we get out of this. And I thought there was another influence here somewhere. I guess not. So we'll get 16 influence out of there, plus another 2 from this, so that'll be 18 influence, plus 7,800, plus we'll take another territory, which should be 5 more influence. So this is going to be a very massive influx of influence, which is really good. Okay. So then we got a lot of decision making about what to do with our points. Because they said we're going to do an editor, but we might also be able to put another page on here. And then our page gives me more opportunity for everything. Alright. Alright. Take your bow. But don't forget who taught this town how to gasp. Bow, not your bow. Well, maybe your little paper ain't so little after all. You got guts, and more importantly, reach. I like that. Okay, so we stayed in the moderate. They're not doing much with the stuff there. We're mostly just staying moderate, taking advantage of those bonuses. We could unlock other bonuses we just haven't done. So Bob Betty's a little bit better at cleaning, and Ichi Tenma a little bit better at society news. Okay, we got access to Acorn Hall. All right. So we need to print 1 Triumph and 1 Inspiration story. Well, let's see if he's available. It's you again. If I could spare a couple minutes. Not right now, nope. I'm about to see the latest sensation on Broadway. But you know what, publisher? Why don't you try telling your readers about how great New York's doing first? Inspire, like good play. I'll have Janice look for a free spot next week, see? Inspire like a good play, and I'll have Janice look for a free spot next week. That's fine. Okay, so we're siding with the mayor on that one. So you wanted me... What the heck did I just agree to? So you want politics and sports, so we want Inspire and Triumph. So politics, sports, entertainment, and society. So exclusive can be anywhere. Economy, politics, sports, insider can be anywhere. So that can be one we can hit there. Alright, so I've got 25. So my initial plan had been to be, let's go here, get our editing desk. We have no reason for the graphic editing. That'll make our editor faster. We can get other stuff to make our editors faster, which is good. But at the same time, with 25, I can go down here. Never mind. That answers that question. I didn't realize it's 32. The other thing that's interesting is, in theory, that would line us up to get the linotype machine, which supposedly automates converting reports into text slugs. I think for my purpose with what we just unlocked, we're going to get the editing desk. That's step 1. And then we're going to ignore the graphic editing desk for a moment. And we're going to get the dictionaries, because that gives us editing. And we're going to get the filing cabinet, which also gets us editing. And we could just barely not afford the paper cutter, which gets us more editing. So we're basically leaning all in on getting editing online. Okay. So with that, let's scooch some of this stuff around. You can pop down there. Makes jokes, makes other characters more comfortable. Yeah, so we've got people with editing skill. We've got someone who's got 2 levels in editing already. So let's get the editor set up. So we can start this by text editing desk. I don't know how many editors I'm going to need. I'm going to make the call to get 2. That's probably more than I should have. So there's 1 editor here. So you're slow on editing on Mondays, but you're cheap. I'd rather take someone who has a useless trait, but not a bad trait. So we've got those set up. We've got 2 editors ready to rock and roll, which might be overkill, but that's fine. So there's your dictionaries for your desks, so you're slightly better at editing. There's a filing cabinet. Alright, so what we want to do is scoot your desk over, put the filing cabinet in between so you both get the bonus. Was there a third thing I'm overlooking? No. Looks like you're square. Alright, so with that, though, we can still make this nicer so you don't whine about it. Let's scooch the light a little bit over there. You should be fine where you're at there. And we can go down into Comfort. General. Here's a clock. It makes things nicer. It's just how it works for some reason. And we can put a Christmas wreath for that same purpose. And we've got a pair of editors on here, so we're going to get our first editor named. So we're going to draw that name for that first editor, and that is going to be Carrie Actually. So you're our first editor, and our second editor's name is going to be The Very Last Lardine. Alright, so with that, we do change a little bit of how we approach things. So first, let's look at what we got here for our scoops. So, I'm going to choose to ignore the mayor's thing, because these are probably going to happen on their own. So we need politics, economy, exclusive can be anywhere, sports, and economy, and those could appear anywhere. And you want triumph, which is politics and sports, which we already have, and then inspiration is already just there. So we'll go ahead and live with what we got there. Yeah, so now I'll have the choice to edit things. And it makes it take a little bit longer to go through the whole process, but it does boost the quality, making it more valuable. The good news is the delay is added not to an existing part of the process, it's its own thing. Alright, so we've got you on the first step. We've got you on the second and third step. So unfortunately, Arc Editor can't do anything with this stuff, which is fine. We're going to have Mr. Steven jump on here before I agree to that. So we have finance on this one and politics on this one. So Itchy Tenma will jump on the politics one to secure that. Actually, Arc can jump on this, securing it. And then Itchy Tenma can follow this up. And this is early enough along the way. We can tell it to edit that. If we do that, it'll boost the quality by 1. We can edit this part. Yeah, it'll tell us, like, if you can enable that, when enabled, an item will visit the editing desk before the rest of production change. All negative tags present on the item will be removed, Note that enabling this will increase the duration. Oh, so it doesn't produce and change the quality? It looks like they changed that. Okay. Because this implied it would... Previously it said it would boost the quality by 1. I'll put 1 on there and just see what happens. So 12 angry men, 1 man changed the verdict, not guilty. Alright, so leave that. Meanwhile, I can come over here. Mr. Steven will jump on that, securing the finance story. But that's curious. If it only removes negative tags, and that stayed checked, which I appreciate, they must have reworked how editing works in here, because I'm not entirely sure what to do with some of that. Counterfeit money exposed. Cereals repeat on $10 bills. Meanwhile, for you, we don't really care about those. What is the fish? It's red herring. It's a negative tag. That's all you gotta worry about that, is it's considered a negative tag. Belt snaps and machine works. These machines lack safety, says Foreman. So with that, we've got the finance one secured. We got the politics one secured. Okay, so that sports and economic will be there. Okay, we've got a society one here. So we can do sports or the other way. I could toss Andar on there. But that's basically the same thing you're already working on, so we'll let that just sit for a moment. What was the extra tink? Oh. Oh, you finished your first aid training. Good for you. Make sure there's nowhere else I need you. Yeah, so we can go ahead and just chuck you on this to get this move. Oh, you'd be on that one? Well, no, I want you on the silver side. Yeah, that's already locked in. That's already locked in. That's already locked in. Okay, so the thing that I'm curious about, what does it say on the actual editor's desk? So it removes all those negative tags, adds quality star when no neg tags. Okay, so it does improve the quality. I was about to say, it's like, wait, the whole thing is it improves the quality. So yeah, so I've got plenty of editors. So we might push this to be edited a lot on stories we care about. Like I say, it does add a delay, especially with our editors being new and inexperienced. It also has the negative that the editors are up here. That's something I'm gonna have to change. New floor in the building is happening. Shouldn't you chase all the stories? We will, but I need to prioritize the ones that are for, like, the current event kind of thing. Yeah, so these ones are going to want to move down here if I can fit them. So security can scooch over to this wall. There's your alarm. I'm going to grab all of this as it is and just bring it on up here. And then we're going to make you have the stone wall, so it does have that. And there's no point in ripping that up. So I can grab the editor's desk and plunking that down here. Oh, you don't have trash cans. 1 second. The editors definitely need trash cans. I vaguely remember them being absolute monsters of making a mess. Okay. But as far as the stories go, like, this one here has scoops that I need to prioritize first. So it's better that I get the scoop than I worry about this stuff. In this particular case, RJ's now oh right, RJ can't do that side. Because this is an or, I can do one or the other. So I need someone to do the sports side, and Anandar is currently making something of equal value. So it's not worth pulling Anandar off of that to deal with it. So you're getting done. You're getting done. So I got that section done. Okay. So RJ can jump. Okay, Burning Sun's going to do this one to prevent the mob from coming after us. And then I need to get someone on this. We need someone with the finance. Alright, so Mr. Steven's going to be available in a minute to deal with that. And then that'll be that scoop sorted. Okay. So counterfeit money exposed, press seized, and shed. Okay, so with that, what we can do here is I need to go on this list. You are now prioritized. And you are prioritized. Oh, you're missing your light, my bad. Lindenberg kidnapped baby found. A shocking find in the kidnapping of Charles Jr., the 20-month-old son of famed aviator Lindenberg, Charles Lindenberg. The case has taken a tragic turn this morning. The small, badly decomposed body was found. We must send our best investigators to check it out. Alright. So, we do have the people to knock this out. So you're going to risk the protest. No protest. Okay, we did get a sports story that has interrupted us. So Conrad is going to jump on this because this story is a higher priority than the breaking news. Goose steals ball on green. Bird interrupts gold match. We don't care about this right now. Okay, what can we do to get the rest of this done? So RJ can jump on one of these stories, and Art can get on the other one, and that'll secure this one. Autopsy found baby was killed by blow to the head shortly after the kidnapping. And unfortunately, that is a true story. That is big old giant mountain of sad. Because of the whole big controversy that they paid the kidnappers for the safe return of the kid, and then it didn't happen. Okay, so you've got that one. So at this point, there's no prioritizing. These can be anywhere. We do actually have the insider one in the pile. So the moment you're done, come on. Mr. Steven, come on, buddy. Get to your desk. That was the reason I moved the editor down. Alright, this week's hot topic, crime. Alright. Players replace the lie. Okay, so we got that. So we got the entertainment story. Conrad's gonna jump on this immediately. The Widow's Hand, a cinema... Oh, we already did this one earlier. And there's the exclusive. So that does mean Ichi Tenma is free to jump on whichever. Oh, that's the problem. We still have the sports side. That's why that's sitting there. So you jump on this one. Ichi Tenma could do that. More pilots needed. Soon there will be thousands of airplanes. Yeah, so you're getting the last segment of this one done. Alright. Unfortunately, we will trigger the spy going this way, but I'd like to avoid paying the bribe if I don't have to. If it does look like she's going to beat me to the punch, I will pay the bribe and take it. Alright, so there's the lawsuit that we put in process because I don't have lawyers. So we just took it to the face, smiled, and bared it. Yeah, so right now it's those two as my only entertainment people. So the hope here is if I drop RJ on here, it might instantly trigger access to this one. If possible, we go that route. If not, I pay the bribe to get access there sooner. Alright, roll the dice. No spies. And clicking that at like the right time doesn't help you or anything like that. So we didn't get the instant access, so... Please. 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 Oh, you suck. That was a pretty decent bribe. I'm still worth taking it, but I'm salty of having to pay it. Come on, Conrad. Because once we get this one, we've locked in everything. Come on. I just need to drop that off. Alright. Then you want inspiration, so that's... entertainment and society, sports and all that. Honestly, how many stories are we down to now? 9? Actually, that's a decent amount left. Okay, so let's get over here. Itchy Tenma can jump on that one in here in a minute. What I actually want to do is check on this, because you're prioritized. You're prioritized. Prioritize you. And prioritize you. And our toilet is backed up, which is interesting because I do have people able to deal with that. How are our editors doing? Are you getting like absolutely backlogged? You have 2 on your desk, and you have 1 on your desk. So they seem to be holding up just fine. It does look like we're at the point where we really do need a second set of restrooms. So let's go ahead and get a second set of restrooms just chunked up here for right now. It's not that this is like a good spot for it, it's just literally just to put it someplace. So there's a restroom. We can go here and add the smell counter of the sink. And then we can go ahead and put a wall to help contain it farther. We will need lights in the bathroom itself. And broadly out here, we can give it ceramic wall, which reduces the smell farther. And then we will need... put a clock up there for the general stuff. And then if we put a fan here, and here, you don't need to worry about it all. Okay, so we got ourselves a second bathroom. That way, when one backs up, it doesn't create too much of a problem. So minimize that stuff out of the way. Okay. I see. So all those are being handled. So Anandar's finished their thing. So Mr. Steven can take that one. The Soapbox Derby, crowds mounts, Tabor gravity car flies. So Ark can jump on this one, unlocking the next one. Unfortunately, don't have anyone available to do it, because I'm going to have, you know, Itchy Tenma continue the story they're already working on. The greatest city in the world, international poll held. Okay, and we have Itchy Tenma to finish that stuff. More pilots needed. Can we find enough of them to guide them for the planes? Alright, so we're waiting on that. But yeah, so they're just running back and forth with the edited articles. So you got 4 on the backlog there. You got 2. You got 2. So the editors actually seem to be holding up relatively well. The assembly people are doing fine. The big thing that does is it's a delay from the time that I get the story to actually finishing it, because I'm adding this extra process. So it does mean later in the week stories are more likely to get missed. Alright, and you can jump on that one. Verdict, New York City wins as the greatest city in the world. as handled by the New York Times. The New York Herald says New York best. That was the city I grew up in my teens. Had, you know, name of city Tribune. And it was like, you know, voted like best place for travel. I'm like, this tiny little city that half of the world has never heard of. Yeah, there's definitely not a bias in this. Golden Umbrella, new umbrella sells for a dime. Like, definitely, I like it would definitely not even say it's a bad town, but it's like the greatest anything. It's like, nah, man, I'm sorry, we're not even in the runnings. New York City isn't, but you're off the bed. All right, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in. Does that imply the New Yorkers are the most narcissistic? I mean, just the New York City press. Okay, do we pay to get a silver? Are you cheap enough for me to justify? 50 bucks is fine. I can live with that. Bank reports July gain. 48,500 in, 42,300 out. And the editors are working so hard. Okay. So Arc-Editor lets me skip ahead. Let's make sure we're not wasting them. It doesn't matter. Alright, so RJ is going to be able to take that one. It literally doesn't matter. Regardless of which way we go, Arcwood's going to take one part, and RJ is going to take the other. Rooster outs thieves, trunks start crowing. Yeah, so people who have been tuning in for the whole stream, you have probably started to notice a couple of articles that we have seen before have come back up. New York, New York. City citizens happy to live here. So while there are a bunch of stories that are just, you know, they are actual stories that move forward and all that, there are those filler stories, so we are starting to see the repetition in the filler stories. Which is fine. Those filler stories are what let the game go past 10 years, because 10 years is how long the game does the real articles for. Once you pass 10 years, it's nothing but the fillers. There was talk about extending the time to go a little bit farther than that as one of the things for like a later update. But, like, canonically, the game kind of goes those 10 years, and then it's just, you know, at some point, they had to have it where it wasn't, all that. Bill legalizing light beer rejected by vote of 228 to 69. Oh, the age of sobriety. Conrad can jump on this one. Radio Few ended. Crooner leader quarrel. Yeah, none of these... I mean, you should probably get a priority, right? Oh, you already have priority. Right, you're just wrapping it up now. Yeah, so we're getting a lot more quality stories because I am running them through having all of them edited. And RJ can jump in that. Interesting Boogie Woogie album, well executed. Show wants live performance. Anichi Tenma can jump on this one. Amelia Earhart, first woman to pilot transatlantic flight. Successful landing in Ireland after flight over the Atlantic Ocean. Alright, this is the last day. We have the last articles there. So it's basically just on it to get through the editors, the assemblers, the typesetters, and all that. Almost all these articles are kind of eh after the initial really good ones, so we're not too worried about it. This article here might be worth prioritizing, but most of the rest here is just kind of, you know, a couple bronze, not a whole lot. That said, we do actually, we're not getting that many through. You're not held up. There's only one or two on the editor's desk. It's genuinely on the typesetter that they're actually being held up right now. But we did get all the important ones through, and some of those important ones had like 4 or 5 stages to them, so... That is what it is. Yeah, the more pilots needed might not actually get through there. We'll see. It's making good time, but... Oh, yeah, it's not... Yeah, so it's not going to happen. They just started it. It's going to be too late. Yeah, because you got 2 more blocks left and the day's done. It was close. Alright, so the things we care about is this stuff. So all the stuff that we have... The stuff here. So with that, let's check things that have influence first. We only had 1 with influence. It's junk, so we don't worry about it. So this here is a quality 3 article with a gold and a silver and 3 bronze. That's probably our contender for our best article. Okay. And let's check to see here if we had more silver. So we technically do have 2 sports editorials. So we very well could go in here and drop you there. And put you here. And that gets 2 of my big things on the front page. We want to be generally in the moderate range. So the next thing we want is we got to get our next stuff here. So this is our next gold tag. So bring that in. So do we have statistics? We don't have any statistic stuff handy. Crime. We do have this crime article. That's a big one. It's a quality 5 with a silver tag, and it's the hot news of the week. And we could drop in this crime one, which has education as well. Oh, that's not done. That's old news. Let's wait to see if we have anything better. We have investigation. It's not ready. Finance. Not that's particularly good. Political. Not that's any good. Gruesome. Not that's any... Oh, there's a political one right here. So that takes care of this and this. So I got the whole last page to just do what I want with. Not a lot of good articles left in the pile, though. We're definitely scraping the barrel here a little bit. A lot of stale news in here. I'm gonna literally have to take stale news because we don't have enough fresh news. So I can put you here. We could drop you here because you're not stale. And the rest is all stale, so we'll do this to get the 2 matching ones. And we will take that negative tag. And yeah, so that's all good there. So we're going to be able to print it all. We've got ourselves solidly in this range. We only had 1 negative tag. Pretty good payout. Alright. Alright. So we've got all this going on, got a pretty good sales day. It's going to be 7,800, and then we're going to lose about 3,000 of that to salary. But we did take over another territory. You kicked me off the block, but don't pop the champagne yet. I mean, we are just taking over your territory systematically, one by one. So, you know. That's the spirit. Maybe you're just not another ink-stained nuisance after all. Janice will find that spot for you eventually. Alright, so we got a porcelain jar. Okay, so we hit exactly moderate. We get the all 4 news goes faster. Okay, and we do have more senior staff from the looks of it. So it's almost 4,000. Oh, that's why it went up so much. Okay, so Steven's slightly better at politics, Cookie is slightly better at telegraphing, Wishbringer is slightly better at telegraphing, Itchy Tenma is slightly better at finance news, Conrad is slightly better at entertainment news. So yeah, that's, you know, 5 people just leveled up. We still hold the shelves across half this city. Unless you're planning to double your printing overnight, don't come sniffing. Now scram before I file a cease and desist for wasting my air. Alright. Lovely people. So I've already knocked her out of 5 neighborhoods out of her 16 she started with. So what do you want? Don't print crime this week. That's fair. That's fine. Okay. So I'm kind of leaning on just continuing to cause her mayhem. Let's also go down here. Because we can go to this. So we actually... Oh, right. We needed the paper cutter. That's what we were missing. To make our editors that much faster. And then we can go and take another one of our territories. It needs to be a not crime territory. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, so... Paper. Paper. We already got a pile down there. We can go to our staff options. Do we have anyone amazing sitting around here? Tolerant. Not bothered by anything. That's actually pretty good. Tolerant is a really good one because it means you can just keep sending them out again and again and again. They never sit there and go, no, I'm tired. I'm unhappy. So let's go ahead here. So first, grab that paper cutter. I'll put one of those on either side. I probably could spread that out and be fine. But the editors are kind of maxed out there for the moment. So I'm leaning towards bringing on that reporter, which I probably don't have a need to. But we're going to. So Philip is going to be brought on, because that gives me another politics and economy person and sports person. So that's going to help us out a bit. So we're going to go ahead and get our brand new reporter in the group. We already have Luxray doing our maintenance stuff, so we're going to go on to the next person. Amazing Meowsy. So we got you here. Alright, so let's get your buff stuff around your desk to give you the best chance of being the best that there ever was. So we need to start with your bonus things here. Alright, where are we at? It's this set. Okay. So you have... finance as one of your things. You have politics as one of your things. You have sports as one of your things. Yeah, okay. So, yep, we've got what we've got for you. I don't have more bonus stuff for you. But that does give me another person in there. So let's go ahead and check. So we're going to need to go to our articles. So our priorities are going to be economy and society. Entertainment and politics. And sports. Basically everything but crime. Alright, that's not particularly easy to deal with. Oh, I forgot your trash can. There's your trash can. And while we're at it, here is your clock. And you can even have a Christmas wreath. And a plant. And another plant. You've got the best digs in the house. Okay, this one's actually got something we need. Alright, so we don't have the ability to dodge the lawsuit, but we can have Arc jump on this, instantly unlocking the next one. No lawsuit. So Itchy Tenmother could take up the second part. Field theory proof. Pacifist presents paper showing application of work about extended relativity theory. Okay, so with that, that now becomes a priority article. Okay, none of the others have anything we care about too deeply. We'll wait on you. So you're 2 bronze. You're 3 bronze and a silver, so we'll do this. I'm gonna have Mr. Steven lead in on this. New Long brings gasoline tax. First ever gas tax for the US. We'll have you jump on this because you're still learning. The bonus army marches on Washington, D.C. Around 20,000 World War I veterans march on Washington, D.C. in protest. And that is everything I have to spare right now. I am leaning towards just killing this one to avoid the lawsuit because I can't dodge it. Let's do that. There's no more finance news. So we do have our one that's got education in there, and it's already flagged. So let's drop here. Yeah, I've already got you flagged for a priority. Okay, we got entertainment here. Alright, so we are going to be stuck facing a lawsuit again. So with that, we're going to try and hope to roll the dice. Instantly unlocked. Hey, no lawsuit for the win. Okay, so this one needs to be done first. So Conright's going to jump on this one. Because unfortunately, if I don't do that one first... No spy. I wonder if they changed it so the clicking does matter. Because it used to not matter, and people were kept clicking it at that time, being like, give me the win. And they're like, that doesn't do anything. And maybe eventually it's like, fine, you can click it to win. Which, granted, would be a little cheesy, because that would almost guarantee you could dodge it. But that's fine. Yeah, so that'll give me 2 more of these, and then it'll be just hope will be the only one I'm missing. Which shows up in economy and society. Which means it's under society. Oh, here, let me scooch that light over so you stop being upset about it. That's fine. Okay, so let's check. So you have those 2 tied up. You got that tied up. Alright, so you can handle this one. The group went to the capital to lobby the government for early payment of their cash bonuses. Cool. You think it'd work if they sped the needle a lot? Then you'd have to click? Yeah. But I mean, at that point, like, it depends on what you're aiming for the game. So RJ would be this one, and like every one and their sister's the other one. So Itchy Tenma can grab that one. Will the new taxes help or hinder? And then RJ jumps on this one. Come on, RJ. Come on, RJ. Don't let her beat me to it. Come on, RJ. You're killing me, man. Got it. Actually, maybe not. It'd still be easy to avoid the really bad one. Yeah. Alright. So Starlytic Secret exposed, controversy boosting Clara's fame. Alright, so we can go down here, because that means this is a priority one, because that's the other ones. So there's our education one, there's the other 2 there, and we're only missing the hopeful. And the hopeful is going to be buried in the society, which will probably be like the next one that comes up, because there's only 9 left, which are split between 4 categories. There's only going to be like 2 or 3 per category. We have a 75% chance of hitting each category, hitting the category we flagged, which is society. So we should be able to get in 1 or 2 goes. And usually it does seem to prioritize the scoops to a certain degree, because it's a real bummer when you get the scoop as the last article and you just flub. Okay. Alright, here we go. So, Ark can just skip us right past this point. Inferno ravages village. Panic grips city streets as flames spread. Okay, so as soon as we get the next person, which is Itchy Tenma, they can jump on this. That's our hopeful tag. And that means we'll have all the scoops for the week. Meanwhile, let's look at the other article that opened up. Okay, so that'd also be Itchy Tenma. That's also a crap piece right there. As soon as Itchy Tenma gets that. So yeah, by editing this, that'll take the unpopular tag off of it. And that's why you use your editor. So I'll take that negative. So we won't get an extra quality mark for it, but instead we'll take away a thing that penalizes us. But we will get a quality mark because Itchy Tenma has 5 stars. Alright. Fire Brigade struggle with outdated equipment. So that's better than the other article. Let's also unflag that. And you just don't want crime. Which is fine. We can toss RJ on this one. That's a 2 bronzer. I hate the title of this article. 3 women burn an automobile. You, now it's moving. There you go. Gasoline tank exploded when car turned over. Yeah, we've got a crime story. We don't really care about this one that much this time. But we will get it for next time. So I'll have you jump on this piece. It's most valuable, so you get 3 or 2. Residents overturned by sheep murder. Prosecutor impacted by hair-raising scene. We can go and have our editor jump on this, clearing that up. And then RJ can take the last segment because RJ can avoid injuries. Owners women guilty. Okay, Itchy Tenma can take that one if this one's not a better one for them. So Amazing Meowsy can handle that. League approves uniform numbers. Uniform numbers, new standard across MLB. Yeah, so RJ jumps on this one to dodge the injury and get that gold tag. Which will be worth prioritizing. Come on, there you go. So no injury. Severe blooded clothes clue. And then we can grab Burning Sun to have them jump on this one. Well, Burning Sun is maxed out. I mean, that's the catch. Burning Sun is maxed out, so can't actually level any more on this. Does give us 2 quality. I'd probably do that to get that 3rd quality from after it's edited. And just use Arc Editor where we can fill in. Okay, so we're going to want to wait. Oh, actually, we can't dodge the injury on that one. It is a gold tag. So, Mr. Steven, protect your face. You did not protect your face. You stuck your face right out there. Change allows fans and officials to easily identify players. All women in Shifrin. Fine fabrics like Shifrin. I'm mispronouncing that. Now affordable. Okay. Let's see. So this is one worth prioritizing. Because we got a gold tag. Skip that one. We're not allowed to do crime. That needs prioritizing as well. I'm glad we caught that before it's too late. So you're gonna be done. You're gonna be done. You're gonna be done. But yeah, 9-day injury is pretty rough. Luckily, we do have a little bit of redundancy in our reporters now, so that we can actually go and tank an injury or two and be okay. Yeah, so in this case, Amazing Meowsy will take that. Valiant effort ends in medical emergency. Tragedy strikes in Los Angeles Olympics. Marathon runner's heartbreaking collapse. Then we got 2 more political stories, and then there's nothing left for the week. Of Ichi Tenma, jump on that one. Donor wins paving deal. Angry protesters rally outside City Hall. Yeah, so they both have 1 or 2 on their desk. You've got 7. So we distinctly have the typesetters falling behind. And our character jump on the last one. San Francisco's judge, unreliable. As known murder walks free in unfair ruling. Yeah, so you are plowing through those very quickly, for what it's worth. Because you were at 9, and you've already dropped down to 5 in the time it took me to queue up the next thing. I think it was he probably just went on a pee break and just got back and, you know, had the backlog to catch up on. Yeah, so we got all the important stories done. We got a bunch of the others ones currently in the process. That should be good. And I do think tomorrow we'll probably get something other than News Tower going. I'm very much enjoying News Tower, but definitely one of those games that I feel like we could very easily overplay. I have enjoyed hard mode, but at this stage, it's kind of feeling just like a normal playthrough, which is fine. Like the difference I've noticed after the early game between hard mode and that is I am finding that while I can spread on the map very quickly, getting my actual upgrades is a little trickier because I'm either juggling money or influence. Whereas on the easier difficulty, I was making so much money and influence. It's not that I could just upgrade stuff as fast as I found it. That absolutely is not the case in the game. But, it definitely felt like I was farther along in a lot of stuff. Like, I think at this point I would have had photography and illustration or whatever going. I never did quite get to having everything unlocked. Or actually, did I have photography? I don't remember. But to consider, I think, what year are we on? So we're on year 2, so we've done about a year and a half in the, well no, because we started at 3, so we're at about 2.5 years. And the first ending is at 5 years. You can also get an ending for defeating one of the other rivals. So there's like endings for 10 years, 5 years, defeating a rival. I can't remember if doing the faction gives you an ending. I don't think the factions give you an ending so much as it's just a major milestone. Do we have paper? Yeah, we got tons of paper here. But there's not paper on the shelves, so we'll order more paper. Until they start storing paper on the shelves, I want to keep a surplus, just in case they have like a weirdly, wildly successful day or whatever. And how are you doing? You got 4 stories still there. You got 1 story. And this is the only story that's any good we've got left, but it's crime, and we can't do crime this week. So no crime this week, and we need these. So let's go ahead and get to the top. So this is probably our highest value story, but the influence is the thing I'm hurting on the most, so I'm going to drop you in to get that 12 influence. So with that, we do have overlap here that we can get a little bit more on this. So I can go to this page. You're probably going to be one of our higher value stories. Alright. We'll have to check because I'm going to need 2 informational stories to nudge it back the other way. So if we grab this, here's a good story we can nudge it back over. And then whatever we put on this page needs to be informational. So we put the sports story here. Okay. So we do have this hope story needs to be put in somewhere. It doesn't tie in well with any of these, so it is just kind of going to be shoved on a page. So that takes care of all that, and we have no crime reported. Alright, so with that, what good tags do we have here? So I got some silvers in here. Yeah, so I've got 3 different opportunities for a silver tag. We can drop you here to get a silver tag on that. And there's no tie-in, so the question is it better if I do this and this to get the double tie-in? Or, so that's 7,800, or do we drop this? Okay, so it's better that we get the tie-ins, is what I'm learning. The tie-ins go way farther. And it's also a crime story that would absolutely screw us if I did it. Where's the one? It was this one? No. It was that one. Do we have any of alarmingly good quality? Not really. Yeah, so that'll get us 14 influence, plus another 2, so 16 influence. We got all our categories here, and we are still making 7,800 bucks. So that's not too bad, since influence is our big pain right now. Pretty soon I might need to start being a bit more greedy on the money, because while I'm leaning on the influence, we're getting lower payouts as far as cash, because I'm leaning on the influence as my priority, and you kind of do either or. Alright. So we got almost 8,000 bucks this time. It is going to be taking a chunk back, so let's remember 7,800 was the money we made. Alright. We got you happy. Now that's what I call journalism. Clean, cheerful, and not a word about the riffraff they keep printing pretty. Okay, so we got our thing where if we go into international news, we get to research it much faster. So the next one, we get 5 influence if we stay there, or 2,500 bucks. I'm down with either. We've been kind of staying entirely in moderate. So we had 7,800. So we ultimately made about $3,700 in profit. And Anadar just became a senior reporter, so they're going to start demanding a higher wage because they've maxed out their sports reporting stat. Okay, so we also have cartography. So I've got 17 points to work with. Hi, you're so right, Jimmy. Oh, why, hello. Ain't you cute? Oh, publisher, you're early. This bombshell here is Miss Daisy Goo. You probably knew that. Her face is on the posters throughout the city. She's the brightest new talent in town. Oh, it's so embarrassing. Thank you, Jimmy. Anyway, pleased to meet you, publisher. Your newspaper might actually start to have some value for me in the city. With this economy in shambles, people need some light entertainment. At the end of the day, New Yorkers need a mayor who understands how to throw a good party. Alright, so print entertainment the most, print a sensational newspaper. Okay, we have not printed a sensational newspaper at any point in this entire thing. Alright, that's fine. So, International Press Agency. Yeah, with High Society, it lets me take articles I don't use and just sell them on for someone else to print. It's a pretty cool mechanic I've never really gotten to take advantage of, because it's way the heck over here, and the last time I played I was all over in this area. Okay. So, just circling back, you want me to print entertainment the most. So, is this... Okay, so I require the cartographer to do that one. Alright, so I've got decisions we've got to make. So 17 isn't enough to do anything worthwhile down here. And what do you add? So that's for our telegraphers. We're fine on that. That's also from our telegraphers. We're fine on that. Our employees are fine right now. That would be if I wanted to make someone a dedicated political reporter or whatever. We also have the ad agency, which can be a bunch of money. We have the graphics workshop. Let me guess, you require the graphics workshop. Okay, so we've got decisions to make. Because I can go down to the cartographer where we start getting maps. And that has its value. We can go up here to the graphics workshop where we start putting illustrations in our newspapers, which has its value. And over here is actually the photographer, which we're not going in that direction right now, so we won't worry about. And once we get that, we'd be able to unlock the graphic editing desk, which would be a whole thing. We can also go here and just lower our paper prices and get our auto resupply of paper. Because if you lower the paper prices, this adds up real fast, because paper is a pretty significant cost for us each month. Okay, so we need entertainment as our primary. Okay. So entertainment, crime society, entertainment, and sports. So that wouldn't be a bad one. And that would give me access to a couple of different things. That's better food options. That requires a cartographer. That's a district that's a whole big basket of everything. I'm leaning towards getting the illustrator. It's done. Alright. So we got the illustrator, and this is going to start costing us money. So with you, I would need an illustration, sports and economy, crime and politics. None of that's entertainment. Alright, so these are entertainment down here. So let's grab the entertainment stuff here and knock her out of this spot and start trying to get our illustration stuff set up. Because the problem we're going to have with illustration is it's just going to take space. So you all, as I've been doing, every time I need something new, you get shoved in a different corner and told how wonderful you are. We don't mean it, but like, you know, we tell you. Alright, so that makes room for Illustrator. So harsh. Okay, we won't worry about our stuff for international news unless we get there. Alright, so I gotta remember the Illustrator stuff going on here. So the illustration desk. And I've only got one choice of Illustrator. So you're here. So congratulations, we got our brand new Illustrator. Now it's going to be iComac. And we're not done yet because the illustration takes like several steps. So we have a repo camera and a chemical engraver. Ow. Money. Ow. Space. Okay, so I think what happens is your desk is going to have to move over there. You two are going to scooch over in this corner. They're going to need to go and add a wall in here to deal with the smell. In the meantime, buy 2 more stacks of paper just to make sure we're good. Okay. So we also need a photo processing and an engraving. Alright. We're taking on a lot more salary. So we best get some money out of this. We're going to go back to this. You are going to want to have the scented wall to keep that big too stinky. Let's turn on this so we can see what's going on. You're going to need 2 lights to cover this area. Alright, so we have smell and noise in that room. Let's deal with this. So we need general. Here's your clock. And here is Christmas wreath to try and keep that down. For the noise counter, we can go ahead and put an acoustic panel over here. And over there. And for the smell counter, you can put a vent up here, a vent over here, a vent right there. It's actually apparently proving to be a little rough to get rid of that. Okay, that's overkill. Alright, so we've got that room situated, and we've got you situated. I don't believe we have any type of stuff to boost any of that. It is interesting because you are, like, you're an illustrator as what you're set to, but it does look like it can actually send you off onto other things. That's the wrong person. Yeah, you're my illustrator. So you actually also have the ability to do crime reporting and politics. I'm going to keep you strictly for the illustrations for right now and not fuss too much with that. So then we got 2 other people. So we've got our people who are working on the support equipment for the illustrator. So that's going to be that good honk. And where's our other one? There's the other one. And then we have a Shah. So we can now do illustrations. Now the downside with the illustrations, you're going to have them sitting around not having anything to do a lot. The other thing I'm going to end up needing, and I don't have the influence for, is we are going to need to be able to go to our editor and get the graphics editing desk. So that way we can edit the illustrations as well. Now you'll notice we went from having lots of money with no idea what to do with it to the money's all gone. Oh, are we... Yes, we're in a contested area, so we want entertainment and politics, crime and society, sports and entertainment. So we want everything but finance. I understand. And you want entertainment the most. Alright, so you're not going to help me much doing this one. We'll go ahead and jump on this to get this knocked out. So Itchy Tenma will take this angle, and Conrad will take that angle. Dow Jones reaches the lowest point, market panics. Alright. So we'll have RJ jump on this angle, guaranteeing we get the adventurous tag. Bold bag heist shocks Miami. Detectives narrow down suspects. It looked like Arc Editor was a little bit tired. So even though Burning Sun's busy, we're going to have you take that one just to cancel the Mafia thing and all that. Organized lawlessness. Mobsters' insolence rises, says FBI directive. Yeah, so as soon as Arc Editor's recovered, whatever their deal is, let them jump on that, and that should let us jump over here. We'll want that gold tag. Speaking of which, that does mean we got the Adventures tag. And that was Crime and Society. Means we could take those 2 off. And we'll just leave that alone for a moment. I don't know what your deal is. And Icomac gets their very first time doing an illustrate. 90% loss of its peak in September 1929. And that's Icomac's very first job. An ARC editor is still not sorted somehow. That's fine. We'll just have someone else take it. So RJ Light's doing that one. What is your deal, buddy? Why is your concentration low? Huh. There's not something wrong with your area, right? No. We can try adding just niceties here. Here is a wreath for you. And here is a clock. Yeah, because you just having the penalty is not great for anything. Okay, so RJ could handle this. This will potentially throw a spy at us. Okay, so clicking over there doesn't matter. So we got one spy coming in. Meanwhile, you can jump in here. Just kick it over to the next thing. Cubs shortstop Billy Judge is short by scorned showgirl. Being called short. Such violence. Imagine being called short. Okay, so we got our person making their illustration. Okay, and in this case, we can toss Ichi Tenma. It won't matter. So Ichi Tenma can take one half of that. Amazing Meowsy takes the other half. Resource scarcity troubling. Balancing act strains the land, but keeps farming profitable. Yeah, we still have Mr. Steven out because he took a really bad injury last week. Just waiting to see when the spiral's in. Alright, so the illustration's done, so they'll take it over to the people to then go through the process of like chemically etching it and all that so that they can get it, you know, set up for the newspaper, which is a similar process to when you're doing the typesetting and all that in regards to its like different things that need to be done to get it where it needs to be. Oh, here's the one we care about. Alright, so we need this bottom path. So Conroy can jump on that immediately. And that locks in the gossip. Which leaves only entertainment and politics is the only thing left. Games of X-Olympiad. No women's gymnastics competition, although some do participate in exhibition events. Hey, Josmel, how's it going? Alright, so for you, it's just entertainment and politics, so get sports out of here. But welcome in, Raiders. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out for Josmel, by the way? What were you playing? How did it go? All that good stuff. But welcome in. We're just doing some news tower and all that kind of stuff going on, and you got Star Rupture going. I hope you had fun with Star Rupture. We're just trying to keep an eye out. We got a spy coming in here sooner or later, so we're just looking for someone who's not a staff member walking by our door and just ducking in real fast. They tend to come right along the side of the building here. Was that a spy? Was that a spy? No, it was my employee carrying stuff. You're fine. I think. Nothing tampered with? No, okay. Alright, so let's go look at our articles we got going on. So, you have all this junk. We'll worry about that in a minute. You've got this going. Arc Editor, we don't want to put you on that. You've got the thing that just guarantees me the next step, because, yeah, we can put you here. jump that to the next thing, and then Anandar can jump in there and finish it up. Cubs shortstop Billy Judge's shot. A swift recovery, playing again in a few weeks. Neat. Wait, no, we had a good time and all that good stuff. That wasn't needed. No, absolutely. We do like to try and shout people out, bring their community sharing, all that stuff. It's never like an obligation, but it is something we like to do. Alright, let's go ahead and pop in here. So we've got 2 of our things here. So this is one story that needs to be prioritized, because it has the adventure tag that we're required for this one. We probably do want to prioritize this at some point, but worry about that. We'll prioritize that one. Now, one of the catches is the mayor wants us to make a sensational newspaper, not our moderate newspaper we've been doing this whole time. So that kind of sucks, because we finally got illustrations. And illustrations, if you're a moderate newspaper, give you a huge bonus. So we're missing out on that bonus. So Ichi Tenma can jump on this one. Issue an environmental warning. This is unsustainable, says researcher. Okay, so you've got those 2. Got an article on stolen jewels. So Ichi Tenma, let's see. You should jump on the entertainment angle, because an ARC editor could jump on that one to kick it ahead. Which it's stolen jewels potentially seen in Charity Gala. And again, checking for tampered documents, because that would mean I missed the spy. Okay. So Burning Sun is already exhausted a bit. Conrad can jump in on this one, but let's check on the other ones. So you've already got that one being wrapped up. You're already wrapping up this one. And so we can jump on here. Conrad can take one of these, and the amazing Meowsy can take the other. So games of the ex-Olympiad. Introducing the Olympic Village, a high-tech facility to reach new sporting heights, says Charles Curtis. Let's go ahead and on that article, so we know we're going to be doing that, prioritize all the subsections of it. A lot of gold ones in this one, so this could be a good week money-wise. The big thing is I'm still missing on the fame one, which is politics or entertainment. So we want to make sure that happens. And it looks like our illustration is working its way down. Still no spy yet. Okay, so we can drop you on this, instantly unlocking the last part, and then RJ Light can take the last spot. Just gotta wait a moment for them to drop their stuff off on the desk. Okay, we'll worry about all that in a minute. Is this trying to give our news reporters a chance to drop off their stuff? Yeah, I'm not taking a lawsuit and a bribe for a 2 bronzer. Get that out of there. It doesn't have the tag we need. We're definitely not taking those chances. Like I said, I'm just paranoidly checking for tampering this whole time. So that spy should be here relatively soon. Okay. So you've got this, which is another kind of crap one. So let's go ahead and put Conrad on this one. Just get out of here. A Rembrandt Expedition Dutch Master Collection shown in New York. We've got this one here. We can have Conrad jump on, or right jump on, or RJ jump on that. And then we can get that out of the way. For you, we'll have Itchy Tenma jump on you. Governor signs power bill, rural bill enacted. So we're running out of time to get our fame one. That might be one that we tell them to skip the editing on, to just get it through, so we hopefully get it done in time. Okay, there, we finally got it. We will pay the bribe. An amazing Meowsy, jump right on that. Oh man, that's gonna have nothing. Do not edit that. Just get it back here as fast as you can. And prioritize that one. I don't think we're gonna get that done in time. We got about 2.5 days, and it's gonna take a day and a half just to finish the reporting side of it. Oh, we can also uncheck those. Nothing tampered with yet. Do we have any of these that don't already have the people assigned? So you're just waiting for that one to finish. And the rest are all fine. Still no spy. There's the spy in the gray on the bottom left, moving towards the door right now. And there's a couple of cues that let you know they're a little bit farther back than everyone else. They'll walk behind the boxes instead of in front of it. We gotta wait till they get in the door, and then we can send them on their way packing. Okay, and they are out of there without having a chance to tamper with anything. Okay, and Itchy Tenma can jump on that. Lines across the whole countryside. We've got you. So that one will trigger the mob to show up. It is a gold one, so I think we will take our chances. So I'll have Conrad work on this. Foul horse, favorite scratched on doping suspicion. Oh, turn back on the editing. We only didn't want the editing on the article I absolutely wanted to get done today. This one. Aw, man, you are going to be so late getting that in there. I just hope the typesetting people can manage to squeeze it through in the last second. There it is. I think is that... No, actually, is that the one? No, it's not. You got a day and a half till it has to be ready for print. So with this one, we'll have you jump on it, immediately unlocking that, letting iComac start the illustration. Teamsters under siege. Union boss, family linked with notorious gangsters. Alright. I think what we do is we just sit on that one until the home stretch, just in case we trigger the mob showing up. Stuntman dies in set. Gallows stunt misfires. And you can jump on here. Schoolboy soars 11,800 feet. 16-year-old used powered glider weighing 375 pounds. All right. Are we going to get that other one through? Yeah, we want to leave that one until basically the very end. You're going to sneak it through at the finish line. You got 5 hours left on it. You're just barely going to pull it off. We're going to miss out on a lot of gold tag stories this time. A lot of gold tag stories. But that is just what it's going to be. And gold tag stories are just way better money. Let me go and snooze these ads. And then you can go ahead and take the last section. One of the youngest licensed pilots in the world. Yeah, so the illustrated one is definitely not going to get through there, the second illustrated one. Now, for the mayor, I'd have to do entertainment and be a sensational piece. We'll see if I can do that. I'm not set up to try and force things to lean one way or the other, which is part of why everything we're doing is mostly moderate. I was just about to buy more paper just in case. We should be okay. Yeah, we're alright. Okay, so let's start with the tags I need to do. So here's the fame tag. We did get it through at the end. It's kind of a crap article. I will put it on the back page. Now we have this one, the adventure one. So this is the adventure one. This one is leaning informational. So we don't want that in one of the spots that gives us any leanings. But that is a really good article. Oh yeah, and that's the thing, and it just keeps adding more and more on itself. So we also have the gossip. So the gossip article is leaning sensational. So we don't, this isn't an amazing one, so let's put it kind of in a lower spot there. So we got all the stuff we need for this. We are making a sensational paper. We also need entertainment in here a lot. So let's see what we can do for entertainment. Please tell me entertainment actually has a lot of options. Because it's really not looking like that's the case. Or are you kidding me? Do we have, like, 2 instances of entertainment for the month? They got 1, 2, 3... I mean, no, it's 2. I could have had 5. There's 0 chance. So we're giving up on the mayor. The mayor's not happening. So in this case, we don't care about being sensational or whatever. So you can go... If that's the case, you're getting front page. That 6 quality gold everything front page. Right there. Center right there. Solid article. We can pull you off of that spot. Because you're kind of just okay. Alright, so let's see what we got going on, what we can make happen. So let's go and see all our stuff that's available. So I've got this one. It's got a gold tag on it. We want gold tags. And fortunately, this has a crime tag on it, so we will get a combo out of that. So that's a good combo right then and there. So we're going to upset the mayor a little bit, and the mayor's just going to have to, I don't know, go cry in his milk or whatever. We've got this one here, which is a 3 quality that also... has the alarm. It has the alarm and nothing else? That's weird. Huh. You don't have the crime tag on you? Oh. Oh, I guess I could scroll this somehow. Okay, so we got that page. Alright, so we've got a finance alarming one there. So that's a really good one. That's double silver. So let's go ahead and give that this page. And we might need to finagle things around a little bit, because we're a little too informational. What I could probably do here is pull this one out of that spot. Grab this one with a double illustrate... well, yeah, double illustrations. Well, double silver. Drop you here. Because that still pairs up with the alarming. And then grab you and drop you back there. And I need something sensational if possible. Ugh, it's all stale. It's either stale or not done. Why am I so informational? You can be bumped up to that spot, which puts us back into moderate. This is not one we want to be getting double value out of, but... it's fine. This is also... well, this doesn't give me double value. That's just a... if this one gets triple value, that gets double value, that gets double value. Alright, so let's go back to this page. So we do have sports on this page. We can tie to the sports and defeat. Let's organize it by this again. So you have a silver education tag. Okay. So we don't really have any other good tags. So this ties up with 2 here. That'll give me a boost in sales. We will want to go with the politics. With everything else being stale there, we can do politics and unrest. Politics and unrest to double up there. And so that should give me a lot of stuff. We did get an illustration there for a bonus in sales. So we actually have a pretty good number of sales here. We are accomplishing the goal for the district, and we are absolutely blowing the goal for the mayor. But unfortunately, I just didn't have enough entertainment to do what they wanted. So it is what it is. We're rolling the presses. And that should give me a bunch of goodies. Yeah, so record sales, so we gained a little influence from that. Now the downside is, we got a bunch more money. We did hire 4 more people. Alright. Boring. So much for entertainment. If I'm gonna read a paper, publisher, you better tickle my senses. Okay. And we got 5 influence for that. Okay, so once the next one to not be moderate, and I would get fancy, prestigious plates and all that. Otherwise, it's negative for anywhere but those areas. Alright. And how much did our... Yeah, so our salary actually only went up 10%, which is fortunate. So it did eat a chunk of our profits, but that's just the reality. And RJ got a little bit better at doing entertainment, and Sniperspace got a little bit better at hauling boxes. And so we flipped another district over to ours, and opened up another area. So the mayor's not available today because he's throwing a fit, just because of what's going on. Not the best timing, publisher. Madame isn't in the best spirits. Oh, publisher, what a ghastly evening. A fundraising masked as flattery, blanked by empty minds. The food was great, though. I've listened to my peers debate book bans between mouthfuls of pâté. Books they haven't even cracked, let alone understood. These are the same women who sponsor lecture salons. Mind you, culture, but only the kind that doesn't make anyone think too hard. Darling, the city's losing its appetite for thought. Too much glamour, too little grit. I hate to ask you to tone down the entertainment, just for once. We need to something sharp, educational, but digestible. To the sort of man who thinks reading Marx causes seizures. Sure. Okay. So you want no entertainment. That's an entertainment. I have to have a cartographer to do that. Excellent. No entertainment in this district. Cool. Alright. So I have 8 here. So we want to go to the graphic workshop. Now, the question is how much I should be leaning on the graphics. Oh, we don't want to do the graphic workshop. We want the graphic editor desk. That's 10. Let's hold out for that, because the graphic workshop, while they aren't the fastest, really is not that big a deal most of the time, because of how little illustration work we're going to find. Eventually, we'll need it to be able to turn around stuff quickly, but that's fine. You'll also notice we're getting 82,000 subscribers. As we're getting more subscribers, I get away with a lot more that way, because it's kind of like getting just guaranteed sales, even when I'm doing a crap newspaper for a week. So we've got all that going on. Alright, meanwhile, I do apparently have this just outstanding. Right, Oh, I was gonna leave that. That's fine. We'll roll the dice in that. We didn't get hit with the mob anyway. Follow horse, tube found in barn, trainer denies charges. Alright, but with that said though, chat, we are at about that time. I'm just taking a quick peek here before we go and pop over to wrap things up and whatever, because I will forget all of these things, so I want to make sure they're all locked in. And how are we doing on food? We still have a box of food on the shelf. Okay, so I think we're in good shape there. Let me go ahead and save the game before I forget. But yeah, so that's been our second day doing the hard mode for News Tower. I've been very much enjoying it. We will be streaming again tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST, so don't forget to follow if you haven't already followed the channel. You're enjoying the content. We might do more of this. We might check out the big update for Star Trucker. Don't know what else we might check out. We got Farm Sim Run going. We got a couple other things going. We'll do one of those. I've very much been enjoying this game, and it seems like other people are. We are on a relatively good track. We're getting pretty close to the end of the 3rd year in the game, and year 5, if you hit that and you haven't finished any of the other win conditions, is where one of the endings happens. The game basically, it doesn't have like endings like you do this and you get ending A, and you do that, you get ending B. It's just 5 years there's an ending where they basically show you a leaderboard, 10 years there's an ending where they show you a leaderboard, and then if you defeat either of your rival publishers, then you get an ending that shows you the leaderboards, if I recall correctly. So with all that said, we're on track to kind of wrap this up in not super long, probably 2 more streams, like 1.5 or whatever, but we'll see when we get there what we end up doing. But we'll see what we're playing tomorrow, because I'm not sure where I want to go with that. But I am getting tired, as you can probably tell from the fact that I'm repeating myself. So if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe and all that stuff, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you, because I do not have a host ready, but thank you so much for tuning in. And for those over here on Twitch, I am going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on tonight. We should have plenty of options this time of night. We just got